All right, y'all, buckle in because we are not easing into this one. We're not doing the slow build where I give you 3 paragraphs of what if things were different and then gently walk you through a timeline. No, we're starting at the moment that changes everything, and I mean everything, about the Dragon Ball universe as we know it. Let's go. It's a clear night over Mount Paozu, the kind of night where the stars look close enough to grab, where the air smells like pine and wet earth and nothing bad could possibly happen here. Somewhere in the cosmos, a Saiyan attack pod is hurtling toward this exact patch of forest at relativistic speeds. Inside it, a baby, maybe 2, 3 years old, is sleeping in that dreamless cryostasis the Saiyans use for long-haul planetary assignments. His name, for whatever that's worth right now, is Kakarot, 3rd class, bottom of the barrel. Power level so low that Bardock's commanding officer didn't even bother logging the kid's departure from planet Vegeta. And in a completely separate corner of reality, an angel is eating sushi. WHIS, attendant to Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, connoisseur of mortal cuisine, and arguably the most dangerous babysitter in the multiverse, is seated at a floating table in Beerus's temple, working through a platter of bluefin toro that he'd picked up from a dying star system's last remaining ocean planet about 40 minutes ago. Beerus is asleep. Has been for about 11 years at this point, give or take, which means WHIS is, for all practical purposes, unsupervised. He feels it the way you'd feel a single wrong note in a symphony you've heard 10,000 times. It's not loud, it's not a power spike, it's a frequency. Something vibrating at the exact resonance where mortal ki and divine ki overlap. A place on the energy spectrum that shouldn't have anything living in it. It's like hearing a color. It's like tasting gravity. It's wrong and beautiful simultaneously, and WHIS sets down his chopsticks mid-bite, which, if you know anything about WHIS, tells you exactly how serious this is. He traces it in under a second. A Saiyan infant. Universe 7. Headed toward a backwater planet called Earth. Now, here's the thing, and this is important for understanding why WHIS does what he does next. Angels are not supposed to care. That's not a personality trait, it's a law. The Edict of Still Hands, the foundational rule that governs every angel in existence, states 3 things very clearly. Angels cannot kill. Angels cannot rule. Angels cannot desire. They are attendants, observers, the universe's most overpowered middle management. They serve their god of destruction, they maintain balance, and they do not get personally invested in the fates of mortals. What WHIS feels in that infant's energy signature is something that occurs once every 10 trillion mortal births. He knows this because he's counted. He's been alive long enough to have personally witnessed 2 of the previous occurrences, both of which ended the same way. The child grew, hit a wall that no mortal can see or name, and either died trying to push past it or lived a life far below what they could have been. He tells himself he's just going to look, just a quick temporal peek. See where the pod lands, confirm the reading, file it away as a curiosity. He rewinds the local timeline by about 6 hours and watches the pod's trajectory. It'll crash in the mountains. An old martial artist, Gohan, decent man, middling power level, good heart, will find the child. He'll name the boy Goku. The boy will grow up wild and strong and completely unaware of what he is or what he could become. He'll fight. He'll win. He'll hit the ceiling eventually, like every mortal with potential does, and he'll spend the rest of his life pushing against a wall he can't even perceive. WHIS watches this future play out for approximately 90 seconds. Then he does the most illegal thing an angel has done in 4 billion years. The pod crashes at 3:47 a.m. local time. The impact crater is about 15 feet across, smoking, embedded in a hillside between 2 massive cedar trees that somehow survived the landing. Inside the pod, the baby is crying, not from injury, but from the jarring deceleration, the sudden cold air, the overwhelming noise of a living planet after months in the vacuum silence of space. In the original timeline, Gohan finds the child the next morning, names him, raises him, drops him on his head, which, let's be honest, is one of the most important plot points in all of Dragon Ball, because that head injury is what knocks the Saiyan aggression out of baby Kakarot and turns him into the pure-hearted Goku we all know. But Gohan doesn't find the child the next morning, because WHIS is already there. He appears at the crater's edge approximately 4 seconds after impact, dressed in his usual attendant robes, staff in hand, looking exactly as composed as a being who just broke divine law should not look. He peers into the pod. The baby, tiny, furry-tailed, red-faced, and screaming, stares up at him with huge dark eyes. "Oh my," WHIS says softly. He's smiling, but there's something behind it that isn't amusement. If you could read angelic body language, and almost nobody can, you'd call it terror. The quiet kind. The kind that comes from knowing you're about to cross a line you can never uncross. He reaches into the pod, the baby grabs his finger, squeezes. Hard enough that WHIS actually raises an eyebrow, which, for an entity who could sneeze a planet out of orbit, is genuinely notable. "Strong grip," he murmurs. "And that energy, yes, you're the one." He lifts the child out of the pod, holds him at arm's length for a moment, studying him the way a jeweler studies an uncut diamond. Not for what it is, but for what it could become. The baby stops crying, stares at WHIS with an intensity that no infant should possess. WHIS turns. Behind him, reality splits. Not violently, not with the dramatic flare of a dimensional rift in some lesser story. It's more like a curtain being drawn aside to reveal a room that was always there. A pale, luminous space visible through the gap, filled with soft white light and the distant sound of wind moving through grass that doesn't exist yet. The Pale Garden. A pocket dimension WHIS has maintained for eons. A space between Universe 7 and the Angel Realm, outside normal time, invisible to the Grand Priest's observation network. He built it originally as a private meditation space, a place to think thoughts that an angel technically shouldn't be thinking. Now it's going to be something else entirely. Now it's going to be a nursery and a dojo and a home. WHIS steps through the gap with the child in his arms. The curtain closes behind him. The crater on Mount Paozu sits empty, cooling in the pre-dawn air. 6 hours later, Gohan walks by, sees the crater, sees the empty pod, wonders what fell from the sky, shrugs, goes home. And just like that, y'all, just like that, the entire Dragon Ball timeline ceases to exist as we know it. No Goku on Earth means no Goku meeting Bulma. No Dragon Ball hunt, no Red Ribbon Army arc, no Piccolo fight, no Raditz arrival, no journey to Namek, no Super Saiyan legend born from rage on a dying planet. None of it. The dominoes that built our story, they never fall. Something else begins. Year 1. So let's talk about the Pale Garden, because this is where Goku, and I'm going to call him Goku even though he doesn't get that name yet, because come on, we all know who he is. This is where Goku spends the next 9 years of his life. And I need you to understand what kind of place this is, because it's not just a training ground. It's a world. Picture this. An endless grassland under a sky that's not quite white and not quite silver, more like the color of light itself before it decides what shade to be. No sun, but everything's illuminated. The grass is pale green, almost translucent, and it moves in a wind that you can feel on your skin, but that doesn't make any sound. In the distance, always in the distance, no matter which direction you walk, there are mountains. Soft, rounded, ancient-looking things with snow on their peaks that never melts because no temperature here. Not hot, not cold. The air is neutral. Perfect. And it's quiet. God, it's quiet. Not silent. There's that wind, and the grass moves, and if you listen very carefully, there's this low hum that WHIS says is the sound of the dimension maintaining its own existence. But there's no birds, no insects, no rivers, no other living things. Just the garden, the sky, the mountains, and whatever WHIS decides to put there. The first thing WHIS builds is a small house, Japanese style, because WHIS has a deep and abiding appreciation for Earth's aesthetic sensibilities, particularly its architecture and cuisine. Sliding doors, tatami floors, a kitchen that's frankly absurd for a dimension with no grocery stores. He stocks it with divine food, not the Dragon Ball kind of divine food, where it's just really fancy rice, but actual food grown in the celestial realm, infused with godly ki at a molecular level. It tastes extraordinary and contains more nutritional density per bite than a year's worth of mortal meals. The baby Goku eats this food from day one, and this matters. This matters so much for what comes later, because the food is essentially rebuilding his body from the inside, cell by cell, replacing mortal biological limitations with something more. Not divine. Not yet. But the raw materials are being laid down. Think of it like, okay, imagine you're building a house, right? Most mortals get bricks. Good bricks. Solid. They can build a strong house with those bricks. But Goku's body is being built with adamantine. Same blueprint, same structure, same Saiyan DNA, but the materials are something else entirely. WHIS doesn't train him for the first 2 years. Not formally. He just raises him. And this is actually my favorite part of the early arc, if I'm being honest with y'all, because it's WHIS learning how to be a parent, and he's terrible at it. Hilariously, catastrophically terrible at it, in the way that only an immortal being with no frame of reference for childhood development could be. He tries to feed the baby with chopsticks. The baby screams. He tries to explain to a 3-year-old why ki circulation follows logarithmic decay patterns in organic tissue. The 3-year-old eats dirt. He creates a mathematically perfect sleep schedule based on Saiyan metabolic cycles, and the child simply does not sleep when told to sleep because he's a toddler. And WHIS, a being who has maintained perfect composure while watching stars die, is visibly frazzled by 4 a.m. Saiyan tantrums. Lord Beerus was easier than this, WHIS mutters one night, holding a screaming toddler at arm's length while his robes are covered in what I can only describe as divine baby food. And Lord Beerus once destroyed a planet because his bath was too cold. But here's the thing. WHIS adapts. Slowly, awkwardly, but he adapts. Because angels are, at their core, the most efficient learners in existence. He reads every text on child development that Earth has produced, downloads the information directly from the planet's collective knowledge, and cross-references it with Saiyan biological data he pulls from the remnants of Planet Vegeta's destroyed databases. He builds a curriculum, not for training, for growing up. By the time Goku is 4, the house in the Pale Garden has a small yard with obstacles, not for fighting, but for play. Climbing structures, balance beams, soft platforms at varying heights. Goku tears through them like they're nothing. Because even a baseline Saiyan toddler is stronger and more agile than most adult humans. And this particular Saiyan toddler has been eating divine food for over a year. WHIS watches, takes notes, adjusts. Your body wants to move, he observes one afternoon, watching 4-year-old Goku leap between platforms with a coordination that would make an Olympic gymnast weep. But it doesn't just want to move through space, it wants to move with it. Interesting. Goku, who is 4 and does not care about spatial dynamics, does a backflip off the highest platform, lands on his tail, and laughs so hard he falls over. WHIS writes something in a notebook he manifested from nothing. The note reads, "Subject displays instinctive spatial key integration at a pre-conscious level. No mortal child should be capable of this. Hypothesis: the divine frequency resonance is not merely a quirk of his energy signature. It may be a fundamental aspect of his biology. His cells don't just produce ki, they are ki." He underlines the last 2 words 3 times. At age 5, training begins. Not combat training. WHIS is very deliberate about this. He does not teach Goku to fight. Not yet. Maybe not for years. What he teaches him is perception. Close your eyes. They're sitting in the center of the Pale Garden, cross-legged, facing each other. Goku is 5. He's wearing a miniature version of WHIS's attendant robes. Pale blue, too long in the sleeves because WHIS hasn't quite figured out children's sizing and refuses to admit it. His tail is wrapped around his waist the way Saiyan children instinctively do when they're focusing. "Close your eyes," WHIS repeats, "and tell me what you feel." Grass? Beyond the grass. Goku scrunches up his face. He's trying very hard, which at this age means his whole body tenses, and he looks like he's attempting to bench press the concept of concentration. You? What about me? You're bright, like inside. You're really, really bright. WHIS pauses. "You can feel my energy with your eyes closed?" "Yeah. Was I not supposed to?" Now, let me contextualize this for y'all because it sounds simple, but it's genuinely insane. Ki sensing, the ability to detect energy signatures without visual contact, is a skill that takes most martial artists on Earth years to develop. Krillin learned it in his 20s after decades of training. Tien mastered it through rigorous disciplined practice. It's not something you're born with. It's something you earn. This 5-year-old just did it because WHIS told him to close his eyes and pay attention. But it's more than that, because Goku isn't sensing WHIS's ki the way a mortal senses ki. As a pressure, a warmth, a vague directional awareness. He's sensing the light. He's detecting the divine energy that WHIS constantly suppresses beneath layers and layers of concealment. energy that even gods of destruction struggle to perceive directly. Goku just called it bright because he's 5 and doesn't have the vocabulary for what he's actually seeing, but what he's actually seeing is the raw luminance of an angel's true power. WHIS doesn't let his expression change, but internally, and I want you to imagine what internally means for a being K, who has perfect self-control at all times. Internally, WHIS is experiencing something he hasn't felt in several 100 million years. Excitement. Very good, he says calmly. Now, I want you to feel beyond me, further, as far as you can reach. Goku goes quiet. His breathing slows, his tail uncurls slightly, relaxation, and then his brow furrows and WHIS can see it happening. The boy's perception expanding outward like a ripple in still water, passing through the boundaries of the pale garden, touching the walls of the pocket dimension, and then there's a wall, Goku says. Like everything stops, but behind the wall there's... He trails off, opens his eyes. They're wide. There's so much behind the wall. It's so loud. How is it so loud? He's sensing Universe 7, the entire universe. The roiling, chaotic ocean of mortal and divine energy that exists on the other side of the Pale Garden's dimensional membrane. He shouldn't be able to feel it. The garden is shielded. WHIS designed it to be undetectable from outside and impenetrable from within. Goku just reached through it. That, WHIS says carefully, is the universe you were born into. It's very large and very full of things. We'll talk about it more when you're older. Can I go there? Someday. When? When you're ready. Goku considers this with the gravity of a 5-year-old weighing a promise. Okay, but you promise? I promise. And WHIS means it. He does. But there's a weight to that promise that Goku can't possibly understand yet. Because sending this boy out into that universe means revealing him to the Grand Priest. It means exposing the violation of the edict. It means confronting the ceiling, that invisible barrier that every mortal with true potential eventually smashes into and can never break through. It means risking everything WHIS has built over billions of years of careful, quiet existence. He looks at the boy, this tiny Saiyan child with the 2 long sleeves and the tail wrapped around his waist and the eyes that can see the light inside an angel, and he makes a decision that no angel has ever made. He decides it's worth it. At age 7, 2 more years of perception training, 2 more years of Goku learning to feel, to sense, to read the energy of everything around him at a molecular level. WHIS teaches him to perceive individual atoms, to feel the vibration of subatomic particles, to sense the spin of electrons and the pulse of quantum fields. Not because a 7-year-old needs quantum physics, but because WHIS is building the foundation for everything that comes later. Think of it like this. Most martial artists learn to control ki as adults, after their bodies and minds are already set in their patterns. They have to override their natural instincts to manipulate energy. It's like learning a second language in your 30s. You can get fluent, sure, but you'll always have an accent. There will always be a tiny delay between thought and expression. Goku is learning ki the way you learn your first language. It's not a skill he's acquiring. It's becoming a part of how he thinks, how he breathes, how he is. By the time he's 7, his perception is so refined that he can sit in the center of the Pale Garden and count the number of energy fluctuations in the dimensional membrane per second. Not because it's useful, because he thinks it's fun, the way a musically gifted kid might sit at a piano and pick out harmonies for hours. And then, on an otherwise unremarkable afternoon in a timeless dimension where afternoon doesn't technically mean anything, Goku does something that rewrites WHIS's entire understanding of mortal potential. He's running, just running, one of his favorite things to do in the garden, sprinting across the endless grassland at speeds that would be absurd for a human child and are merely very impressive for a Saiyan one. WHIS is watching from the porch of their house, sipping tea, tracking the boy's energy signature the way a parent might idly watch their kid play in the yard. And then Goku's energy changes. It doesn't spike, it doesn't flare, it inverts. For a fraction of a second, less than a heartbeat, Goku's ki stops flowing through his body in the way that ki flows through every living thing in the universe. It stops moving through pathways and channels and meridians. Instead, for that one instant, the boundary between Goku's body and his ki dissolves. He doesn't have ki inside him. He is ki. His physical form and his energy become the same thing, unified, indistinguishable. Then it snaps back. Goku keeps running. Doesn't even notice. WHIS's teacup cracks in his hand. He doesn't notice either for a moment. He's frozen. And angels don't freeze. Angels process information at speeds that make light look sluggish. But WHIS is frozen because what he just witnessed shouldn't be possible. Every living being in existence, mortal, god, angel, generates ki through the interaction of body and spirit. Kai is the product of that interaction. It's separate from the being that produces it, the way heat is separate from a fire. You can control it, shape it, project it, but it's always something you have, not something you are. What Goku just did for a fraction of a second was become the fire itself. Goku, WHIS calls. His voice is perfectly steady, his hand is shaking. Come here, please. Goku jogs back, not even breathing hard. Yeah? I want to try something. Stand in front of me and push your energy outward, like you're trying to make the grass move. Goku shrugs. He plants his feet, already good stance. WHIS notes automatically. The boy's body knows things his mind hasn't learned yet, and pushes. A wave of ki rolls outward, bending the pale grass in a neat circle. Good. Now, this time, I want you to do the same thing, but instead of pushing your energy out, try to become the push. Huh? Don't push the energy from your body, be the energy and the body at the same time. I know that doesn't make sense. Try anyway. Goku frowns, closes his eyes. WHIS can see him trying, struggling with a concept that he did naturally moments ago without realizing it. This is the problem with instinct. The moment you try to make it conscious, it runs away from you. 20 seconds pass, 30, a minute. Then, there. The inversion happens again, longer this time, almost a full second. Goku's body ripples. There's no other word for it. His physical outline blurs as if reality briefly forgot where his skin ends and the air begins. The ki wave he produces isn't pushed outward. It expands from him in every direction simultaneously, because for that 1 second there is no difference between Goku and the wave. He is the pulse. The pulse is him. The grass doesn't just bend. For 30 feet in every direction, it ceases to exist for a moment. Not destroyed, but absorbed into the wave, before snapping back into reality when Goku's body resolidifies. Goku opens his eyes, blinks. That felt weird. WHIS looks at the circle of flattened grass, looks at the boy, looks at the grass again. Yes, he says quietly. I imagine it did. That night, after Goku is asleep, curled up on his futon with his tail wrapped around a pillow he's named Nimbus for reasons he can't explain, WHIS sits on the roof of their house and stares at the Pale Garden's artificial sky for a very long time. He's been alive for billions of years. He has trained gods, he has watched civilizations rise and fall and rise again. He has seen every kind of power the universe has to offer. The brute force of destroyers, the refined perfection of angels, the desperate ingenuity of mortals pushing against their limits. He has never seen this. Mortals channel ki through their bodies, the way rivers flow through channels. The body is the landscape. The ki is the water. Gods of destruction channel ki through willpower. They impose their desire onto the energy, and it obeys. Angels channel ki through understanding. They comprehend the nature of energy so completely that it responds to their awareness like an extension of thought. Goku doesn't channel ki at all. In that moment of inversion, he didn't direct the energy or command it or understand it into submission. He was it. His body, his consciousness, his ki, all one thing. No separation, no channel, no subject and object. It's not divine, it's not mortal, it's something else. Something that the categories don't account for. WHIS pulls out his notebook, writes a single line. He doesn't channel energy through pathways like gods do. He becomes the energy. Then beneath it, this terrifies me. And beneath that, this is exactly what I hoped for. At age 8 to 9. So here's where I need to slow down for a second and talk about what training under WHIS actually looks like for a child, because I think a lot of people imagine Dragon Ball training as like punching rocks and doing 10 million push-ups in 500x gravity. And yeah, that's cool. That's the Vegeta school of self-improvement. Respect to the prince. But that's not what's happening here. WHIS doesn't train Goku's body. Not directly. Not yet. He trains his awareness. From age 7 to 9, Goku's daily routine looks something like this. Dawn, or what passes for dawn in the Pale Garden, WHIS manipulates the sky's color cycle to give the boy a sense of day and night. Meditation. Goku sits in the grass and expands his perception outward, trying to hold awareness of the entire pale garden simultaneously. At first, he can manage maybe a mile radius before his focus fractures. By age 9, he can hold the entire dimension, a space roughly the size of a small continent, in his mind at once, feeling every blade of grass, every ripple in the dimensional membrane, every fluctuation in the ambient energy field. Movement exercises, not martial arts. Movement. WHIS teaches Goku to walk, run, jump, and turn with absolute efficiency. No wasted motion, no unnecessary muscle engagement, no excess energy expenditure. Every step becomes a lesson in biomechanical perfection. If you've ever watched a master calligrapher write a single character, the way the brush moves with this impossible combination of precision and fluidity, that's what Goku's movement starts to look like. He runs through the garden and his feet barely touch the grass. He jumps and his body rotates with the mechanical elegance of a gyroscope. Why can't I just fly? Goku asks one morning because he's seen WHIS float and he's pretty sure he can figure it out. You could, WHIS says. Your body has enough ki to achieve flight very easily, but I want you to master the ground first. Flying is the easy way. The ground teaches you weight. Weight teaches you gravity. Gravity teaches you the fundamental force that holds reality together. We'll get to flying. First, you learn to fall. That doesn't sound fun. Oh, it won't be. And it isn't. WHIS spends 3 months teaching Goku how to fall. How to fall. That sounds ridiculous, right? 3 months of falling? But what WHIS is actually teaching him is how to interact with gravitational force at a ki level, to feel the planet's pull, or in this case, the pale garden's simulated gravity, not as an external force acting on his body, but as a conversation between his mass and the dimension's mass. By the end of those 3 months, Goku can fall from any height and land without impact. Not by slowing himself with ki, the normal martial arts approach, but by harmonizing his body's energy with the ground's energy so that the moment of contact is seamless. No collision, just continuation. It's obscenely advanced stuff. Like, this is the kind of thing that Ultra Instinct theoretically does at its highest level. Perfect integration of body and environment. And Goku is learning the conceptual foundation for it at 8 years old. He doesn't have the power to do anything world-shaking with it yet. His raw ki output is still just that of a very strong Saiyan child, but the understanding is being built, brick by brick, into the architecture of his soul. Afternoon, ki control drills. This is where the divine food starts paying dividends. WHIS teaches Goku to manipulate his own energy with surgical precision, compressing it, expanding it, shaping it, splitting it into multiple streams, and recombining them. Normal ki training teaches you to throw a bigger blast. This teaches you to throw a blast where every single particle of energy is exactly where you want it to be. Form a ball, WHIS says, the size of your fist. Goku cups his hands. A sphere of white-blue energy appears between his palms. It's rough, flickering, unstable, normal for a child. Now make it smaller, half the size. Same amount of energy. Goku concentrates. The ball shrinks, wobbles, the energy density increases, and the light shifts from blue to a harsher white. Smaller. A marble. The ball shrinks further. It's getting hard to hold. Compressed energy wants to expand, to explode outward. Goku's hands are trembling. Now, WHIS says, make it perfectly round. Goku's eye twitches. It is round. It's approximately round. I want perfectly round. Every point on its surface equidistant from the center to within 1,000th of a millimeter. You're serious? I'm always serious about geometry, Goku. It takes him 4 months to make a perfect sphere. 4 months. And when he finally does it, when he holds up a marble-sized ball of ki that is mathematically, structurally, atomically perfect, WHIS smiles. A real smile, not his usual amused politeness. Now make 2 of them at the same time. WHIS. Evening. Freeform. Goku does whatever he wants. Runs, explores, practices on his own, or just sits and talks with WHIS. These evenings are important because they're when Goku is most himself. Not a student, not a prodigy, just a kid. He asks questions. So many questions. About the universe, about Saiyans, about why the sky changes color, about whether there are other kids out there, about everything. WHIS, are there other people like me? Saiyans? Yes, though not many remain. No, I mean, other people like me. In the garden. No, it's just us, Goku. Oh, a pause. Don't you get lonely? WHIS considers this. Angels don't experience loneliness the way mortals do. We're not designed for it. That's sad, is it? Yeah, if you can't be lonely, you can't miss people. And if you can't miss people, then being with people doesn't mean as much. Right? WHIS has no answer for this. He files it away in the place where he keeps thoughts that angels aren't supposed to have. At age 10, Goku finds her by accident. He's running, still his favorite thing, even after years of training that has turned his movement into something closer to art than athletics, sprinting across a section of the Pale Garden he doesn't usually visit. The garden is large enough that even after 7 years, there are corners he hasn't explored. Not because they're hidden, but because the dimension is alive in a subtle way, its geography shifting slowly over time, new hills rising, old valleys filling in, as if the garden is dreaming and its dreams reshape its surface. This particular corner is different. The grass here is darker, not the pale translucent green of the rest of the garden, but a deeper, almost blue-green color. The air feels heavier, and there's a sound that Goku has never heard in the garden before. Humming. Low, melodic, barely audible, like someone singing with their mouth closed. He follows it to a depression in the landscape. Not quite a valley, more like a shallow bowl in the earth, and at the center, sitting cross-legged in the dark grass, is a woman. Except she's not quite a woman. She's translucent. Not invisible, he can see her clearly, but see-through, like she's made of colored glass. Her skin is brown, her hair is wild and black and impossibly long, and she has a tail. A Saiyan tail, wrapped loosely around her waist in a way that looks practiced and comfortable. She's the one humming. Her eyes are closed. Goku approaches slowly, his training overriding his natural Saiyan impulse to charge and head first. He can feel her energy, or rather, he can feel the absence of her energy. She registers on his perception not as a presence, but as a shape in the ambient ki field, like a hole in water, something that should be there and isn't, but the space remembers the outline. Goku says, "Hi?" The humming stops. The woman opens her eyes. They're golden, bright, sharp, alive in a way that the rest of her translucent body isn't. She looks at him, through him, into him, in a way that feels different from when WHIS examines his energy. WHIS looks at his ki like a scientist studying a specimen. This woman looks at him like she's looking at a person. "A Saiyan child," she says. Her voice has an echo to it, a resonance, as if she's speaking from the bottom of a well that reaches across dimensions. "In this place. That's new. I'm Goku. Who are you?" "I was Sable. Now I'm..." She looks down at her translucent hands, opens and closes them. An imprint. A memory the universe couldn't quite erase. Goku sits down in front of her, cross-legged, mirror image. What does that mean? It means I'm a ghost, little one. A ghost in a garden that exists between worlds. I've been here for a very long time. How long? I don't know anymore. Time doesn't work here the way it works outside, but I remember the Saiyans when they were still on their first homeworld. Before Sadala, before Plant, before Vegeta, I remember when we were young. She says we, and it hits Goku in a way he doesn't fully understand yet. We. He's never had a we for this part of himself. WHIS can tell him facts about Saiyans, biology, history, power scaling, but WHIS isn't a Saiyan. WHIS knows what Saiyans are. Sable knows what Saiyans feel like. "Why are you a ghost?" he asks. Sable's golden eyes go distant. "Because I reached for something I wasn't supposed to reach for, and the people who decide what mortals are allowed to become decided I had to stop existing. But this place..." She gestures at the pale garden around them. "This place is between. Not quite real, not quite erased. I fell through the cracks. That's not fair." "No, it isn't." "What were you reaching for?" She looks at him for a long time. "A ceiling," she says finally. "A wall in the sky that you can't see but you can feel when you're strong enough. A limit that someone put on all of us, on every mortal in every universe, that says this far and no further. I was the strongest Saiyan who ever lived in my time, and I hit that wall, and instead of stopping, I pushed. And they..." She trails off. Her form flickers like a candle in wind. "They erased me. Not killed, erased. Removed from the timeline entirely. Everyone who knew me forgot I existed. Every battle I fought, every student I taught, every song I sang, gone, as if none of it ever happened." Goku is quiet for a long time. He's 10. He doesn't have the emotional framework to fully process what she's telling him, but he understands the shape of it, the injustice, the enormity, the cruelty of being removed from existence, not for what you did, but for what you could have become. "I don't think you're gone," he says finally. "You're right here." Sable blinks, and then she smiles, slowly, like she's remembering how. "Yeah," she says softly. "I guess I am." From that day on, Goku visits Sable every afternoon. Whis knows, of course he knows, he's an angel. He can feel every fluctuation in the pale garden, but he doesn't interfere. He watches from a distance as the ghost imprint of a Saiyan woman Wazir, who was erased from reality, teaches a Saiyan child what it means to be Saiyan. And what she teaches him is not what you'd expect. Sable doesn't talk about fighting. She doesn't talk about power levels or transformations or legendary warriors. She talks about people. She tells Goku about Saiyan gatherings, huge bonfires under alien skies where entire clans would cook together, argue together, laugh together. She tells him about Saiyan music, not delicate or sophisticated, but raw and rhythmic. Drums and voices and stomping feet, music you felt in your bones before you heard it with your ears. She tells him about the bonds Saiyans form, not just with their mates and children, but with their rivals, their training partners, the enemies who push them to grow. "We're not just fighters," she tells him one afternoon. "Everyone remembers the fighting. Nobody remembers the rest. We were explorers, storytellers. We were curious, ravenously curious about everything. You know why Saiyans love fighting? It's not because we love violence. It's because fighting is the fastest way to understand someone. When you fight someone, you learn everything about them in minutes. Their strength, their fear, their will, their breaking point. For a Saiyan, a good fight is a conversation. The best fight of your life is meeting someone who speaks the same language." Goku listens to all of this with the intensity of a child hearing about a home he's never been to, and something starts to form in him, not a desire for conquest or domination, not the cold Saiyan pride that history and Vegeta would define the race by. Something warmer, a sense of belonging, of being part of something larger than himself, a people with depth and texture and soul, not just a warrior race, but a culture. This is what Sable gives him: Saiyan pride without Saiyan trauma, heritage without bitterness, identity without the need to prove it through domination. And it's beautiful, y'all. It's genuinely beautiful, because this is the piece that canonical Goku never really had. In the main timeline, Goku's Saiyan identity is something that's thrown at him. Raditz shows up and says, "You're an alien, act like it." And Goku spends the rest of the series in this weird space where he's proud of being a Saiyan, but doesn't really know what that means beyond fighting and transformations. He gets the warrior's pride without the warrior's context. This Goku knows the songs, knows the stories, knows what Saiyans were before they were reduced to a legend about violence. It changes everything. At age 11, the year between Sable's discovery and the angelic kata is a strange transitional time. Goku is 11. He's tall for his age. Saiyan biology plus divine nutrition plus 7 years of physical training have produced a boy who moves like water and hits like a freight train, even though he's never been taught to hit anything at all. His ki control is so refined that WHIS has started having him do exercises that are genuinely difficult for the angel to evaluate, because the baseline expectations for mortal ki manipulation don't apply to this child. But there's a restlessness building. Goku can feel it. He talks about it with Sable, because Sable understands Saiyan biology in a way WHIS never will. "It's the blood," she tells him. "You're reaching the age where your body is demanding expression. All that potential energy wants to become kinetic. You're a coiled spring, kid, and you've been coiling for 7 years. Is that bad? Not bad. Natural. Saiyans, who suppress their combat instincts too long, either explode or go numb. Your teacher, she never calls WHIS by name. He's smart enough to know that. He's just waiting for the right moment. The right moment for what? This to teach you what you actually are." Goku doesn't push further. He trusts WHIS, but the restlessness is real, and it manifests in ways that are both endearing and slightly terrifying. He runs faster, jumps higher, moves with an aggressiveness that wasn't there before. His energy output during training spikes involuntarily. One afternoon, during a ki compression drill, the marble-sized perfect sphere he's holding cracks the air around it. A shockwave of compressed energy that leaves a hairline fracture in the Pale Garden's dimensional membrane. WHIS repairs it instantly, seamlessly, as if it never happened. but his expression, for just a moment, is unreadable. "You're ready," he says. "Ready for what?" "The first kata, at age 12. And here we go, y'all. This is the scene. This is the one I've been building to for this entire arc, and I need you to feel it the way I feel it, so let me set the stage properly. It's the equivalent of early morning in the Pale Garden. WHIS has adjusted the sky to a deep, pre-dawn blue, the first time he's ever used color in the sky, which has been soft white silver for Goku's entire life here. It feels solemn, ceremonial. Goku notices immediately. They stand in the center of the garden, on a patch of grass that WHIS has flattened into a perfect circle roughly 100 feet across. WHIS is dressed differently too, not his usual attendant robes, but something older, simpler. Goku has never seen WHIS wear anything like this. "What I'm about to show you," WHIS says, "has never been taught to a mortal. Not in this universe. Not in any universe. Not in the entire history of the Divine Order." He pauses. Goku, who has learned over 9 years to read the minute emotional fluctuations in WHIS's angelic composure, can tell that this is a big deal. WHIS is nervous. WHIS is never nervous. It's called the first angelic kata. It's the foundational movement form from which all angelic combat technique derives. Every angel learns it as the first step in understanding their own power. It takes most of us a very long time to master. How long? That's not important. WHIS, approximately 50 to 70 years. But angels process time differently than 50 years, and I want to be very clear that there is no expectation for you to complete it on any particular timeline. This is not a test, it's an offering, a door I'm opening. How long it takes you to walk through it is, show me. WHIS stops, looks at the boy, 12 years old, standing in the blue pre-dawn light of an impossible garden, eyes burning with a hunger that isn't aggression or ambition, but something purer, curiosity, the desire to see, to know, to experience something new. WHIS shows him. Okay, so I need to describe what an angelic kata looks like, and I'm going to be honest with y'all, this is one of those moments where language kind of fails, because the whole point of the kata is that it operates on a level of physical and spiritual expression that mortal senses aren't designed to fully perceive. But let me try. Imagine the most beautiful martial arts form you've ever seen, the most fluid, graceful, powerful kata from any tradition. Okinawan, Shaolin, Capoeira, whatever moves you. Got it? Good. Now imagine that form being performed by a being who understands physics the way you understand breathing. Every movement is not just aesthetically perfect, but physically perfect. Each position, each transition, each flow from one stance to the next is optimized at a molecular level. The angles are mathematically precise. The weight distribution shifts with the exactness of a planetary orbit. The energy generated by each motion is captured and redirected into the next motion with zero loss. It looks, to Goku's 11-year-old eyes, like WHIS is having a conversation with gravity itself, like the air around him is responding to his movements, not resisting them, not supporting them, but participating, dancing with him. And the key, this is the part that gets Goku, because when WHIS performs the kata, his ki doesn't just flow through his body in the usual pathways. It fills him completely, every cell, every atom, and then it extends outward, connecting his body to the space around him. For the duration of the kata, WHIS isn't a being moving through a space. He is the space. The boundary between his body and the environment dissolves, and his movement becomes the movement of everything within a 50-foot radius. The grass doesn't bend, it moves with him. The air doesn't part, it flows with him. Reality itself, within the radius of the kata, reorganizes itself around the angel's motion. The kata lasts exactly 3 minutes and 12 seconds. It consists of 108 movements. When WHIS finishes, standing perfectly still in the center of the circle, not a hair out of place, barely breathing, the garden is silent for a long moment. Then the grass he disturbed slowly returns to its natural position, as if the dimension itself is exhaling. Goku hasn't blinked once during the entire performance. His hands are shaking. That, he breathes, that was WHIS. Yes? That's what you are. That's what angels can do? That's the beginning of what angels can do. The first kata is considered elementary. Elementary? WHIS allows himself a small smile. Would you like to try? And here is where the magic happens, y'all. Because what follows is 6 months of the most grueling, beautiful, frustrating, exhilarating training sequence you could imagine, and it fundamentally transforms Goku from a prodigy with extraordinary potential into something that the universe has never seen before. The first day, Goku tries the opening movement, just the first of the 108. It's a simple forward step with a simultaneous extension of the left hand. Palm up. That's it. Step, extend. A toddler could physically perform the motion. But the kata isn't about the physical motion, it's about what happens with and around the motion. The step has to generate exactly the right amount of force transmitted through the body with exactly the right efficiency, while simultaneously the ki within Goku has to shift in a very precise pattern that mirrors the physical motion and extends it into the energy field around him. Body, energy, and environment have to move as one. He can't do it. The step is fine. The hand is fine. His ki doesn't sink. His energy surges when it should flow, spikes when it should glide. The motion is physically correct and spiritually wrong. And Goku, who has been praised for his ki control for years, who can form perfect spheres and hold continental awareness and perform perception feats that shouldn't be possible for a mortal, feels like he's failed. Again, WHIS says. He does it again. Wrong. Again. Wrong. Again. Wrong. Wrong. By the end of the first day, Goku has performed the first movement approximately 600 times. Not once has he achieved synchronization. He sits in the grass, sweating. Actually sweating. Something his training rarely induces anymore, and stares at his hands. I can't do it. Correct. Today, you can't. Tomorrow, also probably not. This is not failure, Goku. This is the first time you've encountered something truly difficult. I want you to notice how it feels. It feels terrible. Good. Remember this feeling. It's the most valuable sensation a warrior can have. The awareness of a gap between what you are and what you could be. Most people spend their lives running from that feeling. The great ones chase it. 1 month. He masters the first movement. Not masters in the casual sense. Masters. When Goku performs that step and extend on day 31, the grass around him shifts. Just barely. Just a whisper of motion in a 2-foot radius. But it moves with him. Not because of displaced air, but because his ki, his body, and the environment achieved synchronization for 1 precious second. He feels it. The click, like a joint popping into place, like a key finding a lock. WHIS, did you see that? I saw it. The grass moved. It moved with me. I know. I did it. Wait. Goku pauses. Counts on his fingers. That was 1. There's 108. 107 to go. Yes. Oh. But the first one is the hardest because the first one teaches you what you're aiming for. The concept of synchronization, once experienced, becomes a target that Goku can orient toward. Movements 2 through 5 take 2 weeks. Movements 6 through 20 take another month. His pace is accelerating, not linearly but exponentially, each mastered movement making the next one slightly easier as his understanding deepens. WHIS doesn't comment on the speed. He doesn't need to. But he starts performing a subtle action that Goku won't notice until years later. He begins recording Goku's progress in a private log, and next to each entry he writes 2 numbers. The first is Goku's completion time. The second is the average completion time for an angel learning the same movement. Goku is, consistently, approximately 100 times slower than an angel. That sounds like an insult until you realize that angels are born with an innate understanding of ki-body environment synchronization. It's literally what they are. A mortal achieving the same synchronization through practice, through brute force repetition and dawning comprehension, is like a human swimming across the Atlantic. You're not supposed to be able to do that. The fact that you're slower than a boat doesn't diminish the feat. It highlights its impossibility. Month 3. Goku is on movement 62. He's spending 12 hours a day on the kata, breaking only for meals and the sleep that WHIS insists on. Saiyan biology requires rest, Goku. I don't care how much you want to practice, your neurons need consolidation time. The Pale Garden has become a training floor. Every section of grass worn into smooth paths where Goku has performed the same sequences thousands of times. Something is changing in how he looks when he performs. In the beginning, you could see the effort, the concentration, the strain of aligning body and energy in space. Now, it's disappearing. Not the difficulty, the effortfulness. The movements are becoming part of him, the way breathing is part of him. His body doesn't need to be told what to do anymore. It knows. And the synchronization radius is growing. First movement, 2 feet. By movement 62, almost 20 feet. When Goku performs the kata sequence he's mastered so far, the pale garden within 20 feet of him becomes an extension of his body. The grass moves with him, the air flows with him, the energy field reshapes itself around his motion with an elegance that is, and I want to be very precise about this, angelic. WHIS watches from across the garden. His expression, to anyone who could read it, is complicated. There's pride, enormous, genuine, terrifying pride in what his student is becoming. There's vindication. He was right. The boy was worth the risk, worth every broken law and every secret kept. And there's fear. A cold, deep, ancient fear. Because WHIS knows what happens next in the grand scheme. The boy will grow. The boy will leave the garden. The boy will fight, and he will win, and he will get stronger, and eventually, inevitably, he will hit the ceiling. The invisible wall that the divine order placed over all of mortal existence. And when he does, one of two things will happen. Either the boy breaks, or the ceiling does. And if the ceiling breaks, everything changes. The grand priest, the angels, the gods, the fundamental power structure of reality itself, the hierarchy that has kept the multiverse stable for billions of years, all of it cracks along with that wall. WHIS chose this. He looked at a baby in a crater and chose this, and there is no going back. Month 5. Movement 94. Goku is performing the kata at speed now. Not the slow, deliberate practice of the early months, but something approaching the fluid continuity of WHIS's original demonstration. The 108 movements aren't separate anymore. They're a single flowing expression, each one bleeding into the next with seamless precision. And his body is doing the thing. The thing. The inversion he first exhibited at age 7, where the boundary between his physical form and his ki dissolves, is happening consistently now, not as a glitch, but as a feature. During the kata, Goku doesn't have ki. Goku is ki. And the synchronization radius has expanded to nearly 50 feet, matching WHIS's range during the demonstration. WHIS watches movement 94 click into place and realizes, with a calm that conceals absolute existential vertigo, that Goku is going to complete the kata ahead of his most optimistic projection by a factor of 10. Month 6. Dave stands in the center of the pale garden. The sky is that same pre-dawn blue that WHIS set for the first demonstration 6 months ago. Goku asked him to set it again. A ritual. A circle closing. WHIS stands at the edge of the 100-foot circle. Sable is there too. A translucent shimmer in the dark grass at the garden's edge. Goku can feel her watching. Her golden eyes are bright. He breathes. Once, twice. On the third breath, he begins. 108 movements, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Not one wasted atom of energy. Not one fraction of a degree off angle. His body and his ki are indistinguishable. He is the motion, the energy, the space around him, all of it unified into a single flowing expression of something that is not divine and not mortal, but both at once. The pale garden within 100 feet of him, the entire training circle, moves with him. Not just the grass, the air, the light, the dimensional fabric itself ripples and flows in synchronization with a 12-year-old Saiyan boy performing a form that was designed by and for angels that no mortal was ever meant to attempt, that should have taken decades if it was possible at all. He finishes, stands still, not breathing hard, not sweating, just standing. Perfectly balanced, perfectly aware, connected to everything within his radius and at peace with all of it. The garden is silent. Sable's ghost is crying. She doesn't have tear ducts. She's an imprint, a memory, but something that looks like golden light is streaming down her translucent face. WHIS walks forward, slowly. He stops in front of Goku and looks down at the boy. This child he stole from a crater, this impossible student, this mortal who just performed the impossible and doesn't even look particularly impressed about it because to him it was just the next thing, just the next challenge, just the next step forward. WHIS? Goku looks up at him. Why are you making that face? What face? You look like you're about to cry. Can angels cry? We're not supposed to. That's not what I asked. WHIS's composure cracks. Just a hairline fracture. Just for a second. Just enough for the boy to see the person behind the angel, the teacher, who is proud and terrified and certain that he's made the right choice even though it might cost him everything. No, WHIS says softly, and his voice is steady even though nothing else is. We can't. Goku grins. It's the same grin he'll wear for the rest of his life. Open, warm, fearless. A smile that contains no guile and no cruelty and no hesitation. A smile that says simply and completely, I'm here, and I'm glad to be here, and whatever comes next, I want to see it. Well, Goku says, maybe that's something else I can break. So that's where part 1 ends, y'all. And I know there's no fighting. There's no villain. There's no Super Saiyan transformation. No earth-shattering battle. No dramatic power-up with screaming and lightning and the ground cracking open. And that's on purpose. Because this arc isn't about fighting. It's about building. It's about taking a child with unimaginable potential and giving him the foundation to use it. Not just the physical foundation, but the emotional one. The philosophical one. The spiritual one. When this Goku walks out of the Pale Garden in part 2, he's not just strong. He's aware. He perceives the universe at a level that no mortal has ever achieved. He controls his energy with angelic precision. He moves with a mastery of body and space that is literally unprecedented. And he carries them a sense of who he is, not just as a fighter, but as a Saiyan, as a person, that the canonical Goku didn't find until deep into Super, if he ever truly found it at all. But more than any of that, more than the power, the technique, the perception, the identity, he carries WHIS's gamble, the secret, the violation. Every moment of Goku's existence is a crime against the divine order, and the clock is ticking toward the day the universe notices. Let me break down where we are at the end of this arc. Power level, Goku's raw ki output isn't godly. Not yet. He hasn't transformed. He hasn't faced real combat. In terms of pure energy, he's far beyond any mortal on Earth. His base alone could handle Saiyan Saga level threats comfortably. But he's not yet in the realm of Frieza or the androids or Cell. What makes him terrifying isn't the amount of power, but the quality of it. Perfect control, perfect efficiency, zero waste. A ki blast from this Goku, even at relatively low power, would be more precise and more devastating than blasts from fighters with 10 times his raw output, because every single particle of energy is exactly where it needs to be. Skills: Proto-Ultra Instinct reflexes, the body-environment synchronization from the kata, perception that can scan a continent, ki manipulation that borders on molecular surgery, movement efficiency that would make any angel nod in grudging approval. No combat techniques yet. WHIS deliberately kept him from learning to fight because he wanted the foundation perfect before the application. Emotional state: stable, curious, joyful, grounded. He has Saiyan pride from Sable without Saiyan rage. He has divine discipline from WHIS without divine detachment. He wants to see the universe, meet people, test himself, not to prove anything, but because that's who he is. He's a 12-year-old who has been raised by an angel and a ghost, who has never met another living mortal, and who looks at the world beyond his garden with nothing but wonder. The threat? WHIS has been hiding Goku for 12 years. Beerus doesn't know. The Grand Priest doesn't know. The entire Divine Order is unaware that an angel has broken the Edict of Still Hands in the most dramatic way possible, not just interfering with a mortal, but raising one, training one, deliberately cultivating a being who might one day threaten the power structure that keeps the multiverse in order. Every day, Goku grows strong. The risk grows with him. And now WHIS is about to send him out into the world. The dominoes are set. Part 2 is where they start to fall. But before we get there, before the battles and the transformations and the gods and the monsters, I want you to hold on to this image. A small house in an impossible garden, a boy and his teacher, sitting on the porch, watching a sky that isn't really a sky. The boy asks a question. The angel gives an answer that's only half the truth. Somewhere in the dark grass at the edge of the garden, a ghost smiles. It's quiet. It's safe. It's enough. It won't last. If part 1 was the quiet, meditative, kid grows up in a magical garden chapter, and it was, and I loved every second of it, then part 2 is where the Dragon Ball you recognize starts bleeding through. Fights, villains, transformations, the works. But it's different this time, because the kid walking out of the Pale Garden isn't the Goku you know. He's something else entirely. And the world he's walking into? That's different too. Let's get into it. Before we put Goku on the ground, I need to set the stage. Because one of the things I'm most excited about in this entire story is the divergent Earth. What happens to this planet when Goku never shows up? And the answer is, it gets bad. Really bad. Think about it. In the original timeline, Goku's presence is the hinge point for basically everything good that happens on Earth from the Dragon Ball era onward. He defeats the Red Ribbon Army. He beats King Piccolo. He stops Piccolo Jr. at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Without him, those threats don't just persist, they compound. Here's how it plays out. The Red Ribbon Army, without Goku to dismantle it, grows into a genuine military superpower throughout the 740s. Commander Red's obsessive pursuit of the Dragon Balls continues, but without a child prodigy tearing through his bases, the army expands unchecked. They conquer territory, build weapons. Dr. Gero's research into bioorganic weaponry accelerates with full military funding and no interruptions. The Red Ribbon Army becomes the dominant military force on the Western continent by age 750, and then King Piccolo gets released. Without Goku in the picture, the Pilaf gang, still bumbling, still desperate for the Dragon Balls, eventually stumbles into the same series of events that releases King Piccolo from his rice cooker seal. That part doesn't change. What changes is that nobody can stop him. Master Roshi tries. Tien tries. They use the evil containment wave, the Mafuba, because that's the only technique that ever worked. But the Mafuba requires a container, requires precision, requires time, and King Piccolo has learned from his previous defeat. He doesn't let them set up. He hits fast, hits hard, and kills anyone of France who looks like they might know the technique before they can attempt it. Master Roshi dies. Age 753. Tien nearly dies but is saved by Chiaotzu's sacrifice, a self-destruct that buys just enough time for Tien to retreat. But Tien is broken, not just physically, spiritually. He watched his best friend die to buy him a retreat from a fight he couldn't win. King Piccolo conquers, not the whole world, not immediately. But the Western Hemisphere falls within 2 years. He establishes a demon clan kingdom, breeds his offspring, installs them as regional enforcers. The human population under his control lives in a state of permanent subjugation. Not slavery exactly, but something close. Humans are allowed to exist as long as they serve, obey, and never, ever train in martial arts. Key usage by humans is punishable by death. The Eastern Hemisphere holds out. Barely. Capsule Corp, under a much younger and much harder Bulma brief, becomes the center of a resistance movement, not a military resistance. Humans can't fight Piccolo's demons in direct combat, and every key user around who tries gets hunted down. It's a technological resistance. Bulma weaponizes capsule technology, develops key dampening fields, builds underground networks. She's 17 when her father hands her the reins because he's too old and too broken to keep fighting. She's 19 when she realizes they're not going to win. They're just going to survive, for as long as surviving is possible. Krillin is alive, but he's not the Krillin you know. Without Goku's friendship, without the tournament journey, without the shared adventures that forged him into a brave and loyal warrior, Krillin is a guerrilla fighter, small, angry, and mean. Not evil, just hardened. He grew up in the Orin Temple, learned the basics of martial arts, and then watched King Piccolo's army destroy the temple and kill everyone he trained with. He escaped, survived, learned to fight dirty because fighting clean gets you killed when your enemy can blow up a city block. He runs a cell of resistance fighters in the border zone between Piccolo's territory and Capsule Corp's protected eastern region. Hit-and-run attacks on demon patrols, supply line disruptions, sabotage. Krillin is 22, 5 feet tall, scarred across his left cheek from a demon claw that nearly took his eye, and completely, utterly out of hope. And then there's Yamcha. Oh, Yamcha, my man. Y'all, this version of Yamcha is heartbreaking. In the original timeline, Yamcha was a desert bandit who met Goku and Bulma and got pulled into their orbit, eventually becoming a Z-fighter through proximity and genuine courage. Without that meeting, Yamcha stayed in the desert. He was strong, stronger than most humans, a genuine martial arts talent. And when King Piccolo's forces rolled through the Western territories, Yamcha faced a choice: resist and die, or serve and survive. He chose survive. Not out of cowardice, out of pragmatism. He told himself that. He tells himself that every day, actually, because the alternative is admitting that he's a collaborator with a demon king, and that thought has a way of eating you alive at 3 a.m. Yamcha is one of Piccolo's enforcers, not a high-ranking one. He doesn't have the stomach for the really ugly work. He patrols, he keeps order, he reports, he's a turncoat in the classical sense, a human with enough power to be useful and enough self-preservation to be compliant. The humans in his patrol zone hate him, the demons tolerate him. He hates himself more than either group ever could. But there's a secret. Yamcha has been feeding information to the Resistance for years. Supply routes, patrol schedules, the locations of Piccolo's egg-birthing nests. Small things, deniable things. Things that keep him on the knife's edge between traitor and spy, and the only thing keeping him from being caught is that nobody, not the demons, not the Resistance, thinks he's brave enough to be playing both sides. This is the Earth that Goku is about to walk into. A world broken by the absence of a single child. A world that needed a hero at its darkest moment and didn't get one, until now. Goku is 12. WHIS stands with him at the boundary of the Pale Garden, the membrane between the Pocket Dimension and Universe 7 proper. On the other side, filtered through layers of spatial distortion, Earth is visible. Blue and green and white. Small from this distance. Beautiful. You'll be gone for some time, WHIS says. He sounds the way he always sounds, measured, calm, faintly amused. But Goku has spent 9 years learning to read the frequencies beneath the surface, and what he hears in WHIS's voice right now is something the angel would never admit to. It sounds like a parent watching a child leave home. I know, Goku says. You said, I need to understand mortality. He pauses. I'm still not totally sure what that means. That's rather the point. You'll understand it by living it. Will you be watching? Always. But you won't help. A longer pause. I will. Try not to. Goku grins. That's not a no. It's the best I can offer, Goku. WHIS turns to face him fully. And in this moment, 12 years into the most illegal act an angel has ever committed, standing at the threshold of a plan that could reshape reality or destroy them both. WHIS drops the composure. Just for a second, just enough. The world out there is not like this garden. It is vast and chaotic and full of beings who will not understand what you are. Some will fear you, some will try to use you, some will try to destroy you, and you will encounter pain, real pain, the kind that this garden was specifically designed to protect you from. I know, you don't. That's the point. You cannot know what pain is until you experience it, and I have deliberately shielded you from it because I needed the foundation to be perfect before the cracks could form. He pauses. There will be cracks, Goku. I need you to understand that. What I've built in you is extraordinary, but it is untested. You have never fought. You have never lost. You have never felt grief or rage or desperation. These things are coming, and they will change you in ways I cannot predict or control. Good. WHIS blinks. Good? Yeah, good. That's WHIS, that's the whole point, right? Sable told me, Saiyans grow by being pushed. We're not meant for gardens, we're meant for... He gestures at the universe beyond the membrane. That. All of that. The chaos and the pain and the fighting and the people. I want to meet people, WHIS. I want to fight someone who isn't a practice dummy or a key exercise. I want to see what I'm made of. He's bouncing on his toes. Literally bouncing. 12 years old, trained by an angel, capable of perceptions that would break a normal human's mind, and he's bouncing because he's excited. WHIS watches him for a long moment, and then he laughs. A real laugh, not his usual polite chuckle, a sound that echoes through the Pale Garden like it's never been heard here before. Very well. He parts the membrane with a gesture. Earth fills the gap. Enormous, immediate, real. Wind from the other side hits Goku's face. It smells like rain and soil and something else, something he's never smelled before. Life. Billions of lives, crammed onto one small planet, radiating energy in every direction. Go, WHIS says, learn what mortality means. And Goku, yeah? Try not to break anything important on the first day. Goku steps through. The membrane closes behind him. He's standing on a mountain, not Mount Paozu, but somewhere in the eastern ranges of the hemisphere, above a city he can see in the valley below. The sun, a real sun, the first real sun he's ever felt on his skin, hits him, and the warmth is so different from the Pale Garden's neutral perfection that he actually gasps. And then his perception expands. It's involuntary, like opening your eyes in a room you've been sitting in blind. The information floods in before you can control it. Goku's awareness, trained over 9 years to scan the entire Pale Garden, reaches outward and contacts the key signatures of 8 billion human beings simultaneously. The noise is staggering. 8 billion lives, each one a tiny flame of energy, flickering and pulsing and burning and occasionally going out. 8 billion heartbeats, 8 billion emotional states, 8 billion individual stories happening all at once. Joy and grief and fear and love and rage and boredom and hunger and exhaustion and hope and despair, all of it crashing into Goku's perception like a tidal wave. He drops to his knees, presses his palms against his temples. His eyes are watering. "Oh," he whispers. "Oh, there's so many." It takes him almost an hour to filter it down, to build the mental walls that WHIS never taught him because there was nothing to wall against in the garden. He learns on the spot, pulling his perception inward, layering it, creating tiers of awareness. Immediate surroundings, detailed, city below, general, continent, broad strokes, planet, background hum. And even through the overwhelming noise, even through the static of 8 billion mortal lives pressing against his senses, certain signals cut through. Stronger signals. Brighter flames. To the east, a cluster of elevated key signatures, humans but trained ones. Martial artists, the strongest among them registers as impressive by human standards, a woman with sharp, efficient energy, controlled and angry. To the west, a different kind of energy entirely, dark, cold, alien. Not Saiyan, not human, something else. Multiple signatures, all wrong, all carrying a flavor of malice that Goku has never encountered and instinctively recoils from. And above them all, one massive presence, ancient, cruel, radiating power like a corrupt sun. King Piccolo. Goku has never met a villain. He's never felt true malevolent intent directed at other living beings, and even filtered through distance and perception barriers, the quality of Piccolo's energy makes his stomach turn. It's not just strong, it's hateful. It hates everything it touches. It hates the air it displaces. It hates existing, and it channels that hatred outward at the world. So that's what evil feels like, Goku murmurs. He stands up, wipes his eyes, looks west, then he looks east. East first. He wants to meet the humans before he meets the monster. I'm going to move through this part briskly because there's a lot of ground to cover in part 2, and if I linger on every scene, we'll be here until the heat death of the universe. But let me hit the key beats. Goku travels east. He doesn't fly. He could at this point, but he wants to see the world from the ground, the way a person sees it. He runs, across mountains, through valleys, over rivers. His speed is absurd by human standards. He covers the distance to the Eastern Resistance Base in a few hours at a casual jog that would shatter Olympic records. But he's not in a hurry. He's looking at everything. The trees, the animals, the sky, the real sky with real clouds that move because of real wind, not simulated atmospheric patterns. He stops 3 times to stare at birds. He's never seen a bird. Sable told me about these, he says to no one, watching a hawk circle overhead. She said Saiyans used to hunt something like them on the first homeworld, called them Rathka? He grins. You're smaller than I imagined. He reaches the Eastern Territory by nightfall. Capsule Corp's protected zone is obvious even from a distance. A perimeter of technology and terrain fortification, key dampening fields that make his skin itch, sensor arrays that he can feel pinging off his energy signature like sonar. He could walk through all of it without triggering a single alarm. His key control is precise enough to mask himself completely, but he doesn't. He walks straight in, undisguised, because why would he hide? The alarm triggers when he's about 50 feet inside the perimeter. Floodlights. Automated defenses, small arms turrets that spin toward him and lock on. A very, very loud siren. Huh, Goku says, looking up at the turrets. That's cool. How do those... A key blast hits him in the chest. Not from the turrets, from a small, scarred man who dropped from a rooftop to Goku's left and fired without warning or hesitation. The blast is, by Goku's standards, almost comically weak. It impacts his chest, disperses across his key field, and achieves roughly the same effect as throwing a tennis ball at a battleship. Goku looks down at the scorch mark on his shirt. Looks up at the small, scarred man. The man is already charging a second blast, hands shaking, eyes wild with the specific desperation of someone who just attacked an unknown intruder and realized it didn't work. Hey, Goku says. That stung a little. Shut up. Who are you? Piccolo's? You're not. Your energy is. The man falters. His key sensing ability is basic, guerrilla level, not refined, but even he can tell that the energy signature standing in front of him is something completely outside his experience. Not human. Not demon. not anything he has a category for. What are you? I'm Goku. I'm a Saiyan. What's your name? A what? A Saiyan. It's like a human but different. I have a tail. He turns to show the tail, which is wrapped around his waist under his shirt. See? Who are you? The man stares. He's processing, or trying to. His brain is running through every threat category he knows. Piccolo's offspring, rogue demon, red ribbon bioweapon, and coming up empty because nothing in his experience accounts for a 12-year-old kid with a tail and a key signature that reads like staring into the sun. Krillin, he says finally. My name's Krillin, and you need to come with me before every patrol at 100 miles converges on this position because you just tripped every sensor we have. Oh, sorry about that. I can make them stop if you just come on. Krillin takes Goku underground. Literally. Capsule Corp's Resistance Headquarters is a vast subterranean complex beneath West City, powered by geothermal energy and shielded by multiple layers of key dampening technology. It's impressive in a grim way. Efficient. Built for survival, not comfort. Bulma meets them in a command center that looks like a war room, because it is one. She's 22. Blue hair pulled back in a practical knot, wearing a lab coat over combat fatigues because she's been splitting her time between engineering and strategy for 5 years and has given up on maintaining separate wardrobes. Her eyes are sharp and tired in the way that only people who've been fighting too long can manage. Alert, out of habit, exhausted beneath it. Krillin, report. Unknown intruder, triggered the eastern perimeter, shrugged off a direct ki blast at point-blank range without flinching, claims to be a... He looks at Goku. What was it? Saiyan. A Saiyan. Never heard of it. Bulma's eyes narrow. She's already scanning Goku with a handheld device. Key reader, probably. Whatever it's telling her, she doesn't like it. Your power level is... This can't be right. Is it broken? Goku peers at the device with genuine interest. That's really cool, by the way. How does it measure ki? Is it reading the electromagnetic? How do you know about key electromagnetic signatures? Bulma's voice has gone cold, analytical. That's classified research. Who sent you? Nobody sent me. I just got here today. I've been training with... He stops. WHIS told him to keep the angel stuff quiet. With a teacher, in a different place. He sent me to Earth to learn about people. A different place. Bulma is not buying it. At all. She looks at Krillin. Krillin shrugs. The universal gesture for I hit him and it didn't work. I got nothing. Look, Goku says. He can feel the tension in the room. These people are scared, he realizes. Not of him specifically, but of everything. They live in a constant state of fear. It radiates off them like heat. He's never felt this before. The Pale Garden had no fear. I know this is weird. I know you don't know me, but I felt something when I got here. Something in the West. A really bad energy. A really, really bad one. And I felt you guys too, and your energy wasn't bad. It was just sad and scared, and I wanted to meet you before I went to deal with the bad thing. Silence. Deal with the bad thing, Bulma repeats flatly. You mean King Piccolo. Is that its name? The big dark one in the West? The big dark one has ruled half the world for 9 years. He's killed every martial artist strong enough to challenge him. Yeah, he feels really strong. For this planet, I mean. Goku says this with zero arrogance. Genuinely zero. He's not boasting. He's making an observation the way you might note that a hill is tall, objectively, without emotional coloring. And somehow that's more unsettling than arrogance would be. Bulma and Krillin exchange a look. It's the look of two people who have been fighting an unwinnable war for nearly a decade and have just been told by a 12-year-old that the enemy they can't beat is, by his estimation, not particularly impressive. Right, Bulma says. Okay, you're either delusional, lying, or... She trails off. Looks at her key reader again, looks at Goku. Whatever she sees in his eyes, that open, unguarded curiosity that hasn't been beaten out of him by a decade of war, makes something shift in her expression. Or you're something I haven't seen before, she finishes quietly. Fine, stay, talk, but if you make one wrong move, I won't. Goku sits down on the floor, cross-legged, tail curling around his waist. He smiles up at them. So, tell me everything. Goku spends 3 weeks with the Resistance. This is important time, y'all, because it's the first time in his life he's interacting with mortals, real mortals, with mortal problems and mortal fears and mortal relationships, and the culture shock goes both ways. For Goku, the revelation is limitation. He's never experienced it. In the Pale Garden, resources were unlimited. Energy was abundant. Safety was guaranteed. Here, people ration food. People get sick. People are afraid to go outside because there are demons in the sky. And the last person who tried to fight back got their village burned. He watches Krillin train a group of young fighters in a basement dojo and realizes with a jolt that what they're learning, basic ki control, rudimentary blasts, defensive stances, is stuff he mastered at age 5. Not because they're less talented, because they have less time, worse instruction, and the constant psychic weight of a world that's trying to kill them. "How long have you been training?" he asks Krillin afterward. "Since I was 6. 16 years. 16 years. And Goku has to be careful with this thought, has to frame it correctly. Krillin is strong. For a human. Genuinely formidable. His ki control is rough but effective. His combat instincts are honed by years of actual life or death fighting, and he has a creativity to his technique that comes from necessity rather than theory. He does things with ki that WHIS would call crude but inspired, trapping opponents in ki net constructs, using controlled blasts as flashbangs rather than damage dealers, channeling energy into his feet for explosive movement bursts. But he's operating at maybe 1% of Goku's base output, maybe less. The gap between them is so enormous that it exists in a different category than stronger or weaker. It's like comparing a campfire to a star. They're both fire. The comparison ends there. And yet, Krillin is brave. That's the thing that hits Goku hardest. Krillin knows he's outmatched. He knows that every time he goes on a raid against Piccolo's forces, there's a real chance he doesn't come back. He does it anyway, not because he thinks he'll win, but because the alternative, doing nothing, is worse. "Why do you fight?" Goku asks him one night. They're sitting on the roof of the underground base's ventilation tower, watching the stars, or trying to, through the light pollution of Capsule Corp's shielding grid. Krillin gives him a look. "You're asking me that? Mister, I've been training my whole life. I've been learning. That's different. I've never actually fought anyone for real, not like you have." Krillin shakes his head. "That's insane, man. You're the strongest person I've ever met and you've never been in a fight?" "WHIS, my teacher, said the foundation has to be perfect before the application." "Your teacher sounds like a lunatic. He's amazing. You'd like him." "I doubt that." Krillin is quiet for a moment, then, "I fight because someone has to. That's it. There's no grand reason. There's no destiny or prophecy or whatever. The demons are out there and they're hurting people and someone has to try to stop them. Even if trying means dying, and I'm still alive, so I haven't run out of tries yet." Goku files this away in the same place he keeps Sable's stories and WHIS's lessons. It's a mortal answer, practical, unglamorous, and deeply, quietly heroic in a way that divine training and angelic philosophy never prepared him for. These people don't fight because they're strong enough to win. They fight because the fighting matters, regardless of the outcome. He's starting to understand what WHIS meant by mortality. And then there's Yamcha. Goku encounters Yamcha during a recon mission near the border zone. Bulma sends him. She's cautiously started leveraging Goku's ridiculous sensory range by having him scout Piccolo's troop movements from a distance. And he's happy to help because it means he gets to go outside and run around, which is still his favorite thing. He's perched on a ridge overlooking a demon patrol route when he senses a human ki signature moving with the patrol. Not captured, moving freely, in formation, a collaborator. Goku drops down to intercept, appears in front of the patrol like a ghost. 1 second the road is empty, the next there's a 12-year-old kid standing in it. The demons snarl. There are 4 of them, mid-tier offspring of King Piccolo, green-skinned and fanged and built for intimidation. The human with them, tall, long-haired, handsome in a worn-down way, wearing demon territory patrol markings, freezes. "Hey," Goku says cheerfully, "you're human, right?" The demons attack. This is, I want to be very clear, not a fight. It is a correction. Goku moves through the 4 demons the way a river moves through a canyon. Fluid, unhurried, absolutely irresistible. He doesn't use ki blasts, he doesn't use special techniques, he simply redirects them. A palm against a charging demon's forehead changes its trajectory by 90 degrees, it crashes into a tree and doesn't get up. A sidestep so precise it looks lazy puts Goku outside a claw swipe by millimeters. And his return tap, just a tap, 2 fingers against the demon's solar plexus, sends it skidding unconscious across 30 feet of dirt. 4 demons, 4 seconds, 0 effort. Goku hasn't increased his ki output by a single unit. Yamcha watches this with the expression of a man who has just seen the laws of physics receive a restraining order. He says, "Hi." Goku waves. "I'm Goku. Are you the one who's been feeding information to the resistance? Because your energy feels conflicted, like you're doing something you don't want to be doing, but you're also doing something else that you do want to be doing, and the two feelings kind of overlap in a way that's hard to read unless you're paying really close attention." Yamcha's face goes white, then green, then a color that doesn't have a name. How do you... I can feel emotions through key signatures. My teacher taught me, don't worry, I won't tell the demons, they're all unconscious anyway. You, what? This is going to be a recurring theme with Yamcha. What is basically his catchphrase for the next several chapters. Long story short, and I know I keep saying I'll be brief and then writing 3,000 words, it's a problem, I acknowledge it. Yamcha defects. Not because Goku convinces him through some rousing speech, because Goku makes defection possible. For the first time in 9 years, there's someone strong enough that Yamcha doesn't have to calculate the survival odds of switching sides. The math changes. The risk drops from certain death to maybe this kid with the tail actually can do what he seems like he can do. Yamcha brings intelligence. Detailed years worth of intelligence, patrol patterns, base locations, the hierarchy of Piccolo's demon army, the locations of the egg birthing nests where Piccolo creates new soldiers, and most critically, the location of Piccolo himself. Bulma cross-references Yamcha's intel with her own data. The picture that forms is comprehensive. King Piccolo's kingdom is vast but brittle, held together by fear and the absolute power of Piccolo himself, not by infrastructure or loyalty. Remove Piccolo and the whole thing collapses. His offspring are strong but not independent thinkers. Without their progenitor, they'd fracture within weeks. It's a decapitation strategy, Bulma says, pointing at a holographic map in the command center. Cut the head, the body dies. The problem has always been that the head is an immortal demon king who's killed every fighter strong enough to challenge him. Everyone in the room looks at Goku. Goku is eating rice. Someone gave him rice, actual rice, not the divine food of the Pale Garden, and he's fascinated by how different it tastes. Less nutritionally dense, but more something, more real. "This is amazing," he says with his mouth full. "What's this called again?" "Rice. Rice! I love rice. Is there more?" "Goku." He looks up, blinks, sees every face in the room oriented toward him, reads the collective key signature. Hope. Desperate, terrified, unbelievable hope. "Oh," he says, "yeah, I'll fight Piccolo, obviously. You don't even... He's hurting people. A lot of people. I can feel it from here." His expression doesn't change, still open, still friendly, but something behind his eyes sharpens, a focus, a clarity. "Can I have more rice first?" So here it is, y'all, the moment we've been building to. Goku's first real fight, his first real opponent, the confrontation that the entire resistance has been dreaming about for almost a decade. And I'm going to be honest with you. I thought really hard about how to handle this scene because there's a version of this story where Goku versus King Piccolo is a dramatic, desperate, multi-chapter battle, a classic Dragon Ball slugfest where the hero is pushed to his limits and barely scrapes out a win through determination and a clutch power-up. That's not what happens here. Because this Goku, or the Goku who was trained by an angel for 9 years, who can perceive ki at a molecular level, who completed the first angelic kata, whose base power is so far beyond anything on Earth that it might as well be magic, this Goku does not struggle against King Piccolo. This is a statement. King Piccolo's throne is in the ruins of Central City, the former capital of the world government. He's rebuilt it into a dark cathedral of sorts, organic architecture fused with the remains of human infrastructure, demonic in aesthetic, but organized with a dictator's precision. His strongest offspring guard the perimeter. His personal guard, a dozen elite demons, stand between the outer walls and the throne room. Goku walks in through the front door, not sneaking, not charging, walking. The same efficient, grounded walk that WHIS spent years perfecting. No wasted energy, no unnecessary muscle tension, each step a small masterclass in biomechanical elegance. He's not suppressing his ki. He's not flaring it. He's just himself. A 12-year-old boy walking through a Demon King's palace as if he's going for a stroll. The perimeter guards attack. Goku moves through them without slowing down. Not violently, he redirects. Each demon that lunges at him is guided past him, momentum used against them, deposited on the ground with a precision that speaks to perfect understanding of anatomy and force. They're not defeated, they're handled, like a parent catching a toddler's tantrum mid-swing. The elite guard is harder. These are King Piccolo's best, born specifically for power, cultivated for combat, each one strong enough to level a city. They feel Goku's approach and respond with coordinated aggression. Multiple attack angles, ki blast saturation, the kind of tactical violence that has crushed every human challenger for a decade. Goku flows. There's no other word. He enters the space between their attacks, the gaps that shouldn't exist in a coordinated assault but do, because no coordination is perfect, no timing is absolute. And he occupies those gaps like water filling cracks. A palm strike here, an elbow redirect there, a ki pulse. Tiny, precise, barely above ambient, that disrupts the energy flow of a blast before it forms. Within 30 seconds, 12 elite demons are on the ground, alive, unconscious, undamaged, except for the specific nerve clusters and ki nodes that Goku targeted to shut them down cleanly. He didn't enjoy it. He didn't hate it. He performed the mechanical act of combat for the first time in his life, and it was functional, necessary, like opening a door. The real door to the throne room opens by itself. King Piccolo is standing on the other side. And this is the moment, y'all. This is where the story earns its divergence. King Piccolo is old, ancient, actually, hundreds of years, sustained by dark ki and sheer malevolence. He's tall, gnarled, powerful in a way that fills the room with oppressive weight. His energy signature, up close, is suffocating, a dense cloud of hatred and conquest that presses against Goku's senses like a physical force. In the original timeline, this being was a world-ending threat. He killed Master Roshi's master. He terrorized civilizations. He took the Dragon Balls and wished for eternal youth. He was the scariest thing the Dragon Ball universe had produced up to that point. He looks at Goku, reads the power, and for the first time in 9 years of absolute dominion, for the first time since he broke free of the rice cooker seal, King Piccolo feels something he'd forgotten was possible. Fear. What are you? He hisses. I'm Goku. Simple, direct, no posturing, and you need to stop. Stop? Piccolo's lips peel back from his fangs. The fear crystallizes into fury because beings like Piccolo don't know how to be afraid without converting it immediately into rage. A child walks into my kingdom and tells me to stop. He attacks. Full power, no restraint. Everything he has, every ounce of dark ki, every century of accumulated combat experience, every technique he's ever devised or stolen, compressed into a single explosive assault aimed at erasing this small, impossibly calm child from existence. Goku reads it all, not predicts, not reacts to, reads. The way you read a sentence, the way you look at a page and absorb its meaning in a single glance. King Piccolo's attack has a vocabulary: anger, fear, pride, desperation, and Goku comprehends it the way his angelic perception was trained to comprehend. Completely, instantly, without judgment. He sidesteps the opening strike by a margin so small, it looks like the attack passed through him. Piccolo's fist displaces the air where Goku's head was a millisecond ago. Goku is already inside Piccolo's guard, not attacking, just there, occupying the space that Piccolo left open when he committed to the strike. Your energy is really angry, Goku observes, dodging a follow-up ki blast that vaporizes the wall behind him. Like, all of it, even the parts that should be calm. It's all just angry. How do you live like that? Shut up! Piccolo unleashes a barrage, punches, kicks, ki blasts, mouth beams, everything. The throne room tears apart around them. Walls collapse, the ceiling cracks, the floor cratered. It's a display of pure apocalyptic violence, the kind of output that has ended civilizations. And Goku weaves through every single attack without being touched once. He's not dodging the way fighters dodge, pulling back, ducking, jumping over. He's moving the way the angelic kata taught him to move, with the attacks in the spaces between them so integrated into the flow of combat that Piccolo's own violence parts around him like a river around a stone. It's beautiful and terrifying, and Piccolo can feel it. can feel the impossibility of it, can feel the gap between himself and this child widening with every exchange. How? Piccolo screams, and the word contains centuries of rage. How can a child? Goku stops moving, plants his feet. The angelic movement training takes over. Perfect weight distribution, perfect stance, total connection between body and ground. He extends one hand, palm open. I'm sorry this happened to you, he says, and the crazy thing is, he means it. He's looking at King Piccolo, this ancient, evil, world-conquering demon, and he's seeing a being made of nothing but anger, and he feels sorry for it. Not enough to let it continue, but enough to acknowledge the tragedy. This is over. The ki blast is small, the size of a baseball. It contains roughly 1% of Goku's base output, compressed to a point of density that makes the air around it scream. It crosses the distance between them in a time interval too small to measure, and strikes King Piccolo in the center of his chest with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. The Demon King hits the far wall so hard the wall ceases to exist. The wall behind that wall also ceases to exist. Piccolo tumbles through the wreckage of his own palace, through 3 layers of fortification, and comes to rest in the courtyard outside, embedded in a crater of his own making. He's alive. Goku controlled the blast to ensure it. But he's broken. Ribs shattered, ki pathways disrupted, dark energy scattering from his body like smoke from a dying fire. He can't stand. He can barely breathe. Goku walks out through the Piccolo-shaped hole in the walls, stands at the edge of the crater, looks down. I could feel the people you've been hurting, he says. Quiet, no anger, just fact. All of them. For years. The fear you put into them is in their ki. It's like a stain. It's in their children too. Kids born afraid because their parents never stop being afraid. He pauses, searches for the word. That's wrong. That's the wrongest thing I've ever felt. King Piccolo coughs blood, green blood, because of course. You know nothing, he rasps. I am the darkness. I am the necessary darkness. Without me, this world would tear itself apart with its own petty... No, you're just strong and mean. That's all it was. And that sentence, y'all. That simple, devastating sentence. You're just strong and mean. It's the most Goku thing that's ever been said, and it strips away every pretension, every grandiose self-justification that King Piccolo has built around his tyranny. He's not a cosmic force. He's not a necessary evil. He's a powerful bully. That's it. King Piccolo's eyes widen, and in them, for just a moment, buried under centuries of hatred, there's something that might be shame. Then his body ripples, expands. His mouth opens wider than anatomy should allow, and with a sound like tearing fabric, he births something. A final egg, launched from his body with the last of his power. It arcs into the sky, propelled by dying ki, a small green sphere carrying the last piece of King Piccolo's essence. My son, Piccolo whispers. My son will avenge. His eyes close, his body stiffens. King Piccolo dies the way he lived, clinging to hatred, passing it forward, refusing to let the cycle end. Goku watches the egg disappear into the clouds. His perception tracks it, a small, fierce ki signature, already growing, already angry, already carrying its father's legacy. He lets it go. He'll deal with Piccolo Jr. eventually. Right now, the demons in the kingdom around him are already panicking. Their progenitor is dead, and they can feel it, the connection severing like a cut string. Without King Piccolo's will holding them together, the army begins to dissolve in real time. Some flee, some surrender. Some fight each other, pecking order violence filling the vacuum of lost leadership. Goku walks back toward the Eastern Territory. Behind him, a 9-year tyranny collapses in hours. The resistance wins. Not through a war of attrition or a brilliant strategy or a desperate last stand, through a 12-year-old boy who walked into a demon palace, dismantled its king in minutes, and walked back out to ask if there was more rice. This is what WHIS training produces. This is the Goku that the Pale Garden made. Not a fighter who overcomes through rage and desperation, a force of nature that simply arrives and the landscape rearranges itself around him. And somewhere, watching through the dimensional membrane of the Pale Garden, WHIS whispers, so that's what it looks like when divinity and mortality collide. But he says it too early, because the collision hasn't happened yet. That comes next. The aftermath of King Piccolo's fall is chaotic. His kingdom doesn't die cleanly. Strongholds collapse, demon garrisons fracture, and in the disorder there are pockets of violent resistance. Most demons flee or surrender, But a few, the zealots, the ones who were closest to Piccolo, the ones whose identity was being his instruments, fight to the death. One of those pockets is a stronghold near the border zone, a fortified nest where a dozen high-tier demons have entrenched themselves, surrounded by human prisoners they're using as leverage. The resistance mobilizes to handle it. Krillin's cell, backed by Yamcha and a dozen of Bulma's best fighters. Goku is there. Of course he is. But this is a hostage situation, and Bulma has drilled into him that you can't just blast through a building full of civilians. So Goku is handling the exterior, drawing the demons' attention, drawing their fire, being the obvious overwhelming threat that forces them to focus outward while Krillin's team infiltrates from below to extract the hostages. It works. It's working perfectly, actually. The demons are fixated on Goku, who is doing his usual thing, effortlessly weaving through their attacks, redirecting their aggression, being so impossibly untouchable that every demon in the stronghold pours everything they have into the futile attempt to hit him. Krillin's team reaches the hostages, starts the extraction, everything is on schedule, and then the stronghold's structural supports fail. Not from the fighting, from age. The building was a human skyscraper once, repurposed by demons who understood conquest but not engineering. 9 years of neglect, of dark key corrosion eating the foundations, of load-bearing walls being smashed out to make room for demon architecture. The building was dying before the fight started. The combat just pushed it over the edge. Goku feels it, the structural integrity collapsing in real time, the cascade failure of support columns, the building folding inward. He's outside. The hostages are inside. Krillin's team is inside. He moves, faster than he's ever moved. Fast enough that he's inside the building and reinforcing the collapse with key barriers before the first floor pancakes. He catches the weight, thousands of tons of concrete and steel and demonic reinforcement, and holds it, braces. Creates a pocket of stability around the extraction zone. The hostages are saved. Every single one. Krillin's fighters pull them out through the gaps Goku creates, one by one, two by two, civilians stumbling through rubble with wide eyes and shaking hands. Krillin is the last one out. He's making sure, because that's who Krillin is, even this hardened, scarred, hopeless version of him. He makes sure everyone else is clear before he moves. He's at the back of the line. He's almost out. A secondary collapse, a section of ceiling that Goku's barrier doesn't cover, a blind spot, a gap in the key field, because even perfect perception has limits when you're holding up a building and managing a dozen simultaneous evacuation routes. A chunk of reinforced concrete, half a ton at least, drops from the darkness above. It hits Krillin. Goku feels it, feels the impact, feels the key signature. Small and fierce and brave, stutter. He lets the building go. The collapse is immediate and total. The entire structure comes down in a roar of dust and destruction. And Goku is already inside, already digging, already moving rubble with bare hands because key blasts might destabilize what's left, might hurt whoever's. He finds Krillin in 11 seconds. 11 seconds that feel like 11 years. Krillin is under the concrete, his legs are crushed, his chest is compressed. Blood, bright red, startlingly red against the gray dust, is pooling beneath him. His key signature is flickering, not burning, not stable. Flickering the way a candle does right before it goes out. Hey, Krillin says. He's looking up at Goku. His eyes are clear, shockingly clear for a man with this much damage. Did everybody get out? Everyone. Krillin, hold on. Of course they did. Krillin smiles. It's the first genuine smile Goku has seen on this man's face. Not the bitter smirk, not the exhausted grimace, but a real smile. The smile of a person who fought an unwinnable war for a decade and just got confirmation that it mattered. Told you, someone has to try. The flickering slows. Krillin, stay. Your energy is... Hey, Goku? Yeah. Thanks for coming to Earth. The light goes out, and here it is, y'all. The moment WHIS was waiting for. The moment he designed Goku's entire training to prepare for and simultaneously couldn't prepare him for at all. The trigger. The trauma. The first crack in the divine foundation. Goku is holding Krillin, kneeling in the rubble of a collapsed building, cradling a dead man, and for the first time in his 12 years of life, he understands something that no amount of angelic meditation or key perception or Saiyan heritage stories could have taught him. Loss. People die. This was abstract before. He knew it intellectually. Sable told him about death. WHIS explained the cycle of existence. He understood the concept. But understanding and experiencing are different universes, and right now Goku is experiencing the supernova of grief that comes from holding someone you care about and feeling the exact moment their existence transitions from present tense to past. The sound Goku makes is not a scream, it's quieter than that. More personal, a exhalation, a single shuddering breath out, and with it something inside him shifts, not breaks, not snaps. Shifts the way tectonic plates shift, grinding against each other with a force that reshapes continents. His ki inverts. The inversion, that phenomenon WHIS first witnessed at age 7, the dissolution of the boundary between body and energy, happens. But not the controlled, partial version from the angelic kata. This is total. Every cell in Goku's body becomes ki simultaneously, and the ki becomes something it has never been before. It turns gold. Not the bright, aggressive gold of canonical Super Saiyan. This is different. This gold is pale, almost white, luminous the way moonlight is luminous, cold and clean and impossibly calm. It radiates from Goku's body like a dawn that forgot to bring heat. His hair rises, not the wild spikes of the traditional transformation, but a smooth, flowing upward shift as if gravity has given up on him. His eyes open. They're not teal. They're clear. The iris has gone transparent, like looking through glass into something deeper. Super Saiyan, divine tinted. And it is nothing like what Super Saiyan is supposed to be. There's no rage, no screaming, no ground-shattering eruption of energy. There's no fury driving it, no hatred, no vengeful fire. What's driving it is grief. Pure, absolute mortal grief. Filtered through a body that was raised on divine food and angelic training, and 9 years of learning to channel energy with surgical precision. The result is a transformation that treats Super Saiyan not as an explosion, but as a refinement. All the power, none of the waste. The golden energy doesn't leak or flare or crackle. It sits against Goku's skin like a second layer of reality, dense and controlled and heartbreaking in its stillness. The rubble around him isn't blasted away, it levitates. Every piece of debris within 50 feet lifts silently into the air, thus suspended by the ambient ki field of a 12-year-old boy who just discovered what it costs to care about someone in a world where people can die. Goku looks down at Krillin's body. His expression isn't rage, it's clarity. Terrible, beautiful, sorrowful clarity. The understanding that this is what mortality means, not perception, not ki control, not angelic technique. This, the fragility, the permanence of loss. The fact that someone can be alive and laughing and full of defiant courage one moment and gone the next, and no amount of power in the universe can undo that. Oh, he whispers. His voice has a harmonic to it now, a resonance, as if two voices are speaking simultaneously from slightly different frequencies. So this is what you meant, WHIS. In the pale garden, watching through the dimensional membrane, WHIS closes his eyes, and if angels could cry, which they can't, which the edict forbids, which the fundamental architecture of their being makes impossible, a tear rolls down his cheek. The transformation lasts 12 minutes. During those 12 minutes, every ki-sensitive being on Earth turns their head toward the border zone and feels something they can't explain. A warmth, a pressure, a presence that doesn't match anything in their experience. Bulma's instruments go haywire. Yamcha drops to his knees. In the ruins of King Piccolo's kingdom, demons of who were already fleeing scream and run faster. And in the sky above the collapsed building, a small green egg continues to fly, carrying Piccolo Jr. toward a distant mountain range where he'll hatch and grow and remember that somewhere on this planet there's a golden-eyed boy who killed his father. A thread left hanging. But we're not done with this moment, because there's one more thing that happens. One more piece of this scene that Goku won't learn about until part 3, and it's going to recontextualize everything. WHIS acts. He doesn't decide to act, he simply does. The way you catch a glass before it falls off a table. Instinct. An instinct that angels aren't supposed to have, because angels aren't supposed to care enough about anything to develop instincts around it. He reaches through the pale garden's membrane, extends a thread of temporal energy, invisible, undetectable, so fine that even the Grand Priest's observation network would have to be looking directly at this exact spot to notice it. And he reverses time on Krillin's body. Not the whole timeline, not even the whole body, Just the specific cells, the specific tissues, the specific biological processes that failed in the moments after the concrete hit. 3 minutes. He reverses 3 minutes of death. Krillin's chest expands, his eyes open, his key signature, extinguished, gone, reignites, small and weak and confused, but present. Krillin blinks, stares up at the sky, stares at Goku, who is golden and floating and crying, Did I just... Krillin! Goku drops out of the transformation instantly. The gold evaporates, the power recedes, and he's just a 12-year-old boy again, sobbing, grabbing his friend. And Krillin is his friend, he realizes. Krillin became his friend without either of them deciding it, the way real friendships happen. Grabbing his friend by the shoulders and shaking him and crying and laughing at the same time. You were dead. You were dead. I felt it. You were... I think I was. Don't do that again. I'll try? In the pale garden, WHIS retracts the temporal thread, closes the membrane, sits down. He just violated the Edict of Still Hands for the second time. The first was taking Goku. The second was saving Krillin. The list is growing. Each violation is a crack in the law that has governed angels since the beginning of existence, and each crack makes the next one easier. The way a fractured bone that heals wrong is weaker at the break point. He tells no one. Goku doesn't learn the truth, that his friend's revival wasn't miraculous, wasn't Krillin's own resilience, wasn't some mysterious Saiyan healing effect, but a crime committed by an angel who has started caring too much to stop, until much later. Arc 3. For now, Krillin is alive, Goku is different, and somewhere in the divine hierarchy a ledger of transgressions grows by 1. King Piccolo is dead, the demon army is scattered, and Earth for the first time in nearly a decade is free. But freedom after occupation doesn't look like a parade. It looks like rubble and trauma and the slow, painful work of rebuilding a civilization that's been ground into dust. The Western Hemisphere is devastated. Cities in ruins, infrastructure destroyed, an entire generation raised under demon rule who don't know what normal looks like. The Eastern Hemisphere, protected by Capsule Corp's resistance, is intact but exhausted, its resources drained by years of defensive survival. Goku helps. He helps in the specific, practical way that a being of his power can, clearing rubble, rebuilding structures, using his key perception to locate survivors in collapsed buildings, creating key barriers to protect reconstruction crews from aftershock violence, rogue demon pockets, human opportunists, the chaos that fills any power vacuum. He doesn't lead, he doesn't direct. He just shows up every day and asks what needs doing. And in the quieter moments, he trains. Not the angelic training of the Pale Garden, something different, rougher. He spars with Krillin, who is recovered, and who fights with a new ferocity now that he's been dead and come back. He trains with Yamcha, whose Wolf Fang fist style is crude by Goku's standards, but carries an adaptability born from years of fighting dirty against stronger opponents. He even trains with Bulma's tech, key tracking drones, holographic target systems, reactive defense arrays that force him to practice precise combat in environments with civilian analog hazards. He's teaching himself to fight, not just move, not just perceive, not just redirect. Fight, to strike with intent, to engage an opponent directly rather than flowing around them. It's the one thing WHIS didn't teach him, and he's figuring it out the way all great Saiyans do, through practice, through competition, through the joy of testing himself against others. It's messy, it's imperfect, and it's wonderful, because for the first time in his life, Goku has friends, real friends. People who eat with him and argue with him and laugh at him when he says something naive and call him out when he's being weird and share their own stories and ask about his. He has a community. The thing the Pale Garden couldn't give him, no matter how perfect its training was. Krillin teaches him to tell jokes. Bad ones, mostly, but Goku laughs at every single one like it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. Because it is. He's 12, he's never heard a joke before, and the concept of humor as social bonding is a revelation that delights him almost as much as the angelic kata. Yamcha teaches him about Earth culture. Music, food, movies, the messy, sprawling chaos of human civilization. Yamcha is still carrying guilt from his years as a collaborator, and he channels it into a kind of desperate generosity. Constantly offering, constantly giving, trying to make up for what he did by helping the kid who undid it. Bulma teaches him about technology. Goku is fascinated by it, the mortal approach to problems, building tools and machines to do what Ki cannot, leveraging intelligence where power is insufficient. He asks 1,000 questions. Bulma answers them all, and in the process discovers that this strange, powerful, tail-bearing child has a mind that's genuinely brilliant. Not in the specialized way that scientists are brilliant, but in the way that a person who is taught to perceive the universe at a fundamental level can see connections that others miss. You should go to school, Bulma tells him one afternoon, half joking. What's school? It's where humans go to learn things, in a building with other kids. That sounds amazing. I was kidding. I wasn't. Can I go? He doesn't go to school, but the impulse is real and it speaks to something core about this version of Goku. He doesn't just want to be strong. He wants to understand. The universe is vast and strange and full of things he's never seen, and every single one of them is interesting to him. This is the Goku that the Pale Garden produced. Not a weapon, not a savior, a student of existence with the power to reshape reality and the disposition of a kid pressing his face against the glass of the world's biggest candy store. And the universe is about to test that disposition in ways that none of them are ready for. Let me explain Malachar to y'all because he's not a standard Dragon Ball villain, and I want you to understand what makes him different before he shows up and starts wrecking things. You know how Beerus is a god of destruction? Refined, powerful, bound by rules, attached to an angel attendant who keeps him in check. Beerus destroys because it's his job. He maintains cosmic balance. He's terrifying, sure, but he operates within a system. There are protocols. There are limits. There are things even Beerus won't do because the divine order he's part of has structures and expectations. Malachar predates all of that. Before the current system, before the angels imposed structure on the destruction role, before Beerus' generation was selected and trained and paired with attendants, there were the wild destroyers. Primordial beings who held the destruction role through raw power alone, with no guidance, no rules, no philosophical framework for their violence. They didn't destroy for balance, they destroyed because destruction was their nature, the way fire burns, the way gravity pulls. It wasn't a job, it was an identity. The angels really replaced them, phased them out, one by one, replacing uncontrollable chaos with manageable, guided destruction. Most wild destroyers were sealed away in dimensional prisons, too dangerous to kill. Destroying a being that embodies destruction is, paradoxically, really hard. Too unstable to integrate into the new system. Malachar was sealed approximately 8 billion years ago. His prison was a dimensional pocket anchored to a specific point in Universe 7. A dead star system, empty, forgotten, a perfect cage. Until Beerus, in a fit of casual destruction sometime in the last century, obliterated the stellar remnants that served as the prison's physical anchor. He didn't know. How would he? The seal was ancient, undocumented, maintained by an angelic order that hadn't bothered to update its records in 7 billion years. Beerus blew up some rocks. The rocks happened to be holding a cage door shut. The cage cracked, slowly. Over decades, the crack widened as the residual energy of the seal dissipated. And now, roughly 2 years after Goku's arrival on Earth, the crack is wide enough. Malachar is free. He doesn't look like Beerus. That's important. Beerus is sleek, feline, almost elegant in his destructiveness. Malachar is wrong. Massive, 7 feet tall, broad, built like something designed to break through walls rather than walk through doors. His skin is dark gray, almost black, with veins of dim orange light running through it like magma beneath stone. His eyes are solid orange. No iris, no pupil, just flat, glowing orange like looking into a furnace. He doesn't have Beerus' intelligence, or rather, he has intelligence, but it's alien. He doesn't think in strategies or plans or ambitions. He thinks in hungers. He's been sealed for 8 billion years, and in that time, the hunger has compressed itself into something diamond hard and unbearable. He wants to destroy, not anything specific, just destroy. Feed the hunger. Fill the void that 8 billion years of nothing carved into him. And he's powerful. Diminished, yes, millennia of imprisonment have degraded him to roughly 40 to 50% of current Beerus' output. But you need to understand what that means in mortal terms. 50% of Beerus is still astronomical. It's still a power level that would effortlessly annihilate anything on Earth. anything in the mortal sphere, anything that doesn't have God or angel somewhere in its title. He begins moving through Universe 7 on instinct, drawn toward the densest concentrations of life energy, because life energy is what feeds the hunger. He doesn't travel quickly. He drifts, encounters a populated world, consumes its energy, moves on. Each world he touches dies, not explosively, not dramatically, but thoroughly. The life force is drained, the population withers. The planet is left as a husk, still physically intact but empty, as if everything that made it alive was scooped out. 3 worlds die before anyone notices, then 5, then 8. The pattern becomes clear. Whatever this thing is, it's heading toward Earth, toward the densest concentration of life energy in Universe 7's local sector. WHIS knows. Of course, WHIS knows. He can feel the deaths from the Pale Garden, can trace the trajectory, can identify the energy signature as something ancient and wrong. He recognized what Malachar is. He's old enough to remember the Wild Destroyers, though he never interacted with them directly. And he faces a choice. If he intervenes personally, he reveals himself to the Grand Priest, an angel operating covertly in Universe 7, training a mortal in secret. The secret is over, the edict violation is exposed, and everything he's built for the last 12 years burns. If he doesn't intervene, Malachar reaches Earth and 8 billion souls die, including Goku's friends, including the people Goku has spent 2 years building a life with, including everything that gives the boy's existence mortal weight and meaning. WHIS makes a call. Not the call, he's not going himself, but he knows someone who can help. Someone who exists outside the Divine Order's surveillance, who is powerful enough to be useful and unorthodox enough to do what needs doing. He calls Varos. A portal opens outside Capsule Corp headquarters. Not a gentle dimensional curtain like WHIS's transitions. A tear, rough and raw, as if someone punched through the fabric of space with their bare hands and stepped through the hole. The man who walks out is tall. WHIS tall, with the lean, elongated build of an angel. But there's something visibly off about him. He's asymmetric. Where angels are defined by their perfection, this man looks like perfection that's been weathered. His skin is pale lavender but mottled, patchy, as if pigment is slowly draining out of it. His hair is white but dull, not the luminous silver of an active angel. He has no staff. His robes are battered and patched and look like they've been worn for centuries without replacement. His eyes, though. His eyes are alive, bright violet, sharp, burning with an intensity that active angels don't have because active angels don't need intensity. They have completeness instead. So, Varro says, looking around at the human world with an expression that's equal parts contempt and homesickness. This is where he's keeping the project. Goku is the first to approach him, partly because Goku approaches everything. He's hardwired for curiosity. And partly because his perception reads Varos's energy signature and gets confused. It's angelic, definitely angelic, but it's degraded like a star that's slowly cooling. The divine energy is present, but it's leaking, dispersing, not contained with the effortless control that WHIS's energy exhibits. You're like WHIS, Goku says, but broken. Varos stares at him, then barks a laugh. Rough, raw, nothing like WHIS's refined amusement. Ha! Direct. Good. I hate diplomacy. He crouches to Goku's eye level, studies him. His perception, even diminished, is still angelic, still capable of reading energy at a level no mortal can match. And you're the miracle, the mortal with divine frequency. He tilts his head. Your teacher did good work. Foundation's solid. Clean. Beautiful, even. A pause. Too clean. What do you mean? I mean, you move like an angel and fight like nothing, kid. You've got the most exquisite foundation I've ever seen in a mortal body, and absolutely no idea what to do with it when someone's trying to kill you. I fought King Piccolo. You handled King Piccolo. You bypassed him. That's not fighting. Fighting is what happens when you're matched. When someone across from you has the power to actually hurt you and the intent to use it, and you have to dig deeper than technique and talent and find out what you're actually made of. He straightens up, looks westward, toward the path Malachar is tracing through the stars. Something's coming that you can't handle. Something that will require more than perfect form and divine perception. It'll require guts. I have guts. You think you do. You've never been tested. Varos's expression softens slightly. Very slightly. That's about to change. So let me tell you all about Varos's training philosophy, because it is the exact opposite of WHIS's, and that's by design. If WHIS is the meticulous architect who builds perfection from the ground up, Varos is the demolition expert who comes in after and tests the building by hitting it with a wrecking ball. Varos's approach is based on one core belief: divine power without mortal instinct is hollow. An angel can be perfect because an angel exists in a state of perpetual equilibrium. No desperation, no fear, no stakes. Their power is a closed system. But a mortal who's trained to fight like an angel is building on a lie, because mortals do fear, do hurt, do break. And if you've never confronted those things, never been pushed to the point where your training fails and you're left with nothing but raw survival instinct, then the first time it happens in real combat will destroy you. Goku's foundation is extraordinary, but it's untested, and Varos is here to test it. The training is brutal. There's no other word for it. WHIS would never do this. WHIS designed a curriculum built on incremental mastery, each lesson building on the last, each challenge calibrated to push Goku exactly to his limits and no further. Varos's curriculum is built on overwhelm. He pushes Goku past his limits on purpose, forces him into situations where his angelic technique cannot work, where the precision and control and elegant key manipulation that WHIS taught him are insufficient, where the only thing that will save him is something deeper, something WHIS couldn't teach because it can't be taught. It has to be found. Day 1. Varos takes Goku to a barren stretch of coastline, far from populated areas. He stands facing the boy, 14 years old, strong and skilled and confident in the quiet, assured way that comes from knowing you're probably the most powerful mortal on the planet. "Hit me," Varos says. Goku strikes. Clean, efficient, perfect. The angelic movement training producing a palm strike that travels from stance to impact in a mechanically optimal line. It connects with Varos's chest. It does nothing. Varos is weakened, yes, degraded, slowly dying as his angelic power leaks away year by year. But even a dying angel is an angel, and the gap between angel and mortal is a gap in kind, not just degree. Goku's strike hits a body that exists at a higher dimensional frequency than his own, and the energy disperses on contact like a wave hitting a seawall. Again. Goku strikes again. Harder. Faster. Still nothing. Again. Nothing. Again. Nothing. Again. Goku throws everything he has, the accumulated skill of 9 years of angelic training, the precision and power and control that dismantled King Piccolo without effort. And none of it works. None of it touches Varos. "Are you angry yet?" Varos asks. "No. You should be." WHIS says anger is wasted energy. Varos's expression goes hard. "Your teacher is wrong. Anger is mortal energy. It's what separates you from his kind. An angel fights with perfection. A mortal fights with conviction. You've been trained to suppress everything that makes you mortal. The fear, the rage, the desperation. Because those things interfere with angelic technique. And that's true, they do. But you're not an angel, kid. You're a Saiyan. And a Saiyan who fights without his blood is fighting with one arm tied behind his back. He hits Goku, not full power, not even close. But angel power, even restrained, even degraded, hits differently than mortal power. Goku feels it in his soul. A strike that bypasses physical defense and impacts the ki-body integration directly, disrupting the synchronization that defines his fighting style. For a second, his body and his energy are separate. For a second, he's just a kid getting hit. He hits the ground. Hard. Get up. Goku gets up. Varos hits him again. Down, up, down. The cycle repeats, and each time, Varos says the same thing. Get up. Get angry. Stop fighting like a god. Fight like a person. This goes on for weeks. Months. Varos is merciless. Not cruel, but merciless. There's a difference. Cruel is hurting someone for your own satisfaction. Merciless is hurting someone because the hurt is the lesson and there's no shortcut around it. He's breaking Goku's reliance on angelic technique by making angelic technique fail. Over and over and over, he forces Goku into combat situations where perfection isn't enough, where the enemy, Varos himself, is simply too far above him for technique to bridge the gap. And in those moments, Goku has to find something else. It's agonizing. Not just physically, spiritually. Because WHIS's training was who Goku was. His identity, his confidence, his understanding of his own capabilities. All of it was built on the angelic foundation. And Varos is systematically demonstrating that the foundation, while extraordinary, is incomplete. Goku struggles. He loses, again and again and again, more losses in his first month with Varos than in his entire life combined. He gets frustrated, angry, and the anger, the emotion WHIS taught him to channel away, to refine into calm, keeps boiling up, uncontrollable, unwanted. There it is, Varos says, watching Goku's ki flicker with undisciplined aggression after a particularly brutal sparring session. That's the blood. That's the Saiyan. I don't want it. It's not dirty. It's not lesser. It's yours. Your teacher gave you heaven's technique. I'll give you a beast's heart. You'll need both. The breakthrough comes at age 15, 8 months into Varos's training. They're sparring, or rather, Varos is beating Goku with measured, relentless precision while Goku tries to land a hit and fails. Goku is exhausted, not physically, his Saiyan endurance is superhuman, but emotionally. The constant failure, the constant falling short, the constant confrontation with his own limits. It's wearing him down in a way that physical exhaustion can't. And then Varos says, Krillin died because of this. Goku stops. Mid-dodge, mid-movement, just stops. Your friend died because you were too precise, too controlled, too careful. You were managing an evacuation with angelic perfection, and you left a blind spot because perfection has edges, and your friend was on the wrong side of one. If you'd been less controlled, if you'd flooded the area with raw ki, crude and messy and mortal, you'd have caught the secondary collapse. Technique failed. Instinct would have saved him. It's not entirely true. It's arguable. Goku's approach saved dozens of people now, and a less controlled approach might have caused different casualties. But Varos isn't making a tactical argument. He's hitting an emotional nerve, deliberately and precisely, because that nerve is the doorway to what Goku needs to find. And it works. Something in Goku snaps, not breaks. Snaps forward like a rubber band released. The anger he's been suppressing, the grief from Krillin's death that he channeled into the divine-tinted Super Saiyan and then put away, the frustration of months of failure against Varos, all of it erupts. But it doesn't erupt chaotically. It erupts through the angelic foundation. The two energies, divine control and mortal fury, collide inside him, and for the first time, instead of competing, they layer. The divine technique becomes the container. The mortal fury becomes the contents. Control and power, precision and passion, working together instead of fighting each other. His ki spikes. Normally invisible, suppressed by angelic training, explodes outward, gold and electric, raw and refined simultaneously. His eyes sharpen, his muscles tense. The air around him crackles. Super Saiyan 2. Not the screaming, lightning-wreathed eruption of Gohan at the Cell Games. This SSJ2 is different. The aggression is there, the intensity, the electrical discharge that characterizes the form, but it's layered on top of divine composure like a thunderstorm over a still lake. Goku's body is coiled with aggressive energy, but his eyes are focused. Not calm. Not serene. Focused. The calm of a predator mid-strike, absolute attention, zero hesitation. He hits Varos for the first time. Lands a clean strike, a right hook that carries both angelic precision and Saiyan fury, technique and instinct fused into a single action. It connects with Varos's jaw. The fallen angel's head snaps to the side. He actually staggers, and then Varos smiles, a real smile, wide and wild and proud. There he is. Varos roars, and for a moment his own power flares, not in aggression but in sheer, uncontainable excitement. There's the Saiyan. There's the fighter. Goku is breathing hard, his fists are clenched, the golden electricity dances across his skin, and he's grinning. That same Goku grin, but sharpened now, owned, carrying an edge that wasn't there before. The joy of combat, not the joy of violence, the joy of testing yourself against something that can push back. That felt right, Goku says. It was right. That's what you've been missing, kid. That's the mortal path. Your teacher built you a perfect machine. I just helped you find the pilot. Over the next year, Goku trains in SSJ2 under Varos's guidance. The form becomes stable, comfortable, his. He learns to layer emotional intensity onto his divine foundation without losing control, accessing the aggression and power of the Saiyan blood while maintaining the precision and awareness of the angelic training. It's a synthesis that shouldn't work but does, because Goku's unique foundation can hold both simultaneously. His combat ability explodes. Where before he was a perfect technician with no instinct for battle, now he's a complete fighter. Technical when he needs to be, instinctive when the moment demands it, flowing between the two modes with increasing fluidity. Varos pushes him relentlessly, and Goku pushes back, and the two of them level mountains and carve trenches in the earth, and have the time of their absolute lives doing it. Krillin and Yamcha watch these sessions from a safe distance, several miles, and experience a very specific emotion that I believe is best described as "I'm glad he's on our side." Goku also spends time with Sable during this period, returning to the Pale Garden through a portal WHIS provides. Sable's perspective on the primal path versus the divine path helps him process what Varos is teaching him. Your angel teacher gave you the sky, she tells him. The fallen one is giving you the ground. You need both. A Saiyan without the ground is just floating. The synthesis is happening, slowly, imperfectly, but it's happening. The two paths, divine and primal, are beginning to coexist in Goku's body and mind, not merged, not unified, but coexisting side by side, available for him to draw on. It won't be enough for what's coming, but it's a start. When Malachar arrives, Goku is 17. He comes on a Tuesday. I don't know why that detail matters to me, but it does. It's a Tuesday. Goku is 17. He's been on Earth for 5 years. He has friends and a purpose and a growing mastery of both his divine and mortal capabilities. He's happy, genuinely happy, in the uncomplicated way that you can only be happy when you're young and strong and surrounded by people you care about. And then the sky turns orange, not sunset orange, furnace orange. A color that shouldn't exist in Earth's atmosphere, a color that every key sensitive being on the planet feels before they see, a wrongness in the energy field, a pressure, a hunger that presses against their souls like a hand pressing against glass. Malachar enters Earth's atmosphere without subtlety. He doesn't land. He descends. Slow, deliberate, pulling energy from everything he passes through. The atmosphere itself thins around him, clouds dissolving, birds falling dead from the sky in a mile-wide radius as the life force is drained from their bodies. He makes landfall in what used to be King Piccolo's territory, now a reconstruction zone, populated by returnees, by families rebuilding lives. He touches the ground and the grass dies, not burns, dies. The life force is sucked out of it, flowing into Malachar's body like water into a drain. People start to collapse, not dead, not yet, but weakened, drained, their energy pulled toward this massive, wrong, ancient thing that's standing in their field and breathing in their vitality like it's air. Goku feels it from the other side of the planet, feels the drain, thousands of key signatures flickering, weakening, the slow, inexorable pull of a predator that doesn't need to chase its prey because its prey can't escape its radius. He moves. I want to describe Goku's arrival because it's the first time in this story that he shows up to a battle as a hero, not a mysterious kid who wanders into a war zone, but a known quantity, a person the world has watched for 5 years, rushing toward danger because that's what he does. He crosses the distance in seconds, arrives at the impact zone in a burst of displaced air that shatters windows for a quarter mile, lands between Malachar and the collapsing civilians, plants his feet, and for the first time he sees a being of god-tier power. Malachar is, y'all, I need you to picture this. Imagine if Beerus was drawn by H.R. Giger. There's nothing refined about this creature. He's massive, asymmetric, leaking orange energy from every pore like a reactor in meltdown. His eyes, flat furnace orange, pupilless, lock onto Goku, and the interest in them is visceral, predatory. Malachar has been drifting through the stars, feeding on ambient life force, and here, suddenly, is a concentrated source. A key signature so bright and so dense that it's like finding a bonfire in a field of candles. Food, Malachar says. His voice sounds like tectonic plates grinding. It sounds like something that forgot how to use language and is remembering one word at a time. Strong. Food. I'm not food, Goku says. His voice is steady, but his body is screaming at him. Every instinct, divine and mortal, is registering the being in front of him as danger, not the kind of danger King Piccolo represented. That was a storm. This is an extinction event. You need to leave. Now. Malachar's response is to inhale. The drain intensifies, the radius expands. Behind Goku, civilians who were already weakened start to actually fall, their life force being pulled from their bodies, drawn toward Malachar's open mouth like smoke toward a vent. It's killing them, slowly, painfully, incomprehensibly killing them. Goku goes SSJ2. The golden aura erupts. The electrical discharge, sharper, more aggressive than his first transformation, crackles across his body. He floods the area behind him with his own ki, creating a buffer zone that intercepts Malakar's drain before it reaches the civilians. It costs him energy to maintain, but it stabilizes the people. They stop dying. He attacks. And here, y'all, this is where the story takes on a completely different weight, because this is Goku's first real fight. Not King Piccolo. That was a demonstration, a statement, a 12-year-old god walking through a mortal obstacle. This is the real thing. This is a 17-year-old mortal, extraordinary but mortal, confronting a being that operates on a fundamentally different level of power. SSJ2 Goku hits Malakar with everything he has, and Malakar notices. That's the gap. That's how big the gap is. Goku's strongest punch, a divine precision Saiyan Fury enhanced strike that would pulverize a mountain, lands on Malakar's chest, and the Wild Destroyer's response is to notice. To look down at the point of impact the way you'd look down if a fly landed on you. Mild curiosity, vague acknowledgement. That's it. Interesting, Malakar says. He swipes at Goku. The blow is not technical. There's no technique behind it at all. No angle, no timing, no skill. It's a wild, unfocused swipe, the kind of attack a child would throw. But behind it is the raw power of a being who once held the destruction mantle through sheer force, and the shockwave from the mist swing, because Goku dodges barely, his angelic reflexes saving his life, levels everything in a 300-foot arc. Goku has never felt anything like this. In the garden, his training was controlled. Against Varos, the fallen angel held back deliberately. Against King Piccolo, the gap was in his favor. Now, for the first time, he is outmatched, genuinely, comprehensively outmatched. Not by a little, by an order of magnitude. He fights anyway, because Krillin taught him something about that, about fighting even when you know you can't win, because the fighting matters regardless. SSJ2 isn't enough. Goku knows this within the first exchange. His strongest attacks are registering on Malakar the way hailstones register on a tank, noticeable, inconsequential. His speed advantage, the one thing he has over the slower, more ponderous Wild Destroyer, lets him dodge, evade, survive, but survival isn't victory. Every second this fight continues, Malakar is draining life force from the planet around them. The ground is dying, the air is thinning, people are suffering. He needs more power. And the only place left to go is a place he's never been. Super Saiyan 3. It happens not as an achievement, but as a desperation. Goku reaches for power beyond SSJ2 the way a drowning man reaches for the surface. Not with technique, not with understanding, but with the raw biological imperative to survive and overcome. His body resists. SSJ3, in all its incarnations across the Dragon Ball canon, is a form defined by excess. More power than the body can efficiently contain, more energy than the key pathways can handle, a brute force escalation that sacrifices sustainability for raw output. Everything about Goku's training has been the opposite of this: efficiency, control, elegance. SSJ3 is the antithesis of the angelic foundation. But Varos taught him that the angelic foundation isn't everything, that sometimes mortal desperation is the only key that fits the lock. Goku screams, and this time, for the first time in this story, the scream is the transformation. It's not calm, it's not elegant, it's not divine. It's a 17-year-old boy pushed past his limits by a monster that eats worlds, howling at the universe with every ounce of mortal defiance his Saiyan blood can produce. His hair extends, lengthens, falls past his shoulders, past his waist, a cascade of golden energy solidified into physical form. His brow thickens, his eyes sharpen into something almost feral. His aura doesn't just flare, it detonates, a shockwave of raw golden ki that pushes Malakar back for the first time. The Wild Destroyer actually plants his feet, leans into the pressure wave and braces. The power output is massive, staggering, and utterly, completely unsustainable. Goku can feel it immediately. SSJ3 is burning through his reserves at a rate that his body cannot maintain. His angelic trained ki control is trying to manage the flow, trying to optimize and regulate, but SSJ3 doesn't want optimization. It's a fire. It's a wildfire in a discipline-built framework, and the framework is creaking under the strain. He has minutes, maybe 10, maybe less, so he uses them. SSJ3 Goku versus Malakar is the first real fight in this story, and I want you to feel it. Every hit, every miss, every second ticking down on a clock that Goku can feel running out inside his own body. The power gap narrows, not closes, narrows. SSJ-3's raw output puts Goku in the vicinity of Malakar's power, close enough that his punches actually land with effect. Not devastating effect, not fight-ending effect, but the strikes connect and Malakar feels them. Grunts, bleeds, thick, dark, orange-tinged fluid from a split lip, the first wound this ancient being has suffered in 8 billion years. Malakar's response is to escalate, not through transformation or technique. He doesn't have those. He just lets go. Opens the throttle on his drain. The ground beneath them doesn't just die, it crumbles. The soil itself loses cohesion as the energy binding its molecules is stripped away. They're fighting in an expanding crater of annihilation, two impossibly powerful beings hammering each other while the world dissolves around them. Goku is faster, smarter. His angelic training gives him reading ability that Malakar can't match. He can predict the Wild Destroyer's wild, unstructured attacks by reading the key fluctuations that precede them. He dodges strikes that would kill him and counters with combinations that combine SSJ-3's raw power with the precision of movements drilled into him since childhood. But Malakar is relentless. He doesn't tire. He doesn't slow down. His power doesn't drain because he's feeding, drawing energy from the environment, from the planet, from the dying earth beneath their feet. Every second the fight continues, Malakar is sustaining himself while Goku is depleting. The clock runs down. 5 minutes. 4. 3. Goku's SSJ-3 is flickering, the sustained drain eating through his reserves faster than his body can replenish them. His movements are slowing, his precision is degrading, the wildfire is running out of fuel. 2 minutes. And then Varos arrives. The fallen angel drops from the sky like a meteor, slamming into Malakar with a strike that carries the weight of billions of years of combat experience. Even degraded, even slowly dying, Varos is an angel. His power operates at a frequency that even Malakar respects. The Wild Destroyer staggers. For the first time in the fight, his attention splits. "Go!" Varos shouts. His arms are locked against Malakar's. Muscle against muscle. Angel remnant against primordial destroyer. The ground beneath them spiderwebs with cracks. Finish it. I can't hold him long. He can't. He really can't. Varos is outmatched. Even a diminished Wild Destroyer exceeds a fallen, dying angel. But long is relative, and in combat, sometimes long means 3 seconds. 3 seconds is enough. Goku pulls everything he has left. Every drop of ki, every reserve, every technique, every lesson from WHIS and Varos and Sable and Krillin and the entire messy, beautiful, painful journey of his mortal life. He compresses it. Not into a blast, into a single strike. The angelic precision he learned as a child, the mortal fury he discovered under Varos, the Super Saiyan 3 power that's burning through his body, all of it focused into one fist. He reads Malakar the way WHIS taught him to read energy. Finds the flaw. Because there is a flaw. Malakar's power is enormous but unstructured, a wildfire without direction, and in that chaos there are gaps, weaknesses. Points where the energy density drops, where the defense is thin, where a perfectly placed strike can bypass the overwhelming surface power and reach the core. Angelic precision, mortal fury, Saiyan will. He hits the gap. The impact is felt on the other side of the planet. Seismographs in West City register it as a 7.2 earthquake. In the Pale Garden, the dimensional membrane shudders. On Beerus's planet, billions of miles away, in a completely separate layer of reality, the god of destruction stirs in his sleep and mumbles something about indigestion. Malakar doesn't explode, doesn't disintegrate. The strike hits his core, the dense knot of primordial destruction energy that defines his existence and destabilizes it. His power doesn't disappear, it disperses. The orange energy that sustained him bleeds out of his body like air from a punctured balloon, scattering into the atmosphere, dissipating into the void between dimensions. He falls. The massive, ancient, terrible being collapses to his knees in the center of a crater that spans a mile. His orange eyes dim, flicker. The light that defined him, the furnace glow, the hunger light, goes out. He's not dead. You can't kill a being that embodies destruction, not really. He's emptied, depleted to a point where he can be contained again, sealed, put back in a cage. The Divine Order will handle that, eventually. For now, he's inert, a husk. The hunger, for the first time in 8 billion years, is silent. Goku collapses too. SSJ-3 drops, SSJ-2 drops, SSJ drops, his base drops. He hits the ground like someone cut his strings, face down in the dead soil of the crater, every reserve in his body spent. His key signature, usually bright and steady, flickers like a candle in a hurricane. Varos catches him before he faceplants completely. The fallen angel is hurt. Badly, actually. His left arm is hanging wrong, and there are cracks in his skin that glow with dying light, as if the angelic energy beneath is literally leaking out. He won in the way that a wall wins when it absorbs a car crash, by being destroyed slightly less than the thing it stopped. You did it, Varos says. He's holding Goku in one arm, and his voice has a quality that the fallen angel would hate you for noticing. Tenderness. Crazy kid. You actually did it. Is everyone okay? Of course, that's his first question. Not, am I okay? Not, is the monster dead? Is everyone okay? The people are fine. The planet's fine. You're going to sleep for about a week. And when you wake up, we're going to talk about the absolute mess you made of your key pathways, trying to brute force a transformation your body wasn't ready for. Was it cool, though? It was the most reckless, terrifying, stupidly brave thing I've ever seen. And I've been alive for 4 billion years. So, cool? Go to sleep, kid. Goku sleeps. For 9 days, actually. His Saiyan biology, pushed to the absolute breaking point and beyond, enters a recovery state so deep that Bulma's medical equipment registers it as a coma. His body rebuilds itself, and here's the Saiyan magic, the biological miracle that makes Saiyans what they are. It rebuilds stronger. The Zenkai boost, amplified by divine nutrition and angelic ki foundations. When he wakes up, his base power will be significantly higher than it was. SSJ2 will be comfortable. SSJ3 will still be unsustainable, but less so, and he'll carry something else from this fight. A sensation. A pressure he felt during the battle's peak, at the moment of maximum SSJ3 output, when his power pushed into a range he'd never reached before. Something pushing back. A ceiling. An invisible, intangible resistance at the edge of his power that refused to let him go further. He'd felt it before, briefly, vaguely, at the end of Part 1 during the kata, but this time it was unmistakable. A wall in the sky. He doesn't understand it yet, but it's there. And some part of him, the part that Sable nurtured, the part that is purely, irreducibly Saiyan, looks at that wall and thinks, I'm gonna break you. Beerus's temple. Deep space. A chamber of obsidian and starlight where the god of destruction sleeps on a bed that cost more than most civilizations. His eyes open, slowly. The way a cat's eyes open when something interesting crosses its field of perception. WHIS. No answer. WHIS isn't here. WHIS is in the Pale Garden, watching a 17-year-old boy sleep off the hardest fight of his life, quietly repairing the dimensional membrane that shuddered when the fight peaked, and contemplating the increasingly impossible task of keeping any of this a secret. WHIS, Beerus says again, more insistently. He sits up, stretches. His power unfurls around him, casual, effortless, vast, as his body shakes off years of hibernation. He felt something. A tremor. Not physical, metaphysical. Something in Universe 7 changed. Something that shouldn't have been able to change did. And the ripple traveled through the energy fabric of reality and tickled the sleeping consciousness of its god of destruction. It felt like a destroyer dying, but not quite. It felt like a destroyer being beaten, which is different and, in some ways, worse. Because destroyers are the ceiling enforcers. They're the ones who make sure mortals stay in their lane. If something beat a destroyer, even a deprecated, sealed, degraded destroyer, that means something is approaching the lane boundary. Beerus stands, yawns, scratches behind one ear. Interesting, he murmurs, and then, louder, directed at the empty room, WHIS, when you get a chance, we need to talk. Somewhere across reality, in a garden between worlds, an angel feels a chill he's not supposed to be capable of feeling. The secret is getting harder to keep. This marks the end of Part 2. Let's do a power assessment. Age 18, end state. SSJ2, comfortable, sustainable. His primary combat form, the synthesis of divine technique and mortal fury that Varos' training produced. SSJ3, achievable in bursts. Still unsustainable, still burns through reserves at a dangerous rate, but he can hold it longer than the first activation. The form is a lesson in limits, power without efficiency, raw force without structural support. WHIS will eventually explain that SSJ3 is the wrong direction, a dead end in the transformation tree. But it taught Goku something vital. Desperation can produce miracles. Overall standing, stronger than any mortal alive, has defeated a degraded primordial destroyer through a combination of angelic precision and Saiyan instinct, approaching God candidate territory in sustained SSJ2 output. The gap between him and the divine tier, Beerus, the angels, the Grand Priest, is still enormous, but it's measurable now. He can see the mountain, he can't climb it yet. Relationships: Krillin, best friend, training partner, the guy who taught Goku that bravery isn't the absence of fear. They spar weekly. Goku holds back enormously, but Krillin's ingenuity keeps the sessions genuinely useful. Yamcha, trusted ally, still carrying guilt, still overcompensating with generosity, but finding redemption through action. Learning key techniques from Goku that are slowly making him the strongest human on Earth, after Krillin and Tien, who has come out of exile to join the reconstruction effort. Bulma, strategic brain. Goku's connection to the non-combat side of life. They have a friendship built on mutual curiosity. He's fascinated by her technology, she's fascinated by his biology. Varos, combat mentor. The man who broke Goku's reliance on perfection and taught him to fight with his whole self. Their relationship is rougher than Goku's bond with WHIS, more arguing, more pushing, more mutual stubbornness, but the trust is absolute. WHIS, primary mentor, the secret keeper. Their bond is complicated now. Goku senses that WHIS is hiding things, more things, bigger things, and trusts him enough to wait for the truth. WHIS is watching the boy become a man and realizing, with quiet pride and existential terror, that the experiment is working better than he ever projected. Sable, spiritual anchor, the ghost who gave him a heritage. Their conversations in the Pale Garden are Goku's therapy, the place where he processes the violence and loss and confusion of mortal life through the lens of a woman who understands what it means to be Saiyan. Unresolved threads. Piccolo Jr. is out there, growing, angry. Beerus is awake and asking questions. The ceiling is real and Goku has touched it. WHIS's list of violations is growing. Somewhere in the far reaches of Universe 7, an emperor named Frieza sits on a throne of conquered worlds and has just heard a very interesting rumor about a powerful mortal on a planet called Earth. Part 2 is done. The quiet is over, the mortal world has been met, and it has changed Goku as much as he's changed it. He came to Earth a perfect student. He leaves this arc a fighter, a friend, and a person. Complete, messy, mortal in the ways that matter. Before Frieza shows up, I need to walk you through what he's been doing for the last 2 decades. Because this version of Frieza is fundamentally different from the one we know, and the differences are important. In the original timeline, Frieza's story has an expiration date stamped on it. He conquers, he terrorizes, and then a Super Saiyan shows up on Namek and puts a hard stop on his ambitions. Everything about canonical Frieza is defined by that encounter. The humiliation, the obsession, the desperate chase for a form strong enough to avenge a defeat he never got over. Golden Frieza exists because Goku exists. Without the wound, there's no motivation for the evolution. But in this timeline, there is no wound. There is no Namek Saga. There's no Goku standing on a dying planet screaming about the death of his best friend while his hair turns gold for the first time. Here's what happened instead. Raditz never came to Earth. Think about why he came in the original timeline. He was looking for his brother. He'd been sent to assess Earth and recruit Kakarot for Vegeta's squad. But in this timeline, Kakarot vanished from the pod before anyone found him. No Gohan, no Goku, no trail. Raditz investigated, found an empty pod on a backwater planet with no Saiyan signature anywhere on it, reported back that the mission was a wash, and moved on. Without Raditz's arrival on Earth, the Z-Fighters never learned about Saiyans. Without that knowledge, they never learned about Namek. Without Namek, nobody ever raced Frieza to the Dragon Balls. Frieza conquered Namek unopposed. And y'all, unopposed Frieza with the Namekian Dragon Balls is one of the scariest sentences in this entire fictional universe. He didn't wish for immortality, surprisingly. Frieza is many things, but he's not stupid, and he's paranoid enough to distrust a wish that might have hidden limitations. What he wished for across multiple uses over multiple years as he figured out the Dragon Ball's cooldown cycle was potential. Not power directly, potential. The removal of biological limiters. The unlocking of evolutionary pathways that his species' genetics had sealed off. Think of it like this. In the original timeline, Golden Frieza was achieved through 4 months of training by a being who had never trained a day in his life. 4 months. That's how much potential was locked inside Frieza's biology. So much that a trivially short training period could produce a form rivaling Super Saiyan Blue. Now imagine that same being with the same insane latent potential, given decades of training time, and Dragon Ball wishes specifically designed to crack open every sealed door in his DNA. What emerges isn't Golden Frieza, it's something else. Sovereign form. Visually, it's striking, the sleek bio-armor of Frieza's final form, but darker. Deep black plating with veins of violet energy running through it like circuitry. The white and purple color scheme that defines canonical Frieza is gone, replaced by something that looks almost regal. Royal. His horns are elongated, swept back, polished to a mirror shine. His eyes are solid violet, no iris, no white, just deep amethyst that glows with contained power. The energy signature is black and violet, dense, controlled, and massive. Power-wise, Sovereign Frieza sits at genuine Super Saiyan God tier. Let me be specific about what that means, because power scaling in Dragon Ball can get messy if you're not precise. This Frieza could fight canonical SSG Goku to a standstill. He could challenge a God of Destruction candidate and make them work for it. He is, without question, the strongest mortal tyrant Universe 7 has ever produced. Stronger than any Frieza we've seen in canon. Because this Frieza has had 20 years of uninterrupted growth, with no setbacks, no deaths, no humiliations, and supernatural enhancement from wish-granted evolutionary unlocks. He rules an empire that spans thousands of worlds. Not just the Frieza Force, a civilization now with infrastructure and governance and a bureaucracy of conquest that runs itself while Frieza obsesses over his next evolution. Because even at Sovereign tier, he's not satisfied. He's heard whispers, rumors from ancient texts on conquered worlds, fragments of legend about a form beyond Sovereign, something golden, something that would push him from strongest mortal tyrant to strongest mortal, period. And those whispers have led him to Earth, not for Goku. He doesn't know Goku exists. He's coming for the Dragon Balls, Earth's set, which he's learned about through intelligence networks that span the galaxy. One more set of wishes, one more evolutionary push. The golden form he can feel lurking just beyond his reach. He has no idea what's waiting for him. Goku is 19 now, and Frieza doesn't invade. Invasions are for lesser beings. Frieza arrives. His flagship, a vessel the size of a small moon, a mobile command center for an empire, enters Earth's solar system at a leisurely pace. He's in no rush. His intelligence reports indicate that Earth is a backwater, moderate technology, negligible military power, no known key users of significance. The only notable item is the reconstruction following some demonic occupation that ended a few years ago. Quaint. He sends an advanced tourist. Standard protocol. A squadron of mid-tier soldiers to locate the Dragon Balls and eliminate any local resistance. It's routine. He's done this on hundreds of worlds. The advanced team lands in the Northern Hemisphere. 12 soldiers, well-armed, experienced. They have Dragon Ball radar, technology reverse-engineered from intelligence gathered across the galaxy, not as refined as Bulma's but functional. They begin searching. They encounter Yamcha first. Now, Yamcha in this timeline has been training with Goku for 5 years. He's not the same desert bandit. He's arguably the third strongest human on Earth, behind Krillin and Teen. His Wolf Fang fist has been refined and augmented with key techniques Goku taught him, and he's been sparring against opponents so far above his level that his reaction speed and tactical thinking are genuinely elite. Against normal Frieza soldiers, he's devastating. He takes out 6 of the 12 before they even realize they're under attack. Clean, fast, brutal, the kind of guerrilla efficiency he learned during the Demon occupation. The remaining 6 regroup, reassess, and promptly call for backup. The backup is a problem. Frieza's elite guard, the Sovereign tier, has its own version of the Ginyu Force, except these soldiers are handpicked for power, not personality. They're not Ginyu-level goofballs with poses and catchphrases. They're killers. Professionals. Each one stronger than Yamcha by a comfortable margin. Krillin arrives with reinforcements. Tien arrives. Bulma's tech-equipped resistance fighters arrive. And for a brief, chaotic hour, there's a genuine battle. Humans and human-allied fighters holding the line against an Imperial expeditionary force that outnumbers and outpowers them on paper. They win. Barely. Krillin's tactical genius and Tien's raw power carry the field, but the cost is high. injuries, exhaustion, and the terrifying realization that these soldiers were scouts. The real threat is still in orbit. Goku feels everything from the other side of the planet. He's been on the western coast, helping with reconstruction in a region still recovering from the Malachar fight's environmental damage. The moment the advance team landed, he felt the alien key signatures, cold, disciplined, organized in a way that Malachar's chaotic energy never was. This isn't a wild force of nature. This is a military operation. He heads east, fast, and as he gets closer, his perception reaches the flagship in orbit, and he feels him. Frieza. And everything in Goku's body, the divine foundation, the mortal instinct, the Saiyan blood, says the same thing at once. This one is different. Frieza comes down personally because he's impatient, not because he's concerned. His advance team's failure is an annoyance, not a worry. A world with fighters strong enough to beat his scouts is interesting. Slightly more interesting than the average backwater, but not threatening. He'll handle it himself. It'll take minutes. He descends in a personal transport pod accompanied by 4 members of his personal guard, each one a seasoned warrior with power levels that dwarf anything Earth's fighters have faced. They land in a field outside West City, and Frieza steps out in Earth sunlight for the first time. He's smaller than you'd expect, shorter than Goku by several inches, even in sovereign form. But presence doesn't correlate with height, and Frieza's presence is suffocating. He carries himself with the absolute certainty of a being who has never, not once in his entire existence, encountered something he couldn't conquer. The confidence isn't arrogance, it's data. He has conquered thousands of worlds. He has never failed. Therefore, failure is not a variable in his calculations. This planet, he says, looking around at the green fields and blue sky with an expression of vague distaste, has a Dragon Ball set. I want it. You have. He checks an internal clock. Let's say 1 hour to produce them. After that, I'll extract them myself, which will involve significantly more destruction than I'd prefer. I dislike wasteful destruction. It's gosh. He's talking to no one in particular. He's talking to the planet, the way a landlord might address an eviction notice to a building. Hey. Frieza turns. Goku is standing 30 feet away. He didn't arrive with speed or drama. He just appeared, the way someone appears when their movement is so efficient that the gap between not here and here is imperceptible. 18 years old, taller than when we last saw him. The Saiyan growth spurt has hit, and combined with his training and divine nutrition, he's lean, broad-shouldered, carrying his power with the easy physicality of someone distant, who's never had to worry about being outmatched. His tail is visible, wrapped loosely around his waist. His eyes are dark and calm and assessing, reading Frieza's energy signature the way WHIS taught him to read everything. And what he reads makes his jaw tighten. You're very strong, Goku says. Not a compliment. An observation. The same way you'd note that a storm front looks dangerous. Frieza's eyes narrow. He's reading Goku too. Not with the refined perception of angelic training, but with the instinctive power assessment that every apex predator possesses. And what his instincts tell him is that the being standing in front of him is notable. Not threatening, but notably powerful for a mortal on a backwater world. A Saiyan, Frieza says. The word carries weight. History. Frieza remembers Saiyans. He destroyed their planet, after all. I was under the impression I dealt with your kind. Nope. How inconvenient. And you are? Goku. Goku. How provincial. Frieza's tail flicks behind him, a habitual gesture that Goku's perception reads as irritation. You're strong, Goku. I can feel that. Stronger than anything I expected on this little mud ball, but I've conquered beings far stronger than you. Thousands of them. And I really am in a hurry. You're not getting the Dragon Balls. I'm not asking. The moment stretches. 2 powers assessing each other across 30 feet of open ground. Frieza's personal guard tenses. They can feel the energy building, the pre-combat compression of ki that happens when 2 powerful beings decide simultaneously that talking is finished. Your guards should leave, Goku says quietly. This is going to be dangerous for them. My guards are... They'll die if they stay. I'm not going to kill them, but the fight will. Please. The please throws Frieza. It's so unexpected. Politeness from an enemy, genuine concern for Frieza's own soldiers, that the Emperor pauses, studies Goku more carefully, sees something in the boy's eyes that he hasn't seen in any opponent in decades. Not fear, not bravado, certainty. The quiet, absolute certainty of someone who knows exactly how strong they are and exactly what they're about to do. Frieza waves a hand. His guards retreat. Not because he believes Goku's warning, but because he's curious. Curiosity is one of the few emotions Frieza permits himself. If this Saiyan thinks he can fight the sovereign of Universe 7, Frieza wants to see it happen unobstructed. "You have my complete attention," Frieza says. His sovereign form flares, black and violet energy blooming around him like a dark flower, dense and controlled and magnificent. "I do hope you plan to make the most of it." Goku versus Sovereign Frieza. SSJ2. Goku transforms immediately. No warm-up, no posturing, no escalating through lower forms. He reads Frieza's power and understands instantly that SSJ2 is the minimum viable combat state. The golden aura erupts, electric and sharp, layered with the divine foundation that makes everything about this Goku's Super Saiyan different from the canonical version. They meet in the middle. And y'all, this fight. This is the fight where Goku learns what it means to face someone who is not just powerful, but skilled. King Piccolo was raw malice. Malachar was primal chaos. Frieza is technique. Decades of combat experience refined through thousands of conquests, honed by an intellect that treats violence as an art form. Every strike is placed with surgical precision. Every defense is anticipatory. Frieza fights the way a grandmaster plays chess, 3 moves ahead always, with contingencies layered inside contingencies. SSJ2 Goku is faster. His angelic training gives him a speed advantage that Frieza can't match. The movement efficiency, the zero-waste kinematics, the body-environment synchronization that makes his dodges look like the universe is bending around him rather than him moving through it. He weaves through Frieza's attacks with fluid grace, reading the incoming strikes before they launch, positioning himself in the gaps between Frieza's offensive patterns. But Frieza is stronger, not by a huge margin. SSJ2 Goku and Sovereign Frieza are in the same ballpark, with Frieza holding maybe a 15 to 20% edge in raw output. But that edge matters. When Goku lands a clean hit, Frieza staggers but recovers. When Frieza lands a clean hit, Goku craters. The quality of the impacts is different. Frieza's strikes carry a density to them. Sovereign Ki compressed to a degree that mortal Ki can't match, even angelic-trained mortal Ki. The fight moves across the landscape. Fields become craters. A mountain range loses 3 peaks. The ocean, there near the coast, parts in a V shape for 4 miles when a mist Ki beam from Frieza grazes the surface. Neither of them is going all out yet. They're testing, probing, learning each other. "Impressive," Frieza admits, wiping a thin line of violet blood from his lip where Goku's elbow caught him. It's the first time he's bled in years. "You're faster than anything I've encountered. And that control, your Ki doesn't waste a single erg of energy. How fascinating. Someone trained you well." "Thanks. Your attacks are really dense. It's like getting hit by a collapsed star." "Oh, what a lovely comparison. I shall have to put that on my business cards." Frieza's eyes sharpen. The playfulness evaporates. "But I tire of testing. Let's see if you have another gear, little Saiyan." Frieza escalates. Not a transformation, a release. He's been fighting at maybe 60% of Sovereign's full output, holding back out of habit and curiosity. Now he opens to 100%. The difference is immediate and brutal. The black and violet aura intensifies, becomes opaque, a shroud of dark energy so dense that light bends around it, and Frieza becomes a silhouette within his own power. His speed doubles. His strength doesn't just increase, it qualitatively shifts, as if the energy has crossed a threshold where it behaves differently. Mortal physics can't quite contain it. The air around him doesn't just displace, it ionizes, crackling with secondary effects that turn the battlefield into a lightning field. SSJ2 Goku goes from competitive to outmatched in a heartbeat. Frieza hits him. Not a testing blow, a real hit. Full power, Sovereign Ki compressed into a fist strike that connects with Goku's guard and blows through it like it isn't there. Goku goes through a mountain. Not into, through. Enters one side, exits the other, tumbles across a valley, and impacts a second mountain hard enough to embed himself 20 feet into solid rock. Pain. Real pain. The kind WHIS warned him about. The kind the Pale Garden couldn't prepare him for. Not the manageable discomfort of Varos's training strikes. This is a body crying out that it's being damaged. That The energy hitting it is powerful enough to actually compromise the divine foundation reinforced cellular structure that has been building since Goku was an infant eating celestial food. He pulls himself out of the mountain. His left arm is numb. 3 ribs are cracked. He can feel them, his perception detailed enough to map the fractures. Blood, his blood, red mortal, runs from a cut above his eyebrow. SSJ-3, it's the only option. SSJ-2 can't bridge the gap. Goku forces the transformation through desperation, the same way he found it against Malachar. A roar, a release, a volcanic eruption of golden ki that reshapes his body, hair cascading down his back, brow ridge thickening, power output spiking to levels that make the atmosphere itself groan. And in SSJ-3, the fight becomes even. Sovereign Frieza at full power versus SSJ-3 Goku. Blow for blow. The kind of combat that warps space around it, that creates localized gravity distortions just from the incidental energy release, that registers on instruments halfway across the galaxy as a Class 9 energy event. Frieza is thrilled, genuinely thrilled. Yes, he hisses, catching Goku's fist in one hand and returning a tail strike that Goku barely blocks. This is what I've been searching for. A challenge, a real challenge. Do you have any idea how long it's been since someone could match me? About as long as it's been since someone punched you in the face? Goku connects with a right hook that snaps Frieza's head sideways. The Emperor's lip splits. More violet blood. Ha! Magnificent! Absolutely magnificent. They're both enjoying it. And that's the thing about this fight. Underneath the planet-threatening violence, underneath the stakes and the danger and the empire behind Frieza's ambition, there is joy. The pure, uncomplicated joy of 2 beings who have spent their entire lives looking for someone who can push them. And finally finding that someone. Goku is grinning, the Saiyan grin, the combat grin, the one that says more, give me more, I want to see everything you have. Frieza is smiling too, and on his face it's terrifying. The smile of a predator that's found worthy prey. But SSJ-3 is a ticking clock. Goku can feel it. The reserves draining, the key pathways straining under output they weren't designed for. He's got minutes, maybe 5. Frieza doesn't have a time limit. Sovereign form is stable, sustainable, his. The longer this fight goes, the wider the gap becomes as Goku's power erodes and Frieza stays constant. He needs something else, something beyond SSJ-3, and he doesn't have it. There's nothing in his transformation arsenal beyond this. SSJ-3 is the end of the line, except there's a door he's felt before. During the Malachar fight, at the absolute peak of SSJ-3, he touched something. A wall, the ceiling. And behind the wall, pushing against it from the other side, was a different kind of power. Not stronger SSJ-3. Not a quantitative increase, a qualitative one. Energy that doesn't behave like mortal ki because it isn't mortal ki. Something that resonates with the angelic foundation WHIS spent 9 years building. Something that his body has been prepared for since infancy through divine food and celestial energy and the slow, patient reconstruction of his biology from the inside out. He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't have a name for it. He's never accessed it consciously. But it's there. It's been there his whole life. And right now, with his back against the wall and his power fading and an emperor made of darkness pressing in from every direction, right now, the door opens. I need to be very precise about what happens next, because it's the most important transformation in the story so far, and it works differently from every Super Saiyan form that came before it. SSJ-3 is failing, the golden energy is flickering, sputtering, the fire burning out. Goku's body is reaching the limit of what mortal frame Super Saiyan power can produce. Frieza sees it, reads the fatigue in Goku's movements, the micro-hesitations in his technique, the telltale signs of a fighter running on fumes. Ah, Frieza says, almost sadly. Already? I had hoped for more. He closes in. A finishing combination, 3 strikes designed to end the fight. Fast, precise, inescapable. Goku's SSJ-3 drops, the golden aura extinguishes. His hair shortens, his body reverts, and for a fraction of a second he's in base form, defenseless, drained, a mortal standing in the path of an emperor's killing blows. And in that fraction of a second, in the gap between SSJ-3's death and whatever comes next, something happens that has never happened before. Goku's ki doesn't just go out, it inverts. The same inversion WHIS witnessed at age 7. The same phenomenon he built the entire angelic kata around, the dissolution of the boundary between body and energy. But this time it's not a flicker, not a momentary glitch, it's a transition. Goku's mortal ki burns away and something replaces it. Energy that resonates at a frequency that is not mortal, that registers on the spectrum in the exact space where divine ki operates. His body doesn't reject it, it was built for it. 12 years of divine food, angelic training, and celestial energy exposure. His cells were quietly, patiently, imperceptibly reconstructed to serve as a vessel for exactly this kind of power. WHIS didn't just train a fighter, he built a bridge, a mortal body capable of carrying divine energy without being destroyed by it. The bridge activates. Goku's hair shifts, not gold, red. A deep, luminous crimson, the color of a star at its hottest point of fusion. His body leans out, not muscularly, but energetically, as if excess has been burned away and what remains is pure, concentrated, divine. His aura isn't the raging bonfire of Super Saiyan or the electrical storm of SSJ2 or the volcanic eruption of SSJ3. It's a thin, warm, red-shifted glow that sits against his skin like a second layer of reality. His eyes open. They're red, calm. Not the battle-focused intensity of SSJ2 or the feral sharpness of SSJ3. Calm. The calm of a being who has suddenly, fundamentally become something else. Super Saiyan God, Frieza's killing combination connects. 3 strikes, full power. Sovereign ki compressed into points of impact that would destroy a continent. Goku catches the first with his open palm. The impact shockwave radiates outward, but the shockwave goes around Goku, not through him, as if the energy recognizes that the thing it's hitting is no longer playing by the same physical rules. The second strike he deflects with a forearm, redirecting Frieza's momentum with a casual efficiency that makes the Emperor's eyes go wide. The third he doesn't block at all. He steps through it, and the sovereign ki parts around his body like water around a stone, unable to interact with the divine energy that now comprises his being. What? Frieza stumbles back, not from force, from confusion. His entire combat assessment, the careful power reading he's been maintaining throughout the fight, has just gone blank. He can't read Goku's power anymore, not because it's hidden, but because it's operating at a frequency his senses can't perceive. It's like trying to hear ultraviolet. The information is there, his instruments can't detect it. What have you done? Frieza hisses. What is this? I don't know, Goku says honestly. His voice has a harmonic to it, the same dual frequency resonance that appeared during his divine tinted transformation, but deeper, richer, as if the two voices have harmonized into something that sounds almost musical, but it feels right. He moves. I'm not going to describe this part of the fight in blow-by-blow detail because it's not a fight anymore. Not really. A fight implies 2 participants competing. What happens in the next 40 seconds is closer to a demonstration. SSG Goku hits Frieza. And for the first time in the Emperor's existence, for the first time across thousands of conquests and tens of thousands of battles, a mortal hits him in a way he cannot answer. The punch doesn't just impact, it resonates. Goku's divine ki interacts with Frieza's sovereign ki at a level below the physical, at the level of the energy itself, the fundamental frequencies that comprise their respective powers. And Goku's frequency is higher, not stronger in the raw output sense, higher, operating on a plane that sovereign form, for all its magnificence, cannot reach. Frieza goes through the ground, into it, through bedrock, through the mantle adjacent layers, deep enough that the heat would kill any normal being. He erupts from the earth a mile away, trailing molten rock, and Goku is already there, waiting. Calm, that thin red glow sitting on his skin like a promise. How? Frieza screams. And it is a scream. The composed, regal Emperor is screaming because his worldview is cracking. He is the sovereign. He is the peak. He has spent 20 years and untold wishes building himself into the most powerful mortal in the universe, and a teenager in a form he's never seen is making him look like a child. Goku doesn't answer. He attacks, not brutally, precisely. Angelic technique flowing through a divine energy medium, each strike optimized at a molecular level, 0 waste, 0 excess, every ounce of force delivered exactly where it will cause maximum effect. 3 more exchanges. 3 more instances of Sovereign Frieza being outclassed in a way that transcends the normal spectrum of stronger and weaker. Then it ends. Not because Goku wins, because Goku's body fails. 53 seconds. That's how long SSG lasts. Less than a minute. The divine energy, magnificent, overwhelming, game-changing, is too much for his body to sustain. The bridge was built holds, but the throughput exceeds its capacity. Like running a river through a garden hose. The energy is real. The vessel can't contain it for more than a moment. The red drains from Goku's hair. The glow fades. The calm evaporates, replaced by a sudden, crushing wave of physical exhaustion as his body registers the energetic debt of channeling divine power through mortal pathways. He drops, knees first, then hands, then face, hitting the scorched earth of the battlefield as SSG releases and dumps him back into base form with all the grace of a marionette with its strings cut. But Frieza is already on the ground, already beaten. The 53 seconds of SSG combat inflicted more damage than the entire preceding battle. Frieza is in a crater of his own, sovereign form cracked, that regal black plating fractured and leaking violet energy. He's conscious, he's alive, but the fight is over. His body is refusing commands, too damaged to respond, his key pathways scrambled by strikes that operated at a frequency he has no defense against. Sovereign Frieza, the strongest mortal tyrant Universe 7 has ever produced, the Emperor, who was never stopped, the culmination of 20 years of wish-fueled evolution, has been defeated, in under a minute, by something he doesn't have a name for, by a transformation that shouldn't exist, by a Saiyan, who, for 53 shining seconds, was not a mortal at all. Frieza lives. Goku doesn't kill him, partly because killing isn't in this Goku's nature, partly because he's too exhausted to do much of anything, and partly because by the time Earth's fighters reach the battlefield, Frieza's remaining forces have already initiated an emergency extraction. The flagship in orbit beams Frieza up before Krillin and the others can intervene. The Emperor retreats, his fleet withdrawing from Earth's system at maximum speed. But Frieza doesn't forget. Frieza never forgets, as his medical team reassembles his shattered body in the flagship's regeneration chamber. As sovereign form slowly reconstitutes itself, Frieza's mind is doing what it does best. Analyzing, categorizing, planning. He felt the frequency shift. He didn't understand it, but he felt it. The moment Goku's ki transitioned from mortal to divine, Frieza's instincts registered it as something outside his current evolutionary reach. Not beyond his potential. Frieza doesn't believe anything is beyond his potential, but beyond his current state. He needs more. The golden form, the rumored next step. He needs it now. Frieza will be back. Not today. Not this year. But he'll be back. Stronger. More prepared. More obsessed. That's a problem for later. Right now, the problem is closer to home, because that burst of divine mortal energy, that 53-second flash of Super Saiyan God, did not go unnoticed. In the realm above all realms, in a space that exists outside the 12 universes, the Grand Priest is reviewing his ledger. Now let me explain something about the Grand Priest, because he's the most important antagonist in this story, even though he doesn't show up in person until much later. The Grand Priest is not evil. He's not cruel. He's not even particularly malicious. What he is orderly. He is the administrator of reality. He maintains the systems, the divine hierarchy, the angelic order, the power structure that keeps the multiverse functioning. And one of those systems is the ceiling. The ceiling exists because the Grand Priest put it there, or rather, it exists because the order he serves maintains it. It's a metaphysical barrier woven into the fabric of every universe that places an upper bound on mortal power growth. When a mortal reaches a certain threshold, roughly good candidate tier, their growth slows, stalls, and eventually stops, not through lack of potential, through enforcement. The ceiling pushes back. It resists further growth the way atmosphere resists objects approaching terminal velocity. Why? Because mortals who exceed the God threshold destabilize the hierarchy. They become variables in a system designed for constants. The last time a mortal broke through, Thane, 8 billion years ago, the consequences rippled across multiple universes before the Grand Priest personally unmade him. The ceiling works. It has worked for billions of years. Occasionally, a mortal approaches it, touches it, even dents it, and the Grand Priest logs these instances as routine anomalies. Mortal potential is vast but finite. They always stall. They always burn out. The ceiling holds. So when a mortal on a backwater planet in Universe 7 produces a brief spike of divine ki, not mortal ki pushed to extremes, but actual divine frequency energy, the Grand Priest notes it with mild interest and no particular concern. Universe 7, he murmurs, marking his ledger. A mortal divine flare. 53 seconds. No sustained output. He's seen this before. Rarely, but it happens. A mortal with exceptional potential briefly touches the divine spectrum under extreme duress. It's always temporary. The ceiling reasserts itself, the mortal's body can't sustain the divine frequency, and the flare burns out. Self-correcting system. He logs it as a routine anomaly. Moves on. This is the Grand Priest's blind spot. He trusts the system. He trusts the ceiling. In billions of years, it has never failed to contain a mortal. Why would this time be different? Because this mortal was raised by an angel. Because this mortal's body was built from infancy to bridge the divine-mortal gap. Because 53 seconds is not the limit. It's the beginning. And the next time the flare happens, it won't be 53 seconds. The Grand Priest doesn't know any of this. He doesn't know about WHIS. He doesn't know about the Pale Garden. He doesn't know that the system he trusts has been compromised by one of its own architects. Not yet. Goku is 20. 2 years have passed since the Frieza fight. 2 years of recovery, of training, of trying to recapture that 53-second flash of divine power and failing every single time. SSG came to him in a moment of extremity. Mortal Ki burning out, divine Ki rushing in to fill the vacuum. But he can't replicate the conditions deliberately. He can't force his Ki to shift frequencies at will. It's like trying to deliberately recreate a dream. The harder you grasp for it, the further it recedes. He's frustrated. Genuinely frustrated in a way he hasn't been since the early days of the angelic kata. He trains with Varos, pushes SSJ2 and SSJ3 harder, runs through every technique and exercise he knows. Nothing works. The door he opened against Frieza is closed, and he can feel it there, just barely out of reach, a hum at the edge of his perception, divine power waiting to be accessed, but he can't find the key. WHIS calls him back to the Pale Garden. Goku hasn't been to the garden in a while. Earth has become his home. Truly, his home. With friendships and community and a life that the garden's perfect emptiness can't replicate. Stepping back through the dimensional membrane feels like visiting a childhood house. Everything's the same. Everything feels smaller. WHIS is waiting in the house, sitting at the table where he's eaten 1,000 meals with a child who is now a man. Tea is prepared. 2 cups. Sit down, WHIS says. Goku sits, takes his tea, drinks, waits. WHIS looks at him for a long time, measuring, assessing, but not the way he assessed Goku's training in the early years. This is different. He's reading the man his student has become, the friends he's made, the battles he's fought, the grief he's experienced, the joy, the growth. Then WHIS tells him everything. All of it. The ceiling, the Edict of Still Hands, the divine hierarchy, angels, gods of destruction, the Grand Priest, the Omni-Kings, and above even them, the abstract, the formless, sentient law that wrote reality's rules, the full architecture of the power structure that governs the multiverse. He tells Goku about the 2 paths of Saiyan evolution, the divine path that produces SSG and what lies beyond it, and the primal path that channels the great ape lineage into something else entirely. He explains that they are not just different approaches to power, but different philosophies of existence. The divine path seeking to transcend mortality, the primal path seeking to perfect it. He tells Goku about Thane, the mortal who broke the ceiling 8 billion years ago, who was unmade by the Grand Priest. Not killed, not erased from a timeline, but removed from existence at a level so fundamental that even the universe forgot he'd been there. The only trace left was a fighting style imprinted on the void between dimensions. Void Step. He tells Goku about Sable, who she really was, what really happened to her. The Grand Priest's verdict. The erasure, the ghost imprint that persisted in the Pale Garden because the dimension exists between reality and unreality, and some things fall through the cracks. He tells Goku why he was taken from the crater. Your energy signature resonated at a divine frequency, WHIS says. This occurs once every 10 trillion mortal births. I've seen it before, twice in my existence. Both times the child grew, reached the ceiling, and either broke against it or lived a diminished life. I believed. He pauses. This is difficult for him. Angels do not do difficult. I believe that with the right foundation, if the bridge between mortal and divine could be built from infancy rather than forced in adulthood, the outcome might be different, that you might be able to break through the ceiling without being broken by it. And the edict? Goku asks. He's not angry. His voice is calm, curious. the same voice he uses when he's parsing a new concept. You broke the rules by training me. I broke every rule there is. The Edict of Still Hands forbids angels from interfering with mortal development in any way. What I've done, taking you, raising you, training you, feeding you divine food, is the most comprehensive violation in angelic history. If the Grand Priest discovers it, the consequences would be... He trails off. Bad? Universe 7 might cease to exist, along with me and possibly you. The Grand Priest doesn't destroy threats, Goku, he unmakes them, the way he unmade Thane. Silence. Goku drinks his tea, processes. The garden is quiet around them. The same quiet that defined his childhood, the same impossibly still air, the same translucent grass moving in a soundless wind. Is there something on the other side? Goku asks. Of the ceiling? I don't know. No mortal has ever gotten through. The two who came closest, Thane and Sable, were destroyed before they could. But theoretically, yes, the ceiling is a barrier. Barriers imply two sides. Something exists beyond mortal limits. Whether it can be reached by a mortal, whether a mortal body can survive what's on the other side, that is the question I've been trying to answer for 12 years. Goku sets down his tea, looks at WHIS, and his expression, y'all, I want you to picture this because it's the most important expression in the story. His expression is not anger, not fear, not betrayal, not even gratitude. It's excitement. There's something past the limit, he says, something nobody's ever reached, something the most powerful beings in existence have been keeping mortals away from for billions of years. Yes, and I might be the first one to get there. Possibly. Goku grins. The grin, the Son Goku grin, open, warm, fearless, absolutely unhinged with curiosity and joy. Then what are we waiting for? Teach me how to do the God thing again. WHIS stares at him, and then, slowly, helplessly, he starts to laugh. The same real laugh from the day he sent Goku to Earth. The laugh of an angel who broke every rule he was bound by because he bet on a child, and the child just proved him right. You're not even slightly upset, WHIS says. I stole you from your species. I raised you in a pocket dimension. I turned you into the most wanted being in the divine hierarchy. And you're excited. You said there's a ceiling, Goku says simply. That means there's something on the other side. I want to see what it is. Pure, unkillable curiosity. It's been there since the beginning, since the baby in the crater grabbed WHIS's finger, since the 5-year-old felt the universe beyond the garden's walls and asked, can I go there? Since the 12-year-old completed the angelic kata and told an angel that maybe the ability to cry was another ceiling worth breaking. WHIS sees it now in full clarity, the thing that makes Goku different from Thane and Sable and every other mortal who touched the ceiling. They were driven by purpose, freedom, survival, strength. Goku is driven by wanting to see what's next. There's no endpoint, no goal that, once achieved, would make him stop. Just an infinite forward lean into the unknown. Very well, WHIS says. Then let's begin. At age between 20 to 21, what follows is the most intensive training period of Goku's life. WHIS trains him openly now. No more secrecy between them, no more hidden lessons or unexplained exercises. The Pale Garden becomes a divine training ground, and WHIS brings his full expertise to bear. The goal? Stabilize Super Saiyan God. SSG came to Goku in a flash. Uncontrolled, unsustainable, 53 seconds of raw divine power forcing itself through an unprepared vessel. The energy was there. The body could handle it briefly. But the control was absent. SSG was a dam breaking, not a faucet turning. WHIS teaches Goku to build the faucet. The process is technically complex, but philosophically simple. Goku already has two things that most mortals don't: a body built to carry divine energy, thanks to a lifetime of divine food and celestial training, and an angelic trained key control system that can manage energy at a molecular level. What he lacks is the translation layer, the ability to consciously shift his ki from mortal frequency to divine frequency and hold it there. Think of it like tuning a radio. Mortal ki and divine ki exist on the same spectrum, but at different frequencies. SSJ, SSJ2, SSJ3, these are all mortal frequency transformations. They amplify ki that's already operating in the mortal range. Bigger signal, same frequency. SSG is a frequency shift. Same signal, different wavelength. The energy output isn't necessarily greater than SSJ3, and in some configurations it's actually less in raw power. But the wavelength change makes the energy behave fundamentally differently. It interacts with reality at a level that mortal frequency power can't access. It's like the difference between throwing a rock and singing a note that resonates with glass. The note might carry less force, but it can do things the rock can't. WHIS teaches Goku to tune. Day by day, hour by hour, painstaking sessions of meditation and energy manipulation where Goku learns to feel the divine frequency within his own ki. It's been there his whole life, a faint harmonic buried in his natural output, and isolate it, amplify it. Learn to voluntarily shift his entire energy production to that frequency and hold it. It takes months. It's the hardest thing he's ever done, harder than the kata, because the kata was learning a new skill. This is learning to fundamentally change what you are at an energetic level. Every cell in his body produces mortal frequency ki by default. Shifting to divine frequency requires overriding that default at a cellular level across his entire body simultaneously, and maintaining it while also fighting and thinking and existing as a person. But he does it. Because of course he does, because the foundation WHIS built is exactly as strong as it needed to be. SSG stabilizes at age 20. He can hold it for hours. The red hair, the red eyes, the lean divine physique, the thin warm glow, it becomes comfortable, natural, a second skin. And then WHIS says now, combine it with Super Saiyan Blue. The logic is elegant. SSG provides the divine frequency, the wavelength shift that puts Goku's energy on the same plane as God's. But SSG alone is paradoxically limited in raw output. The frequency is higher, but the amplitude isn't maximal. You're singing the right note, but not at full volume. Super Saiyan provides the amplitude. The raw power multiplication that the SSJ transformation line has always been about. Channeling the Saiyan biology's explosive potential into a multiplication of output. Combine them. Divine frequency multiplied by Super Saiyan amplitude, the right note at full volume. The result is blue. Not conceptually, literally. The energy output when SSG's red-shifted divine frequency is modulated through the Super Saiyan transformation produces a wavelength that falls in the blue spectrum. WHIS suspects this isn't coincidence, that the blue wavelength has some deeper significance in the physics of divine energy, but the explanation can wait. The result matters. Super Saiyan Blue, divine ki channeled through Saiyan biology, controlled by angelic training. A blue aura with a white core, the white being the angelic precision key control that prevents the enormous energy from leaking, from wasting, from dispersing. Tight, dense, contained. Every erg of energy exactly where it needs to be. The power is immense. SSB Goku is meaningfully beyond Sovereign Frieza, beyond any mortal who has ever lived. He's in the range of legitimate God candidate territory, the power level at which the Divine Order starts paying attention. This, WHIS says, watching SSB Goku move through a combat form in the Pale Garden with blue-white energy trailing from every gesture like bioluminescent fire, is the divine path fully realized. At this stage. At this stage, there's more. There's always more, but we have a more immediate concern. What? Lord Beerus is awake, and he's asking questions. But before the Beerus confrontation, one more piece falls into place. She contacts Goku through a method that shouldn't be possible. A message inscribed in the Pale Garden's dimensional membrane, written in angelic script that Goku can read, because WHIS taught him the language at age 9. The message appears one morning on the wall of their house, characters glowing faintly violet. I know what you are. I can help you become what you need to be. I know where to find the one who came before you. It's signed with a symbol that WHIS recognizes immediately, and that makes his face go absolutely, completely, terrifyingly still. What is it? Goku asks. What does the symbol mean? It's the personal sigil of Eris, WHIS says, and his voice has a quality that Goku has never heard in it before. Dread, the Grand Priest's firstborn, the only angel ever deemed a failure. Is she dangerous? She's the most dangerous person you could possibly become involved with. She was assigned to Universe 19, which no longer exists because it was erased before the current 12 were established. She's been exiled for eons. She despises the Divine Order. WHIS pauses. And she's brilliant, perhaps the most intelligent angel who ever existed, including the Grand Priest himself. You don't want me to talk to her. I think talking to her is inevitable. She's already found us. The question is what she wants. What Eris wants. They learn through a second message, then a third, then a brief and terrifying face-to-face meeting at the edge of the Pale Garden is simple and enormous. She wants Goku to know about Thane. Not the abstract history, not the cautionary tale. The details. She knows where Thane's remnants are, the fragments of consciousness that survived his unmaking by the Grand Priest, persisting in the void between universes as a sentient fighting style called Void Step. She knows because she's been looking for them for billions of years, because she's been waiting for a mortal who might be capable of using them. Why? Goku asks her. They're sitting at the garden's edge, Goku on the grass, Eris hovering 2 feet off the ground because, as she puts it, I refuse to touch the ground of a reality that threw me away. She looks not like WHIS. Where WHIS is elegant and contained, Eris is angular, sharp, like a sculpture made of blades. Her skin is pale silver. Her eyes are violet black, dark enough that they look like holes in her face. She's beautiful in the way that a very sharp knife is beautiful. Because my father built a cage, she says, and her voice carries a bitterness so deep it sounds geological. A cage for every mortal in every universe. He calls it the ceiling. He calls it necessary. He calls it balance. I call it fear. He's afraid of what mortals could become if they weren't restrained. And he should be, because what mortals could become is better than him. You want me to beat the Grand Priest? I want you to prove that the ceiling is wrong, that the system my father built, the hierarchy, the order, the neat little boxes he put everyone in, is not the only way reality can work. You don't have to beat him, you have to surpass him. And to do that, you need Void Step. She gives Goku the coordinates, a location in the void between universes where Thane's remnants persist. She warns him that accessing Void Step nearly killed the last person who tried, a mortal from Universe 4 6 billion years ago, who was driven insane by the experience. But you're not them, she says, studying him with those dark eyes. You've got WHIS's foundation, and you've got that annoying Saiyan stubbornness. You might survive. Might. 50-50, maybe 60-40. She almost smiles. Would you like better odds? Nah, those sound fun. Eris stares at him, then laughs. Sharp, surprised, genuine. It's the first time she's laughed in eons. You really are everything they said you'd be. Fine, Son Goku. Go find Thane. Learn Void Step. And when you're ready, her expression hardens. Come find me again. Because the ceiling is not the last obstacle you'll face. And the thing that comes after the ceiling is worse. She vanishes. The space where she was hovering smells like ozone and regret. Goku files away the Thane coordinates for later. There's something more immediate to deal with first. The God of Destruction wants to talk. It happens in the Pale Garden, because WHIS can't avoid it anymore. Beerus appears the way gods of destruction always appear, without warning, without invitation, and with the implicit understanding that wherever they choose to be is exactly where they belong. One moment, the garden is empty. The next, cat-faced god is standing in the pale grass, looking around with narrowed eyes and an expression of barely contained irritation. WHIS. Lord Beerus. WHIS is standing by the house. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't look surprised. He's been waiting for this moment for 21 years. He's rehearsed it in his mind 10,000 times. None of those rehearsals make it easier. Explain this. Beerus gestures at the garden, at the house, at the training grounds, at the entire pocket dimension that an angel has maintained in secret for 2 decades. Explain all of this. It's a training facility. I can see that. Who are you training? That would be me. Goku walks out of the house. He's in base form, dressed simply, tail wrapped around his waist. He doesn't look intimidated. He doesn't look defiant. He looks interested. Because standing in front of him is a god of destruction, a being of immeasurable power, the enforcer of cosmic balance, the supreme authority of Universe 7. And all Goku can think is, I wonder how strong he is. Beerus looks at Goku. Really looks, with the perception of a god. A perception that reads not just power, but nature, the fundamental quality of a being's existence. And what he reads makes his tail lash behind him in a gesture that's half agitation and half something else. Something closer to awe. A mortal, Beerus says slowly. A mortal with divine ki. Yes, WHIS says, trained by you. Yes. For how long? 21 years, Lord Beerus. The god of destruction is quiet for a very long time. The garden's ambient energy ripples around him. Even suppressed, his power distorts reality. The grass near his feet changes color. darkening as if his mere presence is too heavy for the dimension to bear without adjustment. You broke the edict. His voice is soft. That's the dangerous register. When Beerus is loud, he's performing. When he's soft, he's angry. You violated the foundational law of the angelic order. You hid a mortal from me, your god of destruction, and trained him in secret in a dimension that doesn't exist on any chart. All of that is true. The Grand Priest will erase you for this. You know that. I do. He might erase the entire universe. You know that. I do. Beerus's eyes narrow. His gaze shifts from WHIS to GOKU. Back to WHIS. Back to GOKU. Is he worth it? WHIS doesn't hesitate. Yes. Another silence. Beerus walks slowly, deliberately toward GOKU, stops about 5 feet away. The god of destruction looms. That's the only word for it. Beerus looms, and the looming carries the weight of 4 billion years of accumulated authority. How strong are you? Beerus asks. GOKU considers the question honestly. I don't know for sure. Strong enough to beat the strongest mortal I've ever met, not strong enough to do what WHIS thinks I can do. Yet. Beerus repeats the word like he's tasting it. Yet. The arrogance. It's not arrogance. Goku's voice is steady, open. I just haven't found my limit yet. I keep pushing, and the limit keeps moving. That's because you haven't reached the limit. When you do, you mean the ceiling. Beerus goes still. WHIS told me, Goku says, about the ceiling, the divine hierarchy, all of it. I know what I'm up against. I know what happened to the last mortal who tried to break through. And you're not afraid? Of what? Beerus stares at him. And in the god of destruction's ancient alien eyes, something shifts. Not anger, not contempt. Not the dismissal you'd expect from a god looking at a mortal who dares to speak to him as an equal. Recognition. Beerus has been alive for 4 billion years. He's bored. He's been bored for eons. The cycle of waking, destroying, eating, sleeping, it repeats endlessly, and the endless repetition has ground away whatever enthusiasm he once had for the role. He destroys because it's his function. He sleeps because consciousness is tedious. He eats because food is the last remaining source of novelty in an existence defined by the absence of it. And now here is a mortal who is not boring. A mortal who has been trained by his own angel, who carries divine ki in a mortal body, who speaks to a god of destruction without fear or deference or hostage negotiation level politeness. A mortal who, when told that an incomprehensible barrier stands between him and the impossible, says, yet, and means it. Beerus makes a decision. It takes him approximately 2 seconds, and it will reshape the trajectory of the story from this point forward. I'm going to keep your secret, he says, but I want something in return. What? Prove it. Prove that you're worth the risk WHIS took. Prove that you're more than a parlor trick with divine ki. Fight me. Goku versus Beerus. Y'all. I have been waiting for this fight since I started writing this story. Because this, Goku versus Beerus, is the foundational confrontation of the entire narrative. Not because of the outcome, because of what it reveals. About Goku. About the two paths. About what it means to fight a god. Let me set the stage. The Pale Garden isn't big enough. Or rather, it's big enough for the fight, but not big enough for the consequences. WHIS expands the dimension in real time, stretching the boundaries to accommodate a battle between a god of destruction and a divine ki mortal. The sky shifts to a deep midnight blue. The endless grassland extends further than even Goku's perception can map. It's vast, it's empty, it's a stage. Beerus stands at one end, arms folded, tail swaying. His power is... I need a new word, y'all, because everything I've used so far, immense, staggering, astronomical, is inadequate for describing what a god of destruction at 70% output feels like. It's not a quantity, it's a quality. It's the feeling of standing in front of something that could unmake you, not by hitting you hard enough, but by simply deciding that you shouldn't exist. Destruction ki. Hakai energy is fundamentally different from any power Goku has faced. It doesn't damage, it negates. It's the energy of unbeing. I'll use approximately 70% of my full power, Beerus says. That should be sufficient to give you a benchmark, if you can impress me at 70%. He shrugs. We'll talk. What counts as impressive? I'll know it when I see it. Transform. Goku goes Super Saiyan Blue. The blue aura erupts, dense, controlled, blinding. The white core of angelic ki management keeps every erg contained, and the power output is genuine. SSB Goku, the Divine Path's current apex, a mortal wielding divine frequency energy through the amplification of Super Saiyan biology. It's magnificent. If you could feel it from the outside, it would feel like standing next to a star. Concentrated, overwhelming. The kind of power that has beaten every opponent Goku has ever faced. Beerus yawns. Come then. SSB Goku versus Beerus at 70% is not a fair fight. Let me be very clear about that. It's not fair, it's not close, and for the first several minutes, it's not even competitive. The gap between a god of destruction at 70% and a mortal in Super Saiyan Blue, even an angelic trained mortal, even a mortal with a divine foundation, even a mortal carrying the accumulated skill of 21 years of the most advanced training ever given to a non-divine being, is vast. Goku attacks. A combination that would have annihilated Sovereign Frieza, angelic precision strikes delivered at divine frequency, each one carrying the full weight of SSB's amplified output. It's fast, it's elegant, it's devastating by any mortal standard. Beerus blocks with one finger, not metaphorically, literally one finger. The index finger of his right hand held up casually, intercepting Goku's combination with the languid disinterest of someone swatting a mosquito. Goku's divine frequency strikes impact Beerus's destruction key and are absorbed. Not deflected, not overpowered, absorbed. The Hakai energy in Beerus's body devours the incoming power the way a black hole devours light. Beerus says. Is that all? It isn't. Goku escalates, pushes SSB to its maximum output, attacks from every angle, uses every technique in his arsenal. WHIS taught movement forms, Burroughs taught combat instincts. The full synthesis of divine and mortal fighting philosophy channeled through a transformation that puts him at the peak of the divine path. Beerus blocks, deflects, occasionally counterattacks, and each counter is like being hit by the concept of no, not physical force, negation. Hakai energy that doesn't just damage but undoes. Each hit costs Goku something, not just health or energy, but existence. Small amounts, survivable, but deeply existentially wrong. You're fast, Beerus admits, catching Goku's roundhouse kick and tossing him across the garden like a child throwing a ball. And your control is genuinely remarkable. WHIS taught you well. He appears above Goku before the Saiyan can recover, hand raised, a sphere of violet destruction key forming in his palm. But you fight in one dimension. You're all divine path, clean, precise, predictable. The sphere drops, Goku dodges, barely, and the point where it hits the ground simply ceases to exist. Not an explosion, not a crater, an absence, a perfect sphere of nothing where reality used to be. Show me something I haven't seen, Beerus says. Show me something new. And here is the pivot point, because what happens next was planned, not by Goku, by WHIS. WHIS stands at the edge of the battlefield, watching. He's been watching the whole fight with the analytical precision of a teacher evaluating a final exam. And what he's evaluating is not whether Goku can beat Beerus. He can't. Not with SSB alone. Not at this stage. What he's evaluating is whether Goku is ready for the next step. The next step is dangerous. It could kill Goku. It could shatter his body. It involves deliberately triggering a Saiyan biological response that hasn't been activated in this Goku's lifetime. A response that his entire Divine Path training has been designed to avoid. But the Divine Path alone can't beat Beerus. WHIS knew this. He's always known this. The Divine Path is one half of the equation. The other half, WHIS acts. He raises his staff. A beam of energy, precise, targeted, invisible to Beerus's perception, because WHIS is the one person in the universe who can hide things from his god of destruction, hits Goku in the base of his tail. Not painful, but very, very specific. It stimulates the cellular mechanism that Saiyan biology uses to transform under a full moon. The Blutz wave receptor in the tail, the trigger for the great ape transformation. Goku feels it immediately, a surge. Not ki, not energy, something deeper, something biological. Something that lives in his blood and his bones and the coiled helix of his Saiyan DNA. Something that has been sleeping for 21 years because the Pale Garden has no moon. The great ape is waking up. Goku's body fights itself. The Uzaru transformation, the great ape, is the fundamental biological trump card of the Saiyan race. It's not a ki transformation like Super Saiyan, it's a physical transformation, a shift in body mass and structure triggered by specific wavelengths of light interacting with a biological receptor in the tail. It multiplies power by a factor of 10, but at the cost of control. The conscious mind is submerged under bestial instinct, rage, pure Saiyan aggression. For most Saiyans, this is a destructive event. The Ozaru rampages, destroys, kills indiscriminately. It's a weapon of mass destruction, not a combat tool. But Goku is not most Saiyans. His body begins to expand. He can feel it. The cells swelling, the bones lengthening, the mass increasing. The great ape is coming, and every instinct in his body is screaming to let it, to surrender to the beast, to release 21 years of controlled, refined, angelic trained discipline and become something raw and primal and enormous. And his training says no. The divine foundation, the angelic key control, the perception, the body-environment synchronization, the disciplined architecture that WHIS spent a decade building into his very cells, pushes back against the transformation. Not consciously, structurally. His body doesn't want to become a mindless giant because his body has been designed not to become a mindless giant. The angelic training is baked into his cellular structure at a level below conscious control. Two forces, one body. Divine discipline pulling inward, primal biology pushing outward. And then Varos's voice from a memory, from 100 sparring sessions and 1,000 conversations. Your angel teacher gave you heaven's technique. I'll give you a beast's heart. You'll need both. Both. Not one or the other. Both. The divine path and the primal path. Not fighting each other, working together. Goku doesn't resist the great ape transformation, and he doesn't surrender to it. He compresses it, uses the divine foundation, the angelic key control, the molecular level precision as a framework, a container, and forces the Ozaru energy inward instead of letting it expand outward. Compresses the great ape's tenfold power multiplication into his humanoid frame. Squeezes a building-sized beast into a man-sized body. It's like crushing a star into a diamond. The pressure is unimaginable. The pain is extraordinary. Every cell in his body screaming as two contradictory biological imperatives are forced to coexist in the same physical space. And then it clicks. Not smoothly, not elegantly. It clicks like a bone snapping into a joint, like a machine engaging a gear for the first time, and Goku's body transforms. Super Saiyan 4, Primal God. His hair turns dark. Not the red of SSG or the gold of Super Saiyan or the blue of SSB. Dark, the deep black of a Saiyan's natural hair, but longer, wilder, reaching his shoulders in a mane that looks like it was grown in a fight rather than styled in a garden. Crimson fur erupts along his arms, his chest, his shoulders, the vestigial remains of the great ape compressed into a humanoid surface. But this isn't GT's Super Saiyan 4. This version carries the marks of Goku's unique heritage. Along the crimson fur, faintly visible, are sigils, divine markings, angelic geometry woven into the bestial frame like constellations mapped onto animal hide. The divine and primal paths made visible. Made physical. His eyes are golden, not the teal of canonical Super Saiyan, not the red of SSG, not the silver of Ultra Instinct, gold. The color of the great ape's primal power, concentrated and focused and aware. His tail is back, fully extended, powerful, wrapped in a faint glow of divine light. And the energy, y'all. The energy. SSB is a scalpel, precise, refined, elegant. SSJ4 Primal God is a war drum. The power doesn't sit quietly against his skin, it pulses. It radiates outward in waves that make the ground vibrate, that make the pale garden's dimensional membrane ring like a struck bell. It's aggressive in a way that no divine transformation has been. It's hungry in a way that no angelic technique can produce. It's the primal path, perfected mortality, not transcended mortality. And it is loud. Beerus's tail stops swaying, his arms uncross. For the first time in the fight, the god of destruction shifts from evaluating to paying attention. Now that, Beerus says, is new. SSJ4 Goku attacks, and the fight changes completely. SSB was precise. SSJ4 is visceral. Where Blue delivered strikes with surgical accuracy, SSJ4 delivers them with intent, the raw, instinctive, predatory intent of a Saiyan warrior who has finally, for the first time, accessed the full depth of his biological heritage. Every punch carries weight beyond its physical force. Every kick resonates with the compressed power of a great ape channeled through a humanoid frame. The key emissions aren't controlled blasts, they're explosions of primal energy that damage and overwhelm and push in a way that divine technique never could. Beerus blocks, but he blocks harder. He has to. SSJ4 doesn't interact with Hakai energy the way SSB does, where divine frequency ki gets absorbed by destruction ki, primal frequency ki resists. It's too dense, too chaotic, too biologically rooted to be simply negated. Beerus's destruction energy has to work against SSJ4's attacks the old-fashioned way. Force against force, will against will. The garden shakes. The grass is torn up in 100-foot swaths. The artificial sky cracks. Actually cracks like glass, the dimensional membrane stressed by the energies being released. But SSJ4 has a problem. The same problem reversed. Where SSB was precise but lacked raw power against Beerus, SSJ4 is raw and powerful but lacks control. Goku's movements are aggressive, instinctive, driven by the primal energy coursing through him, and the instinct doesn't have the finesse of the angelic training. His strikes are powerful but readable. His aggression creates openings. Beerus, with 4 billion years of combat experience, exploits those openings effortlessly. Power without control, Beerus observes, catching Goku's fist and driving a knee into his stomach that bends the Saiyan double. The same problem your kind always has, all fire, no discipline. Goku staggers back, golden eyes blazing. The primal energy roars inside him, demanding he attack, charge, overwhelm through sheer force. And the divine foundation tries to impose order or to channel the aggression into technique, but the two paths are fighting each other. Blue's calm versus SSJ4's fury. Angel versus ape. Transcendence versus perfection. They coexist in his body, but they don't cooperate, and in the moment-to-moment reality of a fight against a god of destruction, that internal conflict is a liability. He can't beat Beerus with Blue alone, he can't beat Beerus with SSJ4 alone, and he can't use both at the same time. The energies reject each other, divine frequency and primal frequency colliding inside him like opposing currents. Not yet, anyway. But he can do something else, something that shows Beerus what he came to see. Goku drops SSJ4, returns to base, breathes, the primal fur recedes, the golden eyes fade to black. He stands in the center of the devastated garden, bruised and bleeding and thinking. Then he goes SSJ4 again, just for a second, a half-second flash of crimson fur and golden eyes and primal power, compressed into a single strike. One punch. All the force of the primal path channeled into a single moment of perfect timing. But the punch is delivered with angelic technique. Not the primal instinct of sustained SSJ4, the controlled, precise, zero-waste kinematics of the divine foundation. He accesses the primal power for the strike and the divine skill for the delivery, switching between paths in the space between heartbeats. The punch lands on Beerus's guard, and the god of destruction slides back 6 inches. 6 inches. It doesn't sound like much, but y'all need to understand. Beerus at 70% has not moved involuntarily during this entire fight. Not when SSB Goku was firing everything he had. Not when SSJ4 Goku was throwing planet-cracking punches. The god's position has been a fixed point, immovable, the bedrock against which Goku's waves broke harmlessly. 6 inches. Beerus looks down at his feet. Looks at the marks in the ground where his feet slid. Looks at Goku. Goku is grinning, the combat grin. Blood on his teeth, sweat on his brow, one eye swelling shut and grinning. Because he just proved something. Not to Beerus, to himself. The two paths can work together. Not sustained, not merged, not yet. But in a single moment of perfect synthesis, primal power delivered through divine technique, they can produce something that moves a god. Heh, Beerus says it softly, almost to himself, then louder. Heh. He drops his guard, steps forward, reaches out, and in a gesture so unexpected that WHIS nearly drops his staff, flicks Goku in the forehead. Just a flick. Casual, playful. The flick sends Goku tumbling end over end for about a quarter mile, but that's beside the point. You're not there yet, Beerus says when Goku picks himself up, wobbling, one eye closed, still grinning. Not even close. But, he pauses. The god of destruction looks up at the pale garden's cracked sky, at the devastated grassland, at the dimensional membrane that's still ringing from the fight, and something in his expression changes. Something that hasn't been there in a very, very long time. Interest. But that was the most fun I've had in 4 billion years. So congratulations, mortal. You've impressed the god of destruction. He turns to WHIS. I'll keep your secret, for now, because I want to see what happens next. The aftermath of the fight is political, which isn't a word you usually associate with Dragon Ball. But here we are. Beerus, WHIS, and Goku sit in the repaired house in the Pale Garden. WHIS made tea, because WHIS always makes tea, and negotiate. Beerus's position is complicated. As god of destruction, he's technically obligated to report an edict violation to the Grand Priest. As a being who has just experienced genuine excitement for the first time in 4 billion years, he desperately does not want to do that. If the Grand Priest finds out, he'll erase the boy, Beerus says, sipping tea with a delicacy that seems wrong for someone who could destroy the cup with a thought. And then he'll erase you, WHIS. And then he might erase Universe 7 for harboring the anomaly. I'd rather he didn't. I like Universe 7. The food is excellent. Your concern is noted and appreciated, Lord Beerus. Don't get smart with me. You broke the law, you. My attendant, my angel. The one being I'm supposed to be able to trust absolutely. I know. And you did it because you thought a Saiyan child could break a barrier that has held for billions of years. I know. You're insane. Also true. Beerus looks at Goku. And you're, what, 21? You've got divine ki, 2 Saiyan transformation paths, angelic training, and absolutely no sense of self-preservation. Pretty much, yeah. Wonderful. I'm staking my existence on a 21-year-old with a tail. Beerus finishes his tea, sets the cup down with exaggerated care. Fine, here are my terms. I keep the secret. In exchange, I want regular updates on the boy's progress. I want to fight him again when he's stronger, and I want... He pauses, thinks. What? WHIS asks. I want to know if it's possible, if the ceiling can actually break. Because if it can, if everything I've been enforcing for 4 billion years is built on a lie. He trails off. And in his voice, buried under the authority and the arrogance and the casual menace, is something very small and very old. Hope. I'd like to know that the last 4 billion years meant something, Beerus says quietly. That the order I've served isn't just a cage, that it's leading somewhere. Goku looks at the god of destruction, looks at the ancient, powerful, profoundly lonely being who has spent eons enforcing a system he secretly suspects might be wrong. I'll break it, Goku says, simply. No bravado, no qualification, just a statement of intent, delivered with the absolute certainty of someone who has never once encountered a limit he didn't eventually surpass. And when I do, I'll come back and fight you for real. Beerus holds his gaze for a long moment, then he stands, stretches, yawns, a real yawn, not a performative one. I'll hold you to that, Son Goku. He turns toward the garden's exit. Pauses. Oh, and train your SSJ4 more. The primal energy is fascinating, but your control is sloppy. It offends me as a connoisseur of destruction. He leaves. The garden is quiet. WHIS lets out a breath he's been holding, metaphorically, since angels don't need to breathe. That, he says, went better than expected. You expected him to kill us? The possibility was non-zero. More tea? Here's where we are, y'all, and I want you to feel the weight of it because the stakes just multiplied by about 1,000. Goku at age 22. SSG SSB, stable, comfortable, the divine path mastered at its current level. His primary sustained combat form. Strong enough to overwhelm Sovereign Frieza, competitive with mid-tier god threats. SSJ4 Primal God, unlocked but not mastered. Raw, instinctive, aggressive. The polar opposite of SSB. Enormous power but poor control. The primal path realized, but not refined. The 2 paths, they exist separately. He can use SSB or SSJ4, but not both simultaneously. The question of merging them, of creating something that channels both the divine and the primal simultaneously, hangs over everything. He proved in the Beerus fight that a momentary synthesis is possible. Sustaining it is the next frontier. Overall standing has pushed Beerus at 70%. Moved to God. The gap between him and the divine tier is still massive, but it's closing. He can see the mountain. He's started climbing. The board. Beerus is keeping the secret but wants results. WHIS is all in, fully committed to Goku's ascent, but the violations are accumulating and the risk of discovery grows with every passing day. Eris is waiting. She's given Goku the coordinates to Thane's remnants and the path to Void Step. The next level is out there. Frieza is rebuilding. Somewhere in deep space, an emperor with a wounded ego and an obsessive mind is pursuing the golden form with renewed fury. Piccolo Jr. is still out there, growing, evolving, a thread that hasn't been pulled yet. And the Grand Priest? The Grand Priest's ledger has a new entry. The anomaly in Universe 7, the mortal divine flare he logged as routine, hasn't faded. It should have. Every previous instance of a mortal touching the divine spectrum has burned out within weeks, the ceiling reasserting itself, the mortal's body unable to sustain the frequency shift. This one hasn't burned out. This one is growing. The Grand Priest upgrades the entry from routine anomaly to concerning. He dispatches an investigator, an angel named Orath from Universe 11. Methodical, patient, utterly loyal. His mission: confirm that the anomaly has burned out on its own, as all previous instances have. If it hasn't, escalate. Orath begins the journey to Universe 7. He'll arrive in Part 4, and when he does, the clock that has been ticking since WHIS stole a baby from a crater 22 years ago will finally irrevocably run out. The Pale Garden is quiet tonight. Goku sits on the roof of the house the same way WHIS used to sit when he was thinking thoughts an angel shouldn't think. The sky is silver white, the grass is pale green. Somewhere at the garden's edge, Sable's ghost hums a song that nobody alive remembers. 2 paths, 2 powers, 1 body that has to hold them both, a ceiling above, an abyss below, a god who believes in him, an angel who broke the law for him, a ghost who gave him his heritage, a fallen angel who gave him his fight, a best friend who taught him what bravery means, and somewhere in the void between universes, a dead man's fighting style waiting to be inherited. Goku looks up at the sky that isn't really a sky. "I'm coming," he says, to the ceiling, to whatever's on the other side, to the future that everyone keeps telling him is impossible. "I'm coming." All right, y'all. I'm gonna be real with you. This part almost broke me to write. Not because of the action, though there's plenty of that. Not because of the power scaling, though we're gonna places that make everything before look like a warm-up. It almost broke me because this is the part where the story stops being fun and starts being heavy. The consequences that have been building since WHIS stole a baby from a crater 22 years ago, they come due. All of them. At once. Part 1 was quiet, Part 2 was discovery, Part 3 was expansion, Part 4 is reckoning. 3 acts, 3 transformations, and 1 moment so devastating that it redefines who Goku is and what this story is about. Let's do this. Before we get to Goku's journey, I need to introduce the person who's coming to end it. Orath, Universe 11's angel attendant, the same universe that produces Jiren in the canonical timeline, the same universe defined by its worship of justice and order, and Orath is the distillation of those values in angelic form. Where WHIS is playful, Orath is precise. Where WHIS finds mortals endearing, Orath finds them statistically relevant. He doesn't hate mortals, he doesn't love them, he categorizes them. Every mortal is a data point in the ongoing calculation of universal stability, and Orath's job, his singular, absolute, unwavering purpose, is to ensure the calculation stays balanced. He is tall, even for an angel. Bone-white skin, hair the color of brushed steel, worn close-cropped and severe. His eyes are gray, flat, unreadable, the color of a clouded sky that might produce rain or might simply watch you until you feel compelled to justify your existence. He carries his staff the way a surgeon carries a scalpel. Always ready, always clean, always in exactly the position it needs to be. The Grand Priest dispatched him with a simple directive: confirm that the divine frequency anomaly in Universe 7 has burned out on its own, as all previous instances have. Routine assignment. Low priority. The Grand Priest expects Orath to arrive, scan the region, find nothing remarkable, and file a report. Orath is thorough. That's his defining characteristic. WHIS is brilliant but whimsical. The Grand Priest is omniscient but occasionally inattentive. Orath is neither brilliant nor inattentive. He is simply, relentlessly, exhaustively thorough. He checks every variable. He follows every thread. He does not assume outcomes. He does not trust precedent. He verifies. He enters Universe 7 space and begins scanning, methodically, sector by sector, reading the energy background radiation the way a forensic scientist reads a crime scene. Not just the obvious signals, but the residue, the echoes, the microscopic traces that most observers would dismiss as noise. He will find Goku. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when and what he'll do when he does. But that's Act 3's problem. Right now, Goku has a different destination. Eris gave him coordinates, a location in the space that exists between universes, not within any of the 12, not within the angel realm, not within any defined reality. The void, the place where erased things go. The cosmic dumpster of existence, if you want to be blunt about it, and I kind of do, because being poetic about a place that is literally defined by the absence of everything feels counterproductive. The void between universes is nothing. And I don't mean empty space. Empty space still has physics. It has quantum fluctuations, vacuum energy, the potential for something to exist. The void doesn't have that. It's not empty, it's absent. The difference between an empty room and a room that was never built. Navigating it requires either angelic capability, which Goku doesn't have, or a guide. Eris provides both, a stabilized pathway through the void, anchored by angelic constructs she's been maintaining for billions of years, leading to the specific point where Thane's remnants persist. Goku travels alone. WHIS can't enter the void without being detected by the Grand Priest's surveillance network. Angels leave a signature in extra-universal space that's impossible to conceal. Varos could accompany him, but the fallen angel's degraded power might not survive the passage, so it's just Goku. Walking through a corridor of faint violet light, Eris's stabilization energy, surrounded on all sides by nothing. And when I say nothing, y'all, I mean the kind of nothing that has weight, the kind that presses against your perception like static, that fills the spaces between your thoughts, that makes you aware of every piece of yourself because the absence of everything else throws your own existence into sharp relief. Goku's perception, trained to read the energy of everything around him, encounters the void and recoils. There's nothing to read, no energy, no matter, no information, just absence. "This is terrible," Goku says to no one. "This is the most terrible place I've ever been." He keeps walking, because of course he does. He finds the remnants 3 days into the void. 3 days of walking through nothing, sleeping in nothing, eating rations he brought from Earth in a backpack that Bulma gave him. You're going to the space between universes and you're bringing a backpack. What else would I bring? I don't know. Equipment. This has sandwiches in it. I put a tracking device in the sandwiches. I know. Thanks, Bulma. The remnants don't look like anything. That's the first thing Goku notices. In a space defined by absence, the remnants of Thane are defined by an even deeper absence. A place within the nothing where even the nothing has been removed. A hole in a hole. A vacuum within a vacuum. If the void is a blank page, Thane's remnants are a word that's been erased so thoroughly you can see the indentation where the pen pressed. Goku sits in front of this impression, cross-legged, the way WHIS taught him to sit when perceiving new forms of energy. He expands his awareness, carefully, gently, the way you'd extend a hand toward an animal you don't want to startle, and reaches into the impression. What he finds is not a person, not a consciousness in the way Sable is a consciousness with personality and memory and emotion. What he finds is movement, pure, abstract, distilled movement. A fighting style so refined and so fundamental that it survived the complete destruction of the beings who created it, the way a melody can persist in your mind long after the instrument that played it is gone. Void step. It's not a technique, not in the normal martial arts sense. Techniques are things you do. Punch this way, kick that way, channel energy through this pathway. Void step is a thing you become. It's the art of channeling energy through nothingness, of creating power not from presence but from absence, of fighting by being nowhere, occupying the spaces that don't exist, the gaps between moments, the void between action and reaction. Thane created it in the moments before his destruction. As the Grand Priest unmade him, piece by piece, layer by layer, erasing his existence from reality, Thane's final act was to encode himself into the process of his own erasure. He turned nothingness itself into a fighting style. He made absence into a weapon. He turned the Grand Priest's tool of destruction into an art form that could be inherited by anyone capable of surviving the learning process. Goku touches it. And here's where I need to be honest about what nearly kills Goku means, because Eris warned him this would happen, and she was not exaggerating. The moment Goku's perception contacts Void Step, it tries to unmake him, not maliciously, not intentionally. Void Step exists as an erasure pattern, a set of instructions encoded in nothingness, designed to interact with nothingness, optimized for operation within the void. When a living being touches it, the pattern doesn't recognize the difference between something to interact with and something to erase. It treats Goku's existence the way the Grand Priest's power treated Thane's, as something to be systematically removed. Goku feels himself starting to dissolve, not physically, deeper than that. His self begins to fray. Memories go first, not disappearing but becoming distant as if they happened to someone else. His sense of identity follows. I am Goku, becoming I am, becoming I, becoming a pronoun with no referent. His key signature starts to flatten, the complex waveform of his energy smoothing toward the baseline of nothing. This is what killed the universe for mortal. This is what drove them insane. The void step pattern is corrosive to existence, and learning it requires holding on to yourself while parts of you are being dissolved. Goku holds. He holds the way Krillin taught him, not through strength, but through stubbornness. The refusal to stop existing, not because existence is pleasant or important or meaningful, but because stopping is not an option. He holds the way Varos taught him, through mortal instinct, the primal Saiyan refusal to surrender. He holds the way WHIS taught him, through awareness, maintaining a perfect perception of his own self even as the void step pattern tries to erase the perceiver. And he holds the way Sable taught him, through identity, through knowing who he is, not what he can do. Not how strong he is, who he is, a Saiyan, a student, a friend, a person who wants to see what's next. These things are anchors, and Void Step's erasure pattern breaks against them like waves against a seawall. Hours pass, or maybe days. Time doesn't work in the void. Goku sits in the nothingness, wrestling with a dead man's fighting style, his existence fraying and reforming and fraying again as Void Step tests him, erodes him, tries to reduce him to the nothing it was born from. He doesn't learn Void Step the way he learned other techniques, through practice and repetition. He learns it through survival, through the act of persisting in its presence. The pattern, unable to erase him, does what encoded information does when it encounters a compatible system. It integrates. Slowly, painfully, one piece at a time, Void Step writes itself into Goku's body and mind and key structure, not replacing what's there, adding to it, a new layer, a new capability, the ability to access nothingness as a resource. When it's done, when the pattern has finished integrating and the dissolution pressure stops, Goku opens his eyes in the void and knows something he didn't know before. He knows how to be nowhere. Let me explain what this means in practical terms, because channeling energy through nothingness sounds very poetic, but doesn't tell you what it does in a fight. Void Step has three primary applications. Movement. Goku can now move through the spaces between spaces, not teleportation. Instant transmission moves you from point A to point B through a key anchored shortcut. Void Step moves you from point A to point B through nowhere. You cease to exist at point A and begin existing at point B with no transition. No travel time, no energy signature in transit. You simply aren't, and then you are. It's faster than teleportation because there's no distance to cover. You skip the concept of distance entirely. Defense. Goku can make parts of himself not exist temporarily. An incoming attack aimed at his chest can pass through the space where his chest is, because for the fraction of a second the attack occupies that space, his chest isn't there. It's not phasing. Phasing means your body becomes intangible. You still exist. You're just not interacting with physical reality. Void Step means you temporarily stop existing in that location. The attack can't hit what isn't there. The bridge. This is the one that matters most for the story. Void Step can create a null space within Goku's own body, a tiny zone of nothing that separates two things that would otherwise destroy each other through contact. Remember the problem from Part 3? The two paths, divine and primal, reject each other. Blue and SSJ4 can't coexist because their energies are antithetical. But Void Step can create a channel of nothingness between them, a buffer zone where they can exist side by side without touching. Two opposing currents separated by a river of pure absence. This is how the convergence becomes possible. We're not there yet, but the piece is in place. Goku returns from the void changed. Not obviously, he looks the same, sounds the same, moves the same, but there's something underneath. A depth to his presence that wasn't there before. A sense that part of him exists in a place you can't see. Like looking at an iceberg and knowing about the mass beneath the waterline. Back on Earth, he throws himself into the training that Part 3 left unfinished, mastering SSJ4 Primal God. The form was unlocked during the Beerus fight, but it was raw, uncontrolled, all power, no discipline. The same problem Varos identified years ago, repeated at a higher level, the primal path without the primal mastery. Varos takes the lead on this training, because this is Varos's domain, the mortal path, the beast's heart, the perfection of what you are rather than the transcendence of what you could become. And his approach is different from WHIS's, where WHIS trained control through refinement, hours of meditation, molecular level key manipulation, the patient accumulation of precision, Varos trains control through saturation. He puts Goku in SSJ4 and keeps him there. For days. For weeks. Forces him to live in the form, eat in the form, sleep in the form, exist as the primal god continuously until the aggressive, instinctive energy isn't a surge anymore, but a state. A natural condition. A second skin. It's rough. SSJ4 is not a comfortable form to sustain. The primal energy is aggressive. It wants to do things, wants to fight, wants to express itself through combat. Sustaining it during mundane activities, eating breakfast, having conversations, walking through a city, requires Goku to constantly manage an internal pressure that's shoving him toward aggression. It's like trying to hold a polite conversation while running a marathon. Possible. Exhausting. But Goku does it. And over weeks and months, the aggression settles. It doesn't disappear. It integrates. The primal fury becomes primal intensity, the same energy, the same biological power source, but channeled through a mind that's learned to coexist with it instead of being driven by it. By month 4, Goku in sustained SSJ4 can sit in meditation, can spar with controlled precision, can hold a ki sphere as perfectly round as the ones WHIS taught him to make at age 8. But now the sphere is wrapped in crimson fur energy and pulses with a bestial heartbeat. By month 6, SSJ4 Primal God is his. Not a transformation he accesses in desperation, not a form that overwhelms his rational mind with instinct. It's a complete, mastered, fully realized expression of the primal path. Everything the great ape lineage ever promised, compressed into a humanoid frame and wielded with purpose. The crimson fur, the divine sigils, the golden eyes, the tail wrapped in light, all of it controlled. All of it his. Varos watches him perform a combat kata in sustained SSJ4. Fluid, aggressive, powerful, every movement carrying the weight of compressed Uzaru energy delivered with practiced precision, and nods. Your angel teacher gave you the sky, Varos says. I gave you the ground. He pauses. You've got both now, kid. The question is what happens when you try to stand on the ground and reach for the sky at the same time. Has anyone ever done that? No. That's what makes it interesting. During this training period, Goku begins to feel the central tension of his power more acutely than ever. He has two forms, two paths, two complete, fully realized expressions of what a Saiyan can become. Super Saiyan Blue, the divine path, precise, elegant, transcendent. Energy operating at a divine frequency, amplified through Super Saiyan biology, controlled with angelic technique. It's beautiful. Fighting in SSB is like conducting an orchestra. Every element in perfect harmony, every action optimized, every outcome calculated and achieved with surgical accuracy. Super Saiyan 4 Primal God, the primal path. Raw, visceral, instinctive. Energy drawn from the deepest biological wellspring of Saiyan heritage, compressed into a humanoid frame, wielded with the ferocity and adaptability of a predator. Fighting in SSJ4 is like riding a wildfire. You're not controlling it, you're directing it, channeling a force that's bigger than you through a body that's learned to be its partner rather than its container. Both are extraordinary. Both are beyond anything the mortal world has produced. And both have limits that the other could address. SSB's limit is power. It's precise, but its ceiling of raw output is lower than what the primal path can produce. Against Beerus, it wasn't enough. Against a full-strength god of destruction, it won't be enough. You can be as precise as you want. If the opponent simply outmasses you in energy, precision loses to volume. SSJ4's limit is finesse. It's powerful, but its control, even mastered, is rougher than what the divine path provides. The primal energy doesn't do delicate. It doesn't do the molecular level key manipulation that makes SSB's strikes interact with divine frequency phenomena. Against opponents who fight at a divine frequency, angels, gods, SSJ4's mortal frequency power is playing a different game. The solution is obvious. Merge them. Create a form that has SSB's frequency and precision and SSJ4's power and instinct. The problem is equally obvious. They're antithetical. The divine path seeks to transcend mortality, to leave behind the biological, the instinctive, the primal, and ascend to something higher. The primal path seeks to perfect mortality, to embrace the biological, to channel the instinctive, to become the ultimate expression of what a mortal body can achieve. These aren't just different approaches, they're different philosophies, different answers to the same question: what should a Saiyan become? Blue says, Become something beyond Saiyan, beyond mortal, transcend. SSJ4 says, become the best Saiyan possible, the peak mortal, perfect. These answers reject each other. When Goku tries to activate both simultaneously, tries to hold SSB and SSJ4 in the same body at the same time, the energies collide, not metaphorically, physically. Divine frequency key and primal frequency key interact like matter and antimatter, mutual annihilation. The energy isn't just incompatible, it's destructive. Each path actively cancels the other. In the Beerus fight, Goku managed a single half-second synthesis, dropping SSJ4 and delivering one primal-powered strike through divine technique. A flash, a momentary bridge, enough to move a god 6 inches. But sustaining it, holding both paths simultaneously, as a form, as a state, WHIS says it's theoretically impossible. The energies reject each other at a fundamental level. You can't hold fire and ice in the same hand without one destroying the other, unless you put something between them, unless you create a space where neither exists, unless you have void step. But we're not there yet. The convergence comes in Act 2. Right now, the two paths exist as separate tools, separate forms, separate answers, and Goku carries both, switching between them, feeling them war inside him, sensing the potential synthesis that's just out of reach. The frustration is real, and it's productive, because Goku doesn't respond to frustration with despair. He responds with curiosity. Why do they reject each other? What specifically about the energies is incompatible? Where is the precise point of conflict? He meditates on it. WHIS helps, analyzing the energy interactions at an angelic level of detail. Varos helps, providing the primal path perspective on why the beast and the god can't share a body. Sable helps, telling him stories of ancient Saiyans who walked the line between control and instinct and found something in the middle. The answer, when it starts to form, is elegant. The two paths don't reject each other because they're incompatible. They reject each other because there's no space between them. In Goku's body, Divine Ki and Primal Ki occupy the same channels, the same pathways, the same physical systems. They collide because they have nowhere else to go. If there were a gap, a buffer, a space where neither path existed, they could coexist without touching, a null space, a void. The theory clicks into place. The practice will require a catalyst, something that forces Goku past the theoretical and into the actual. Something that pushes both paths to their maximum simultaneously and demands that they work together or he dies. That catalyst has a name. Remember the green egg? King Piccolo dying in the ruins of his palace, birthing one final offspring with the last of his power. Small, angry embryo containing the compressed essence of a demon king's legacy. Goku watched it fly away, let it go. A thread left hanging. That thread has been hanging for 11 years. And in those 11 years, Piccolo Jr. has become something unprecedented. Here's his journey, y'all. And it's dark. Not Dragon Ball dark. Actually, dark. Because Piccolo Jr. was born from hatred. Literally born from it. The dying wish of a demon king, who wanted nothing more than revenge against the child who humiliated him. Every cell in Piccolo Jr.'s body carries that directive. Every instinct, every impulse, every dream. The need to surpass, the need to destroy Goku. But Piccolo Jr. is also intelligent. More intelligent than his father, actually. King Piccolo was powerful but crude, a blunt instrument of conquest. Junior inherited the power, but not the crudeness. He's strategic, patient, capable of long-term thinking, and the first thing his long-term thinking told him was, Goku is beyond me. I cannot surpass him through normal means. So he went looking for abnormal means. He traveled to Namek first. In this timeline, Frieza's conquest and eventual departure left the planet scarred but surviving. The Namekians, resilient as ever, rebuilt in the decades following Frieza's attention turning elsewhere. Piccolo Jr. arrived as a prodigal son, a Namekian, sort of by species, if not by culture, returning to the homeworld. He was welcomed cautiously, and then he did something forbidden. The Namekian assimilation ritual, the forced absorption of one Namekian by another. In canon, Piccolo absorbs Nail on Namek and later fuses with Kami on Earth. These are voluntary fusions, consensual, mutually agreed upon. What Piccolo Jr. does on Namek is not that. He challenges the strongest Namekian warriors. There are several elders who survived Frieza's occupation through cunning and power, and when they refuse to fuse with him, he takes them by force. It's brutal, it's wrong, and it works. Each assimilation adds to him not just power, but knowledge, techniques, Memories. Centuries of accumulated Namekian wisdom and combat experience, forcibly integrated into a being who was born 11 years ago and carries the genetic memory of a demon king. He becomes a composite, multiple Namekian consciousnesses layered inside one body, their individual identities subordinated to his overwhelming will. But Namek isn't enough. The assimilated Namekian power is significant. It elevates Piccolo from strong by Earth standards to genuinely impressive by universal standard. But it's not enough. Not for what he needs. Goku beat Sovereign Frieza. Goku pushed Beerus. Whatever Piccolo becomes, it needs to be in that range. And this is where Eris enters the picture. Now, I debated with myself about this, y'all. Eris helping Piccolo feels like it complicates her character. She gave Goku the coordinates to Void Step, and now she's powering up his enemy. But here's the thing about Eris. She doesn't care about Goku specifically. She cares about breaking the system. She'll empower anyone who might create chaos in the Divine Order. Goku is her primary investment. Piccolo is a secondary one. If Piccolo pushes Goku to become stronger, that serves her goal. If Piccolo somehow beats Goku and becomes the ceiling breaker instead, that also serves her goal. She doesn't play favorites, she plays probabilities. Eris opens a bridge to Universe 6 for Piccolo. Not out of generosity, out of calculated investment. Universe 6 has its own Namekians, and among them are warriors of extraordinary caliber. Piccolo crosses the bridge, fights, absorbs, returns. By the time he's finished, Piccolo Jr. is a being composed of, at rough count, 9 distinct Namekian consciousnesses from 2 separate universes, unified under a single dominant will. His power level has broken into the SSG range. His technique is a composite style drawn from centuries of accumulated combat experience across multiple bodies. He's regenerative to an absurd degree, each assimilated Namekian added to his already extreme regenerative capacity. And he's driven by a singular purpose refined across a decade of obsessive cultivation. Surpass the Saiyan. Prove that the being who destroyed his father in minutes is not invincible. Force Goku to acknowledge him. Not kill, acknowledge. Because here's the thing about Piccolo Jr., and this is the thread that connects him to his canonical counterpart. Beneath the hatred, beneath the rage, beneath the decade of dark pilgrimage and forced assimilation, there is a Namekian warrior who wants to be seen, who was born as an instrument of revenge and wants to become something more. Something that Goku, the untouchable, the divine trained, the impossible prodigy, would look at and say, "You are my equal." He returns to Earth, alone. No army, no allies, no declaration of war. He simply appears in the sky above the Western Reconstruction Zone, the region where his father once ruled, and he waits, because he knows Goku will feel him, and he knows Goku will come. Goku feels him from across the planet. The key signature is familiar. He remembers it, the small furious spark that flew from King Piccolo's dying body, but transformed, layered, dense with multiple overlapping consciousness signatures that weave together into something that reads as unified but isn't, a composite being, a chorus speaking in one voice. "That's Piccolo," Goku says. He's on the roof of Capsule Corp's new headquarters, watching the sunset with Krillin. His voice carries an energy that Krillin hasn't heard in months. The particular frequency of a Saiyan who has just detected a worthy opponent. He's really strong. How strong? SSG range, maybe higher. Krillin processes this for approximately 1 second before his face does the thing it does whenever Goku announces that something incredibly dangerous is happening. So, on a scale of 1 to the planet is going to explode, I need to go fight him. And there it is. It's not like that. He's Krillin. He's not here to destroy anything. He's here for me. I can feel it. He wants to fight me. Just me. That's not reassuring. It kind of is, though. The grin. The Saiyan grin. Krillin has seen it enough times to know there's no talking Goku out of whatever comes next. Cover for me? I always do, man. I always do. Goku arrives at the Western Zone. Piccolo is floating above the ruins of what was once Central City, his father's throne. There's a poetry to it that Piccolo is certainly aware of. He's changed physically, still green, still Namekian, but larger, more muscular. His face carries the composite weight of 9 consciousnesses, and his eyes, purple, deep, ancient, hold the accumulated wisdom of beings who collectively span 500 years. He sees Goku. The air between them changes, charges. 2 impossible beings, facing each other across the ruins of a fallen kingdom, 12 years after a boy walked into a demon palace and ended a tyrant in minutes. You've grown, Goku says. So have you. Piccolo's voice is deeper, resonant, multiple harmonic undertones, the vestigial whisper of absorbed consciousnesses. I've spent a decade preparing for this moment. I've absorbed the strongest warriors of two universes. I've traveled further and darker than any Namekian in history. Why? Because you took everything from me before I had the chance to become anything. My father, whatever he was, whatever he did, was me. I was born to avenge him. And instead of a battle, instead of a rivalry, instead of the respect of a worthy opponent, Piccolo's fists clench. The air crackles. You dismantled him like he was nothing. Like he didn't matter. Like everything he built and everything I was born to be was a footnote, a speed bump on your way to something bigger. I'm sorry. I don't want your apology. The words crack the air. Piccolo's ki flares, composite Namekian energy, dense and layered and furious. I want you to fight me. Really fight me. Not handle me. Not manage me. Fight me. Goku looks at him, reads the ki. The rage, yes, but also the pain. The loneliness. The desperate need to be acknowledged as something other than a villain's offspring. A footnote. A thread that the hero let hang because it wasn't important enough to tie off. Okay, Goku says. I'll fight you. He means it. SSB versus Piccolo. Goku starts with the divine path because that's his instinct. SSB is his primary combat form, refined and comfortable and reliable. Blue aura, white core, the works. And Piccolo matches it. Not easily, not cleanly, but competitively. The composite Namekian's power puts him in SSB's range, and his technique, 9 lifetimes of combat experience woven together, gives him a strategic depth that's genuinely dangerous. He doesn't fight like one person. He fights like a team compressed into one body. When Goku attacks from the left, one component consciousness handles the defense, while another simultaneously launches a counterattack from a different angle, their combined tactical processing, creating a style that's unpredictable because it's literally thinking with 9 brains. Goku is pushed. For the first time in SSB, he's not dominating, he's not losing. His angelic training gives him a technical edge that Piccolo's composite style can't quite match. But he's working. Genuinely working. Breathing hard, taking hits. The kind of fight where both opponents are peeling back layers, testing limits, escalating together. Is this all? Piccolo demands, slamming a regenerated arm. Goku blew the first one off. It grew back in seconds into a ki-enhanced hammer fist that rocks Goku backward. The mighty Goku, the angel's student, show me more! Goku shifts. SSJ4 primal god. The crimson fur erupts. Golden eyes blaze. The energy signature shifts from divine precision to bestial intensity, and the fight transforms. SSJ4 Goku is rawer, more aggressive, his strikes carrying the compressed Uzaru power that rattles Piccolo's regeneration on a cellular level. But Piccolo adapts. The composite mind adjusts. One consciousness that fought primal-style Namekian warriors recognizes the aggression patterns. Another that specialized in defensive formations restructures their guard. A third that studied energy disruption techniques targets the primal key's less controlled emission patterns. Piccolo pushes SSJ4 to its limits. Every opening Goku creates is covered. Every advantage is countered. The composite style is designed, whether Piccolo intended it or not, to nullify singular approaches. He's not one opponent who can be overwhelmed by switching styles. He's 9 opponents in one body, and each one compensates for the other's weaknesses. This, y'all. This is the narrative function of this fight. It's not about Piccolo being stronger than Goku. It's about Piccolo being unified while Goku is divided. Piccolo fights with unity, all his absorbed selves working as one. Different perspectives, different skills, different experiences, all synthesized into a single, coherent combat identity. He has internal harmony, the pieces of himself cooperate. Goku fights with division, 2 paths, 2 philosophies, 2 transformations that can't coexist. He can use SSB or SSJ4, but each one leaves out what the other provides. He's fighting with half of himself at a time, switching between halves, and Piccolo's composite intelligence exploits the transition gaps every single time. You're split, Piccolo says, and his voice carries the analytical weight of 9 warrior minds reading the same pattern. Your power is divided. You fight in blue, and you have precision without force. You fight in your primal form, and you have force without precision. I've studied you. I've prepared for both. You cannot beat me with either. He's right, and here we are. The moment the entire story has been building towards since Whis first talked about the two paths. Since Varos said you'll need both, since Sable told Goku about the sky and the ground, since the Beerus fight where a single half-second synthesis moved a god, since the void where Goku learned to create nothingness inside himself, every piece is in place, every lesson has been taught. Every path has been walked as far as it can go alone. Now they merge. Piccolo has Goku pinned, not physically, tactically. The composite Namekian has pushed Goku into a corner where neither SSB nor SSJ4 can overcome his unified defense. Goku is hurt, bruised, bleeding, running low on reserves from switching between forms. He's on one knee. Piccolo is standing above him, composite ki radiating outward, 9 voices speaking through one mouth. You can't win divided, you know this. Yeah, Goku spits blood, grins. The Saiyan grin, but different, sharper. There's something behind it that wasn't there before. Not desperation, not bravado, but recognition. The recognition of someone standing at the edge of a cliff who's about to step off because the only way forward is through the air. I know. Then yield, acknowledge me. Say it. Say that I am your equal, that I earned this, that a decade of sacrifice and pain meant something. You're not my equal, Goku says. Simply, honestly, without cruelty. Not yet, and neither am I. I haven't been fighting with everything I am. I've been fighting with half of myself at a time, 2 halves that don't want to be whole. He stands up, slowly. The ground cracks beneath him, not from power, from pressure. Both paths activating simultaneously, pushing against each other inside his body, the divine and the primal colliding and annihilating and colliding again in an endless internal war. Whis said this was impossible, Goku says, that the 2 paths reject each other, that divine and primal can't coexist in one body. His ki fluctuates wildly. Blue flashes, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. The oscillation increasing in frequency like a heartbeat accelerating toward cardiac arrest. But I learned something in the void, something from a dead man who figured out how to make nothing into something. The oscillation stops, not because one path won, not because they merged, because something appeared between them. Void Step activates inside Goku's body, a null space, a channel of absolute nothingness running through his ki pathways like a river of absence, separating the divine frequency energy from the primal frequency energy. Not a barrier, a bridge, a strip of nothing that allows 2 incompatible energies to exist in the same body without touching, like the empty lane between 2 opposing streams of traffic, like the vacuum between the inner and outer walls of a thermos that prevents heat from crossing. The divine ki fills one side of the channel, precise, elegant, blue-white. The primal ki fills the other, raw, powerful, crimson gold. They don't touch, they don't annihilate, they coexist for the first time in one body, 2 paths side by side, separated by a river of void. And then, because Goku doesn't do things halfway, because the curiosity that drives him doesn't understand the concept of far enough, he does what Void Step was designed to do. He channels energy through nothingness. He pushes both paths through the null space simultaneously, feeds the divine and the primal into the void between them, and lets the nothingness act as a mixer, a point where the 2 energies can interact without annihilating, where their contradictions are resolved not through elimination but through coexistence, through integration. The energies merge, not into one thing, into 2 things held in one frame. Transcendence and perfection, divinity and mortality, God and beast. Super Saiyan Apex, the convergence. Y'all, I need you to see this. I need you to feel this, because everything I've written across 4 arcs, every training montage, every transformation, every philosophical conversation about paths and potential and what it means to be mortal, has been building to this visual, to this moment. One eye is golden, the primal path. The great ape lineage compressed into a single point of bestial intensity, looking out at the world with the hunger and awareness of a predator who has never known a cage. One eye is silver, the divine path. Angelic frequency manifest in a mortal iris, seeing reality at the level that gods see it, the molecular, the energetic, the fundamental architecture of existence laid bare. The crimson fur of SSJ4 recedes. It doesn't disappear, it transforms. The fur becomes a pattern of glowing crimson vein-like lines that trace across his skin, following his musculature, mapping the biological pathways where the primal energy flows. They pulse, not randomly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat, like the compressed Uzaru power has found a new way to express itself, not as a surface covering, but as an internal infrastructure. His hair turns white, stark absolute white, not the silver of ultra instinct or the gray of age, but the white of everything, every color combined, every frequency present, and it's wild. Not the neat frames of SSB or the stylized spikes of Super Saiyan. It grows out, lengthens, moves as if alive, as if the hair itself contains energy that refuses to be still. His aura is... I don't have one word for it, because it's not one aura. It's two, alternating. In a pulse, a visible, rhythmic oscillation like a heartbeat made of light, the aura shifts between blue-white calm, the divine path's energy, serene and controlled, and red-black ferocity, the primal path's energy, aggressive and alive. Not blending, alternating, like a heart pumping two different kinds of blood through two different circulatory systems in the same body. His tail remains, extended, powerful, wrapped in divine light that flickers between blue and gold. And the power. The ceiling cracks, not metaphorically, y'all, not poetically. The ceiling, the metaphysical barrier that the divine order placed over all of mortal existence, the invisible wall that has held down every mortal in every universe for billions of years. Physically, actually, metaphysically, cracks. A fissure appears in the barrier, imperceptible to anyone below God-level perception, but blindingly obvious to anyone above it. A crack in the sky of the universe. A fracture in the rule that says this far and no further for the first time in billions of years. Since Thane, since the last mortal was unmade for daring to push this hard, the ceiling cracks and it screams. Not audibly, energetically. Every divine being in every universe feels it. A shudder, a wrongness, a tremor in the foundation of reality. Gods of destruction wake from sleep. Angels pause mid-sentence. The grand priest in his realm above all realms looks up from his ledger with narrowed eyes. On Earth, in the ruins of Central City, Goku stands in a form that has never existed before. A form that shouldn't exist. A mortal holding divinity and mortality at once without being destroyed by either. The convergence. The apex. The answer to the question that two paths spent the entire story asking. I don't have to choose, Goku says. His voice carries both harmonics, the divine resonance of SSG and the bestial growl of SSJ4, overlaid, unified, speaking as one. I don't have to choose between what I am and what I could become. I can be both. Piccolo stares, the composite warrior, the 9 consciousness beings Quad, who spent a decade building himself into an instrument of challenge and acknowledgement. He stares at Goku and sees something he has no category for. His composite minds, all 9 of them, representing centuries of accumulated experience across 2 universes, simultaneously reach the same conclusion. He's beyond me, not by a margin, not by a calculable factor, by a qualitative shift. The convergence isn't a stronger version of SSB or SSJ4, it's a new type of power, a category that didn't exist 30 seconds ago. The composite analysis that served Piccolo so well against either path individually cannot parse a form that is both paths simultaneously, because the tactical counter to divine precision is primal aggression, and the tactical counter to primal aggression is divine precision, and this form has both at once. Goku moves. In apex form, movement is different. Void Step integrates with the dual path energy to produce a combat style that operates in ways I'm going to do my best to describe, even though honestly, some of it exceeds what language was designed for. He's everywhere and nowhere. The Void Step component means he exists and doesn't exist simultaneously, present and absent in alternating frames, flickering between reality and void like a strobe light made of matter. You can't target what isn't there, and by the time it is there, it's already hit you. His strikes carry both energies. Each punch is delivered with angelic precision, divine path, and carries compressed Uzaru force, primal path, and the 2 energy types arrive at the point of impact in alternating waves, precision, then power, then precision, then power, like being hit by a combination that comes from 2 different dimensions simultaneously. Piccolo fights back. He's too proud and too powerful to simply fold. The composite warrior throws everything, every technique from every absorbed consciousness, every strategy, every dirty trick and desperate gambit accumulated across 9 lifetimes, and some of it lands. Goku in apex form is not invulnerable. He's not perfect. The form is new, raw, untested, held together by will and void step and sheer Saiyan refusal to accept impossibility. There are gaps. There are moments where the dual paths destabilize, and the null space wavers and the convergence flickers. But the gaps close faster than Piccolo can exploit them. The form learns in real time. With each passing second, the dual paths settle more comfortably into their coexistence. The null space stabilizes, the alternating energy signature finds its rhythm. It's like watching an engine built from parts that were never designed to work together somehow, impossibly finding its RPM. 2 minutes. The fight lasts 2 minutes after the convergence activates. Not because Goku overwhelms Piccolo instantly, because Piccolo fights like a demon, gives absolutely everything, pushes the convergence to justify itself, but because the gap is real and it's widening with every heartbeat. Piccolo launches his ultimate technique, a composite beam attack channeling the energy of all 9 absorbed warriors through a single focal point. It's the most powerful attack ever generated by a Namekian. It would vaporize a planet. Goku doesn't dodge. He extends one hand, palm open, golden eye blazing, silver eye calm, and catches the beam. Not blocks, catches. The convergence energy wraps around Piccolo's attack, divine precision disassembling its structure while primal power absorbs its force, and the beam collapses into nothing. Absorbed, digested, gone. You're incredible, Goku says, and the dual harmonics in his voice make the words resonate with a sincerity that transcends normal speech. 9 lifetimes of warriors in one body. That's the most unified thing I've ever fought. He's in front of Piccolo in a blink, void step, instantaneous, and his hand is on the Namekian's chest. Not striking, resting. The alternating aura washes over Piccolo, and within it, the composite warrior feels something he didn't expect. Not malice, not dominance, recognition. You pushed me to this, Goku says. Whatever this is, this form, this power, it wouldn't exist without you. You wanted me to acknowledge you. The golden eye meets Piccolo's gaze. I'm acknowledging you. You're the reason the ceiling cracked. Piccolo's composite defenses collapse. Not the physical ones, the emotional ones, the walls that a decade of hatred built, the armor that Avenge My Father provided. Under the convergence's dual gaze, one eye that sees the primal truth of what Piccolo is, one eye that sees the divine potential of what he could become, the Namekian warrior can't maintain the fiction that this was ever really about revenge. It was about being seen, being worthy, being something more than a villain's son born into a predetermined role. I yield, Piccolo says, quietly, with dignity. And in his composite voice, 9 warriors speaking as one, there is peace. Goku drops the convergence, the dual aura fades, the white hair recedes, his eyes return to black. Both of them, the same, mortal, his. He looks normal. He looks tired. He looks like a 23-year-old man who has just done something impossible and is already thinking about what comes next. Piccolo is on the ground, regenerating, his body knitting itself back together from the damage of the fight. He's looking up at Goku with an expression that contains 11 years of anger, slowly releasing, like a fist finally unclenching. What now? Piccolo asks. Goku extends a hand. You stop being angry at a dead man's ghost and start being whoever you actually are. Piccolo stares at the hand of the being who killed his father, who just shattered every limit he spent a decade trying to reach, who just acknowledged him, in the only language warriors truly understand, as someone worthy. He takes the hand. The ceiling's crack was not subtle. It was a metaphysical scream heard across every universe by every being operating at divine-level perception. The Grand Priest felt it, every angel felt it, every god of destruction felt it. The fundamental barrier that has held mortal existence in check for billions of years just fractured, and the shockwave of that fracture is still reverberating through the fabric of reality. Orath didn't need to search anymore. The crack told him exactly where the anomaly was. He adjusts his course, accelerates, and his mission parameters, quietly, automatically, in the programming that the Grand Priest hard-coded into every Investigator Angel's operating protocol, update. Previous directive, confirm anomaly has burned out. Assess. Report. Current directive, neutralize. Orath arrives in Universe 7 space precisely 47 days after the convergence. He enters Earth's solar system without announcement, without courtesy, without the polite diplomatic overtures that angels typically observe when visiting another universe's domain. This isn't a visit, it's an enforcement action. He scans Earth from orbit, locates the anomaly, Goku's energy signature, even suppressed, carries the distinctive resonance of a being who has touched divine frequency. It's like trying to hide a lighthouse by turning it off. The structure is still there, still visible if you know what to look for. He descends. Goku feels him from the surface. The angelic energy signature, cold, precise, familiar in the way that WHIS's energy is familiar but lacking WHIS's warmth, registers on his perception like a searchlight sweeping across a dark room. That's an angel, Goku says. He's at Capsule Corp, helping Bulma calibrate a new key analysis array. His casual tone does not match the way every muscle in his body has just tensed. And it's not WHIS. How many angels do you know? Bulma asks, not looking up from her terminal. 2. WHIS and Varos. This one is different. It feels like he searches for the right comparison, like a filing cabinet. Everything organized, everything in its place. No personality, just function. That sounds terrifying. It is. He meets Orath in the upper atmosphere, away from civilians, away from cities. The highest point he can reach without leaving Earth's gravity well. A gesture of containment, keeping whatever happens next away from the people below. Orath hovers, staff held vertically, gray eyes flat. He examines Goku the way a quality control inspector examines a defective product. You are the anomaly, Orath says. Not a question. The mortal who has touched divine frequency and sustained it beyond expected parameters. Your energy signature matches the ceiling fracture event recorded 47 days ago. My name is Goku. Irrelevant. You are a Class 1 deviation, a mortal who has exceeded the established boundaries of mortal development. The ceiling exists to prevent exactly this occurrence. Your continued existence in your current state represents a destabilizing variable in the universal balance framework. I don't know what most of those words mean. They mean, I'm here to neutralize you. Orath's staff hums. The angelic energy within it, pure, cold, absolute, activates to a level that makes the atmosphere itself flinch. Standard procedure for sealing approach anomalies is observation followed by natural burnout. You have not burned out, you have exceeded. This necessitates active intervention. And if I don't want to be neutralized? Your preferences are not a variable in this calculation. Goku versus Orath, the first angel fight. I want to be very clear about something before this fight starts, y'all. Goku loses this fight. He loses it badly. And I'm going to show you why, because understanding the gap between a mortal, even the most extraordinary mortal who has ever lived, and a true angel is essential for understanding what has to happen in Part 5. Goku goes apex immediately. No warm-up, no escalation. He read Orath's power the moment the angel arrived, and what he read told him that anything less than the convergence is suicide. The dual aura activates, one eye golden, one silver, white hair wild, crimson vein lines pulsing. The ceiling crack widens slightly as the form stabilizes, a persistent, ongoing pressure against the barrier that kept mortal power contained. Orath observes this. His gray eyes catalog every detail, the dual energy signature, the null space framework, the void step integration. He processes the form's architecture with the analytical efficiency of a being designed specifically for assessment. Interesting, he says. The word carries zero emotional weight. A dual-frequency mortal form utilizing void state energy as a buffer. Theoretically elegant, practically insufficient. He moves. Y'all, an angel in combat is a different thing than anything Goku has faced. Beerus at 70% was powerful, yes, devastating. But Beerus fights within the rules of combat as they're understood by mortals and gods. He attacks, defends, counterattacks. There's a flow to it, a rhythm, a back and forth that both participants can engage with. Angels don't fight within the rules. Angels fight from above the rules. Orath doesn't attack Goku. He attacks Goku's ability to fight. His strikes don't target Goku's body. They target the key pathways that power his transformation. His defenses don't block Goku's attacks. They disassemble them mid-flight, breaking the energy constructs down into component frequencies and dispersing them before they arrive. His movement doesn't dodge Goku's strikes. It occupies the exact position where Goku's strike was going to be before Goku decides to throw it, because an angel's temporal perception sees the decision before the body implements it. Goku is fighting a being who exists in a dimension of combat that he cannot access. Think of it like this. If mortal combat is checkers and GOTU combat is chess, angelic combat is programming the computer that runs the chess simulation. They're not playing the same game. They're operating the system that the game runs on. Every technique Goku throws is countered before it's launched. Every strategy is predicted. Every innovation, the void step movement, the dual path energy mixing, the real-time adaptation that made Apex so devastating against Piccolo, is cataloged, analyzed, and neutralized with mechanical efficiency. Orath hits him. Once. A single strike, staff extended, angelic energy focused into a point, delivered with the same casual precision that WHIS uses to chop vegetables. It connects with Goku's chest, and the convergence form stutters. The null space wavers. The dual paths destabilize. For a horrible second, divine and primal energy collide inside Goku's body without the void step buffer, and the annihilation reaction tears through his key pathways like fire through paper. Goku screams, not the controlled exhalation of his divine tinted transformation, not the battle roar of SSJ-3, a scream, the sound of a body being damaged at a level beyond physical. He recovers, forces the null space to restabilize, pushes Apex back to full power, attacks again, harder, faster, more desperately. Void step flickering him in and out of existence, dual energies slamming against Orath's defenses from angles that shouldn't be possible. Orath blocks everything, without effort, without interest. Your form cracks the ceiling, Orath observes, deflecting a combination that would have destroyed a planet with the back of his hand. This confirms the necessity of neutralization. The ceiling exists for a reason, mortal. What lies beyond it is not meant for you. Says who? Says the order that maintains your reality's existence. Goku pushes harder, pushes Apex beyond where he took it against Piccolo, beyond the stable operating parameters, pouring everything into the convergence, every lesson, every path, every piece of himself, and channeling it through Void Step into attacks that flicker between divine and primal frequencies in alternating waves, a combat style that shouldn't be parsable by any single analytical framework. And for a moment, one single, shining, impossible moment, something happens. The ceiling crack widens. The fracture that the convergence created spreads further, and through the gap, Goku's power spikes. For one heartbeat, his output exceeds the ceiling entirely, pushes past the barrier, touches the space on the other side, and produces a pulse of energy that is neither mortal nor divine, but something else. Something new. Something that has no name because it has never existed before. Orath feels it. And for the first time in an existence spanning billions of years of methodical, emotionless service, Orath retreats, not far, 3 feet, a single backward step. But an angel stepping backward is the equivalent of a human screaming and running. It is wrong. It is not supposed to happen. Angels don't retreat because angels don't need to retreat, because angels exist above the level where retreat is a concept that applies. The pulse fades, the ceiling partially reseals. Goku's body, pushed far past its limits, collapses. Apex drops, every transformation drops. He falls from the sky, base form, human fragile, broken in ways that go beyond bone and tissue. Orath watches him fall, catches himself, resumes his composed posture. But the gray eyes are different now. Something in them has shifted. Not emotion, Orath doesn't do emotion, but assessment priority. The anomaly just produced a pulse that made an angel step backward. The situation has been reclassified. He does not pursue. He does not neutralize Goku while the Saiyan is falling helpless, unconscious. He leaves. Not out of mercy, out of protocol. The anomaly has exceeded his mission parameters. What he just witnessed requires escalation to his superior. He needs to report. Varos catches Goku before he hits the ground. The fallen angel, having sensed the fight from across the planet and rushed to assist, arrives too late for the combat but just in time for the fall. He cradles his student, battered, broken, barely breathing, and looks up at the sky where an angel just stood. "This is going to get worse," Varos murmurs. "Isn't it?" "It is." Orath reports to the Grand Priest. The report is precise, clinical, comprehensive. Every detail of the anomaly's capabilities, the dual path form, the void step integration, the ceiling fracture, the pulse that forced a backward step, cataloged and transmitted in a data format that leaves no room for interpretation. The Grand Priest receives it and responds. He does not send an army, he does not dispatch another investigator, he does not issue an ultimatum or a warning or a diplomatic communication through proper channels. He sends a message. The message is a planet. It happens at 3:17 a.m. Earth Standard Time. A world in Universe 7, a populated planet called Verita 6, home to 2.3 billion sentient beings located approximately 600 light-years from Earth, simply ceases to exist. Not explodes. Not is destroyed. Ceases. The Grand Priest reaches across the dimensional barriers, touches Verita 6 with a fraction of his power, and erases it. Not in the dramatic, fiery way that a god of destruction might erase a world. In the quiet way. The thorough way. The way that leaves no debris, no residue, no evidence that anything was ever there. One moment, a planet with cities and cultures and people who love each other and argue about politics and make breakfast for their children. The next moment, empty space. A gap in the constellation where a world used to orbit. 2.3 billion lives. Gone. And stamped into the energy residue of the erasure, readable by anyone with divine level perception. A message. This is a warning. The anomaly will cease. The ceiling will be restored. Non-compliance will result in further corrections. Goku feels it. He's recovering from the Orath fight. 3 weeks into a healing process that Bulma's best medical technology is barely managing because the damage from an angel's strike goes deeper than flesh and bone in key pathways. He's in bed. He's been in bed for 3 weeks. His body is mending, slowly. The Divine Foundation and Saiyan Biology collaborating on repairs that would be impossible for any other mortal. And then at 3:17 a.m., the deaths hit him. His perception, even suppressed, even in a damaged body, even in a healing coma, is sensitive enough to feel the energy signatures of 2.3 billion lives extinguished simultaneously. Not one by one, not in waves, all at once. A candle with 2.3 billion flames going out in a single breath. He sits up in bed. His eyes are wide, his hands are shaking. No, he whispers, no, no, no. His perception expands involuntarily. He reaches across the light years, further than he's ever reached, further than he's ever tried to reach, his damaged body screaming in protest as he extends his awareness to a point 600 light years distant and finds nothing. A gap. An absence where a world full of people used to be. Not a ruin, not a graveyard, just nothing. As if someone took an eraser to the universe and rubbed out one tiny corner. He can feel the afterimage, the energy ghosts. 2.3 billion unique signatures, each one representing a person there, who woke up that morning with plans and fears and hopes imprinted on the fabric of space-time, like shadows on a wall after a nuclear flash. They're already fading. In a few hours, even the after-image will be gone, and the universe will forget Verita 6 ever existed. The Grand Priest did this. Goku knows it in his bones, in his divine-trained perception, in the signature of the erasure. Too clean, too thorough, too absolute for anything less than the supreme authority of the angelic order. The Grand Priest killed 2.3 billion people. As a warning. As a message to him. This is your fault. These people are dead because you exist. More will die if you continue. I need to slow down here, y'all. Because what happens to Goku in the next few hours is the most important character moment in the entire story. And I need you to understand what it does to him. Goku has faced pain before. Krillin's death, the Malachar fight, the Orath loss. He's experienced grief, fear, failure, injury. But he has never experienced guilt on a planetary scale. He has never been the reason billions of people died. Not the direct cause. He didn't pull the trigger. But the reason. The Grand Priest erased Verita 6 because of him. Because he exists. Because he trained. Because he pushed against the ceiling. Because he did exactly what WHIS raised him to do. Every person on that planet died because Goku tried to become something more. The guilt is... Look, I'm not going to describe it in clinical terms. You've felt guilt. You know what it does. Now multiply it by 2.3 billion and add the divine perception that lets you feel every single one of those deaths individually as distinct events as people who were alive and then weren't. It doesn't make him angry. Not yet. Anger would be simpler. Anger would give him a target, a direction, an enemy to punch. What it does is worse than anger. It makes him doubt. For the first time since it's lifted him from a crater at age 3, Goku doubts whether this is right, whether the path he's on, the ascent, the growth, the relentless push toward the ceiling is worth the cost. Whether his curiosity, his hunger to see what's next, his refusal to accept limits, whether it's selfish, Whether it's a child's desire dressed up in cosmic significance, whether WHIS was wrong, whether the Grand Priest is right, whether the ceiling exists for a reason, and that reason is to prevent exactly this: mortals ascending beyond their station and bringing divine-scale consequences down on people who can't defend themselves. This doubt is more damaging than Orath's strike, more devastating than any physical injury, because it attacks the core of who Goku is: the curiosity, the forward lean, the "I just want to see what's next" that has driven every action, every transformation, every impossible achievement since he was a child staring at the universe through the walls of a pocket dimension and asking, "Can I go there?" If the answer to what's next is 2.3 billion dead, maybe next isn't worth seeing. Goku doesn't tell anyone what he felt. Not Krillin, not Bulma, not Varos. He waits until his body is healed enough to move, and then, in the middle of the night, without explanation, he returns to the Pale Garden. He doesn't go to the house. He walks past it into the deep garden to the section he rarely visits, the far edge, where the dimension thins and the membrane between the garden and the void is at its thinnest, where the silence is absolute. He sits, and he begins the process of dismantling himself. I know that sounds dramatic, let me be specific. Goku, sitting in the deepest silence of the Pale Garden, makes a deliberate choice to strip away every transformation, every technique, every layer of power he's accumulated across 24 years of the most advanced training in mortal history. Not because he's giving up, not because the doubt has won, but because the doubt showed him something true. He's been building up, layer upon layer, technique upon technique, transformation upon transformation, each one added to the last, creating an increasingly complex architecture of power. SSJ, SSJ2, SSJ3, SSB, SSJ4, Apex. Each level a new floor in a tower that reaches toward the ceiling. But the tower has no foundation strong enough for what comes next. The ceiling didn't crack because the tower is tall enough. The ceiling cracked because in one moment against Piccolo, all the layers aligned. All the pieces worked together. And that alignment was held together by willpower and void step and desperation, not by genuine integration. If he's going to break the ceiling, really break it, not just crack it, he needs something different, not more power, not another transformation, something underneath all the transformations, something that exists when everything else is stripped away. He needs to find out what he is without the forms, without the paths, without the divine and the primal and the angelic and the mortal. What is Goku when Goku has nothing left? He begins. Sable finds him 3 days into the isolation. She drifts to his corner of the garden, her translucent form dimmer than usual, her golden eyes soft with concern. "You're unraveling," she says. "I'm simplifying." Same thing from this angle. She sits beside him, ghost beside a man. They're quiet for a while. "I felt them die," Goku says eventually. "Billions of people, because of me. Not because of you, because of the one who killed them. Because I pushed the ceiling. Because I'm trying to break a barrier that was put there to prevent things like this." Sable's golden eyes sharpen. "Is that what you think the ceiling is? A protection? Isn't it? No?" Her voice carries a weight that surprises him. Not anger, not grief, but something harder. Certainty. "The ceiling is a leash. I know, Goku. I know. I hit it. I pushed it. And when I got close to breaking it, the Grand Priest didn't punish me to protect anyone. He erased me because I threatened him. Because a mortal who breaks the ceiling proves that his entire system, the hierarchy, the order, the neat arrangement of gods and angels and mortals, everyone in their place, is built on a lie, the lie that mortals need the ceiling, that without it, we'd destroy ourselves. Would we? Maybe. Maybe some would. But that should be our choice, not his. And if the choice costs 2.3 billion lives? Sable is quiet. The ghost of a woman erased for daring to reach too high, sitting beside a man who is tearing himself apart because reaching too high brought consequences down on the innocent. "I can't tell you what's right," she says finally. "I can tell you what I know. The Grand Priest killed those people, not you. He chose to erase a planet as a message, as leverage, as a tool of control. And if you stop now, if you let the guilt win, if you accept the ceiling and go back to being a mortal who knows his place, then those 2.3 billion people died for nothing. Their deaths become just another entry in his ledger, another example of why mortals should never try." She looks at him, into him, through him. "But if you keep going, if you break the ceiling, then their deaths become the weight that pushed you through. They become the reason the system changes. They become the last planet the Grand Priest ever erases. Goku closes his eyes, and in the darkness behind his eyelids, he makes a decision. 6 months. Goku spends 6 months alone in the Pale Garden, the longest period of isolation since his childhood. No WHIS. The angel respects the need and stays away. No Varos. No friends from Earth, just Goku, the garden, and the quiet, and Sable, and eventually Thane. Void Step connects Goku to Thane's remnants in a way that deepens over time. As Goku sits in isolation, stripping away layers, simplifying himself, the Void State integration grows stronger, and through it, Thane's fragmented consciousness becomes not present, exactly. Not alive, but available. A whisper in the nothing. A guide in the emptiness. Thane's whisper teaches what Void Step's fighting application couldn't, the philosophy of nothingness. The understanding that absence is not the opposite of presence. It's the foundation of it. That everything that exists is defined by the nothing that surrounds it. That the most powerful state is not maximum power, but zero state, the point of absolute stillness, from which any movement is possible. Goku strips away the transformations, one by one. Let's SSJ go. Let's SSJ2 go, SSJ3, SSG, SSB, SSJ4, Apex. Each one released, examined, and set aside, not discarded, not forgotten, but recognized as what they are. Expressions, not essences. Tools, not identity. He goes deeper, below the transformations, below the techniques, below the angelic foundation and the primal heritage, down to the base, to the energy that existed before WHIS taught him anything, to the key that was in his body when he was 3 years old, crying in a crater, grabbing an angel's finger. He finds it, the core, the irreducible Goku, not the prodigy, not the student, not the convergence, just a person. A being made of energy and will and curiosity, the simplest possible version of himself. And from that core, he rebuilds. Not upward this time, outward, in every direction at once. The transformations don't stack, they radiate. Each one a facet of the same core, accessible simultaneously, part of a unified whole rather than a hierarchical tower. And at the center of it all, in the space between the facets, the null space where nothing exists. Ultra Instinct. Not the canonical version. Not the silver-haired power-up that came from pushing through exhaustion in a tournament. This Ultra Instinct is born from emptiness. From 6 months of stripping away everything and finding the void at the center. From Thane's philosophy of nothingness. From Sable's stories about Saiyans who learn to exist in the space between action and thought. From the angelic kata's lesson about synchronizing body and environment. From the Void Step's revelation that absence is not weakness, but potential. Ultra Instinct. Void. He doesn't transform, that's the first thing you notice, or rather, that's the first thing you don't notice because there's nothing to notice. No aura, no hair change, no visual indicator of power-up. Goku stands up from 6 months of meditation and looks exactly like himself. Completely ordinary. A man in simple clothes with dark hair and dark eyes and a tail. But the presence is wrong. In the specific, terrifying way that something perfectly still in a world of motion is wrong. Goku's body has achieved a state of absolute integration with its environment. Not the 50-foot radius of the angelic kata, not the continent-spanning perception of his training, but total. He is synchronized with everything. The garden, the dimensional membrane, the universe beyond, the void beyond that. He exists and doesn't exist simultaneously. His body is present. You can see it, touch it, interact with it. But his energy is absent, not suppressed, not hidden, absent. The key signature that has defined him his entire life, the mortal divine frequency, the dual path resonance, the complex waveform of a being trained by angels and forged through combat, is gone. There is no signature, there is no frequency, there is no signal. He is near translucent, not invisible, you can see him, but light behaves differently around him. It bends, not dramatically, not like a lens or a mirage, subtly, as if the space Goku occupies is slightly less there than the space around it, as if he's partially stepped outside reality and is viewing it from the margin. No aura, light bends around him. He exists and doesn't exist. It's terrifying to witness. Sable sees it first. She's been watching from the garden's edge, the ghost who gave him his heritage, who told him stories of Saiyans, who sang around bonfires, who cried golden tears when a 12-year-old completed the impossible. She sees Goku stand up in Ultra Instinct Void and her translucent form shivers. Oh, she breathes. Oh child, what have you become? Goku looks at her, looks through her, not with the divine perception of SSG or the primal awareness of SSJ4, with something else. Something that sees the void inside things, the nothingness between atoms, the absence that defines presence. I don't know, he says. His voice has no harmonic, no resonance. It sounds perfectly normal and perfectly empty, like a room that's been cleared of all furniture. I think I'm what's left when everything else is taken away. Let me try to explain this form because it's the one that takes Goku from extraordinary mortal to existential threat to the divine order. Ultra Instinct in canonical Dragon Ball is about reaction. The body moves on its own without conscious thought, responding to threats faster than the mind can process. It's the ultimate defensive and offensive instinct, perfect automated combat, thought removed from the equation. Ultra Instinct Void takes this concept and inverts it. Canonical UI, the body reacts without thought. Void UI, the body reacts without presence. In Void UI, Goku doesn't dodge attacks by moving faster than them. He dodges by not being where they arrive. The void step integration means his body occupies a state of quantum uncertainty. He is simultaneously in every position within his synchronization radius and in none of them. An attack aimed at where Goku is fails because Goku isn't anywhere in the specific targetable sense that an attack requires. In Void UI, Goku doesn't hit opponents harder. He hits them from nowhere. His strikes originate not from a fist or a foot or an energy projection, but from the void itself, from the nothingness that exists between his body's quantum uncertain positions. The strike doesn't travel from A to B. It appears at B, fully formed, coming from a direction that doesn't exist in three-dimensional space. And in Void UI, Goku's power isn't measured by any standard scale, because there's no signature to measure, no frequency, no amplitude. He has power, immense power, the accumulated strength of every transformation and every training breakthrough he's ever achieved, but it exists in a state of potential rather than expression. It's all there. It's all accessible. But until the moment he uses it, it doesn't register on any detection system in the universe. He's a loaded weapon that looks like an empty room. Power at the end of Part 4. Ultra Instinct Void puts Goku at the ceiling, not approaching it, not cracking it, at it, pressing against it with sustained, continuous force. He is, at this moment, the strongest mortal who has ever existed. Stronger than Thane was when the Grand Priest unmade him. Stronger than Sable was when the Grand Priest erased her. Stronger than most gods of destruction. Comparable in momentary bursts to weaker angels. The ceiling is cracked but not broken. The barrier holds. And behind it, pressing back against Goku's pressure from the other side, is whatever lies beyond mortal limits. The thing that Thane died for, the thing that Sable was erased for, the thing that the Grand Priest has spent billions of years ensuring no mortal ever reaches. Goku can feel it, the other side. It's right there, just past the barrier, close enough to almost touch, close enough to drive him insane with wanting. But the ceiling holds, and to break it, to truly shatter the barrier that has contained mortal potential since the dawn of existence, Goku will need something that no amount of training, no transformation, no technique can provide. He'll need an answer. The Grand Priest's ledger updates. The anomaly in Universe 7 has not been neutralized. The ceiling fracture has stabilized but not healed. The warning, 2.3 billion lives, a planet erased as leverage, has not produced compliance. The mortal continues to grow. The mortal has entered a state that Orath's report describes as energy absent combat integration, a form with no detectable signature and no measurable power ceiling. The Grand Priest reads this, rereads it. For the third time in his existence, only the third time in billions and billions of years, he categorizes a mortal being as a Class 1 existential deviation. The first was Thane, he was unmade. The second was Sable, she was erased. The third is Goku. The Grand Priest convenes a tribunal. All angels, all gods, every divine authority in every universe, summoned to a chamber that exists above all realities to hear the case against a mortal who dared to push against the law that keeps the multiverse ordered. The verdict will be delivered in Part 5. The Pale Garden, late. The sky is silver white, the way it was when Goku was a child, before WHIS learned to change its color. The grass is pale, the wind is silent. Goku sits on the porch of the house where he grew up. The house where WHIS fed him divine food and taught him to perceive the universe. The house where he learned the angelic kata and spoke to Sable and became who he is. WHIS sits beside him. They don't speak for a long time. They're going to come for me, Goku says. Yes, the Grand Priest, all of them. Yes, and the universe. They might erase the whole universe. They might. Goku looks at his hands, the hands of a mortal, small compared to the forces arrayed against him. Finite, breakable, mortal, WHIS. Yes, Goku? Was it worth it? All of this? Taking me from the crater, breaking the edict. Everything you risked. Everything that's happened because of what you started. WHIS is quiet for a very long time. When I found you, he says, you were a crying infant in a hole in the ground. You grabbed my finger and you wouldn't let go. He pauses. In 24 years, you've completed a kata no mortal should be able to perform. You've discovered Super Saiyan through grief instead of rage. You've defeated a wild destroyer. You've touched divine ki. You've cracked the ceiling. You've achieved a state of existence that my kind doesn't have a name for. He looks at Goku. And for the second time in the story, for only the second time in billions of years of angelic existence, the composure cracks. Not much, just a hairline. Just enough. You asked me once if angels can cry. I told you we can't. He pauses. I think I was wrong about that. I think we just haven't had a reason to. Goku puts his hand on WHIS's shoulder, a mortal comforting an angel. The absurdity of it, the beauty of it. I'm gonna break it, WHIS. The ceiling. The whole system. I'm gonna tear it down and prove that your bet was right. And if you can't? The grin. The Goku grin. Battered and tired and carrying the weight of 2.3 billion ghosts and the attention of every divine being in existence, and still burning with that unkillable curiosity. Then I'll be the guy who tried, and the next one will get further. Part 4 is done, the ceiling is cracked, the tribunal is called, the war is coming. All right, y'all, this is it. 5 parts, 23 years of in-story time, 1 baby in a crater, 1 angel who broke every law he was bound by, and a question that has been burning at the center of this narrative since the very first sentence. What happens when a mortal reaches the limit of mortal existence and keeps going? We're about to find out. I'm going to be honest with you. Writing this part scared me. Not because of the action, though the action in this part is the most extreme thing I've ever put on paper. Not because of the power scaling, though we're about to go to places that make Ultra Instinct Void look like a warm-up. It scared me because endings are hard. Because this story has become something I care about deeply, and the ending has to be worthy of everything that came before it. The quiet garden, the pale grass, Sable's golden tears, Krillin's scar, Varos's rough laughter. WHIS's composure cracking just once, just a hairline, Frieza's imperial smile, Piccolo's clenched fist, Beerus's boredom finally breaking. Every thread, every character, every question. Here we go, one last time. The Tribunal Chamber exists above all realities, not within any universe, not within the angel realm, not within any definable space. It is a concept given architecture, the idea of judgment made physical. A vast circular platform of white stone, featureless except for a central podium and concentric rings of seating that extend outward like the rings of a target. The ceiling is infinite. The floor is infinite. The space between them holds the weight of every verdict ever rendered. Every angel attends. All 12 universal attendants, WHIS among them, standing at the edge of the chamber with his staff held loosely in his face, perfectly composed. Vados from Universe 6, Margarita from Universe 11. Cognac, Sour, Kukatail, and all the rest. Each one a pillar of divine authority, each one ancient beyond mortal comprehension, each one here because the Grand Priest commanded it, and the Grand Priest's commands are not optional. Every god of destruction attends. Beerus from Universe 7 sitting in his designated position with his arms folded and his tail curled around his seat, and an expression of elaborate boredom concealing something much more complex underneath. Champa from Universe 6, fidgeting. Belmod from Universe 11, rigid with righteous conviction. All 12, in their rings, the enforcers of cosmic balance assembled for the first time since the Tournament of Power was conceived, though in this timeline the tournament never happened. And at the podium, the Grand Priest. He is small. That's always the first thing you notice. Smaller than every angel, smaller than most gods. A compact figure in white robes, with white hair and eyes that contain everything. Not metaphorically, his eyes hold the full informational content of 12 universes. Every particle, every energy signature, every being, every event. He perceives all of it, simultaneously, at all times. He is not omniscient in the philosophical sense. He is omniscient in the engineering sense. He built the system. He monitors the system. He is the system. We are convened, the Grand Priest says. His voice fills the chamber without volume. It's simply present the way gravity is present, not loud, not quiet, just an inescapable fact. The matter before this tribunal is the Class 1 existential deviation in Universe 7. A mortal designated Son Goku has breached the established parameters of mortal development, fractured the ceiling, and achieved a state of existence inconsistent with the hierarchical framework. He turns to WHIS, and his gaze, the gaze of the supreme authority of the angelic order, the father of all angels, the architect of reality's rules, lands on his son with the weight of 1 billion years of disappointment. This deviation was facilitated by Angel WHIS, Universe 7 attendant. The charges are violation of the Edict of Still Hands in the first degree, unauthorized training of a mortal being, unauthorized creation of a pocket dimension for the purpose of concealing said training, unauthorized manipulation of mortal biological development through divine nutritional supplementation, unauthorized reversal of mortal death. That was once, WHIS says mildly, and it was only 3 minutes, constituting the most comprehensive violation of angelic law in recorded history. The Grand Priest does not acknowledge the interruption. The recommended verdict is erasure of the mortal, of the angel, and, if necessary for systemic stability, of Universe 7. Silence. The kind of silence that only exists in a room full of gods, beings who could shatter galaxies with a thought, sitting perfectly still, perfectly quiet, processing the implications of a sentence that includes the phrase, erasure of Universe 7. Beerus shifts in his seat, slightly, imperceptibly, to anyone who isn't paying attention. But WHIS is paying attention because WHIS always pays attention to Beerus, and what he sees in the God of Destruction's body language is not fear or compliance or resignation, it's preparation. Before the verdict is rendered, the Grand Priest continues, the tribunal will hear statements from relevant parties. Angel WHIS, you may speak. WHIS steps forward, staff in hand, composure perfect. The face of an angel who has had 25 years to prepare for this moment, and has chosen to spend those 25 years not preparing a defense, but raising a child. I have no defense, WHIS says. Murmur. From the angels, which is extraordinary, angels don't murmur. They process, assess, categorize. Murmuring is a mortal behavior, and the fact that WHIS's opening statement provokes it tells you how far outside normal parameters this tribunal has gone. I've violated the edict, WHIS continues. Every charge is accurate. I took a mortal child from a crater on Earth, raised him in a pocket dimension of my own creation, trained him in angelic technique, fed him divine food, and systematically built his body into a vessel capable of carrying divine frequency energy. I reversed a mortal death. I concealed all of this from my God of Destruction for 19 years. I have no defense because I did all of these things deliberately, with full knowledge of their illegality, and I would do all of them again. Then you accept the verdict, the Grand Priest asks. I accept accountability. I reject the verdict. WHIS turns, not to the Grand Priest, but to the assembled angels, his siblings, beings he has known for billions of years. The verdict assumes that my actions were destabilizing. I argue they were diagnostic. That what I did, what Goku has become, does not threaten the system. It tests it, and a system that cannot survive being tested is not a system worth preserving. The system has maintained universal stasis for billions of years. Stability and stasis are not the same thing. Stability allows growth. Stasis prevents it. WHIS's voice is still mild, still measured, still the calm, slightly amused tone that has defined him for the entire story. But underneath it, audible to anyone who knows him, and the Grand Priest does know him, is something that has never been in WHIS's voice before. Conviction. You built the ceiling to contain mortal potential, WHIS says. You told us it was necessary, that mortals who exceeded their station would destabilize reality, that the hierarchy, angels above gods above mortals, was the natural order, that any deviation from this order threatened everything. These are facts, not arguments. They are assertions, and Goku is the counter-evidence. WHIS meets his father's gaze. A mortal has breached the ceiling. Reality has not destabilized. The universes continue. The hierarchy continues. The only thing threatened by Goku's existence is not the system. It is the assumption that the system requires the ceiling to function. The ceiling exists too. The ceiling exists because you are afraid. WHIS says it quietly, without accusation, without anger, with the simple, devastating clarity of a son telling his father a truth that both of them have been avoiding for billions of years. You are afraid of what mortals could become without limits. You are afraid that a mortal who breaks the ceiling proves that the hierarchy is not natural law, it is policy. And policy can be changed. The Grand Priest stares at WHIS, and in the space between them, father and son, architect and tool, the authority and the one who defied it. Something vast and old and unresolved hangs in the air. The verdict stands, the Grand Priest says. The mortal will be erased. The angel will be erased. Universe 7 will be assessed for systemic contamination and, if necessary, will be included in the correction. Then I invoke the right of challenge. Silence again. Deeper this time. The right of challenge is ancient. Older than the current 12 universes. Older than most of the angels in the room. It's a provision written into the founding laws of the angelic order, not by the Grand Priest, but by the authority above him. The abstract, the formless, sentient law that wrote reality's rules before the Grand Priest was created to enforce them. The right of challenge states that any verdict rendered by the angelic tribunal may be contested through combat. The challenged party, in this case the Grand Priest, must face the challenger in direct confrontation. If the challenger survives for a duration deemed significant by the abstract itself, the verdict is suspended pending review. It has been invoked once in all of existence, by Eris. She lost. She was exiled. But the precedent exists. The right of challenge is invoked on behalf of Son Goku, WHIS says. The mortal will face the Grand Priest. If he survives, he won't, the Grand Priest says. Not cruelly, factually, the way you'd note that water flows downhill. No mortal can survive combat with me. The right of challenge is your right to invoke WHIS, but it changes nothing. Perhaps, but Goku has a habit of changing nothing into something. WHIS smiles, the real smile, the one that has appeared exactly 3 times in this story. I believe in him. I've believed in him since he grabbed my finger in a crater and wouldn't let go. The Grand Priest regards his son for a long moment, then nods. Once. The challenge is accepted. The mortal has 72 hours to present himself. If he does not appear, the verdict is executed immediately. Earth, 71 hours remaining. WHIS returns to Earth carrying the weight of a death sentence and a 72-hour clock. He finds Goku where he expected to find him, on the roof of Capsule Corp, sitting with Krillin, watching the sun set over West City. The two of them are eating rice balls. Krillin is telling a story about a woman he met at the reconstruction site. She's a paramedic, she laughed at his jokes, he's terrified. Goku is listening with genuine interest and zero perception of Krillin's romantic anxiety. Goku. The Saiyan looks up, reads WHIS's face, reads the energy behind WHIS's composure, the hairline fracture, wider now than it's ever been. How bad? Goku asks. 72 hours. Then they come for you, me, and potentially the entire universe. Krillin drops his rice ball. I'm sorry, what? The next 12 hours are the most important 12 hours of preparation in the story. Not because of training. There's no training that can be done in 12 hours that will change the outcome of a fight against the Grand Priest. Because of gathering. Because Goku is not going to face the end of everything alone. Krillin doesn't hesitate, not for a second. The scarred, bitter guerrilla fighter who Goku met in a demon-occupied city 13 years ago. The man who taught Goku what bravery means, who died and was secretly resurrected, who has stood beside his best friend through every escalation from demon kings to wild destroyers to cosmic emperors. Hears they're going to try to erase the universe and says, okay, what do you need? I need you to be here. I need you to be you. I've been me for 25 years, man. I'm not stopping now. Bulma mobilizes the tech. She doesn't fully understand the divine politics. Nobody mortal does. But she understands logistics and preparation and the engineering of survival. Within hours, she's converted Capsule Corp into a command center. Her Chi-analysis arrays repurposed to monitor divine energy signatures, her communication network linked to every fighter on the planet. Yamcha comes, the desert bandit turned spy turned redeemed ally. He's not the strongest, he knows it. He's known it since the day Goku walked into King Piccolo's palace and ended a tyrant in minutes. But he's here. And being here, when the enemy is the supreme authority of the divine order, is the bravest thing anyone in this story has done. Teen comes, quiet, powerful, the most disciplined human fighter on Earth. He doesn't make speeches, he arrives, he stands ready. His silence says everything his words don't. Piccolo comes, the composite Namekian, 9 warriors in one body, who 3 months ago fought Goku to a standstill and forced the Convergence's birth. He appears in the sky above Capsule Corp without invitation or announcement, because Piccolo doesn't need invitations, and his composite minds have already calculated that the ceiling's crack affects all mortal life, not just Goku's. If the Divine Order erases the universe, it erases me too, Piccolo says, landing beside Goku with his cape billowing in a wind that seems to exist only for dramatic effect. I didn't spend a decade becoming who I am just to be deleted by a bureaucrat. Varos comes. The fallen angel, the rough-voiced mentor who taught Goku to fight with instinct and desperation, who gave up angelic eternity for the love of a mortal and has been slowly dying ever since. His power is fading. The angelic energy that once defined him is dimming, consumed by the mortal existence he chose, and he has maybe a decade left before the decay completes and he becomes fully mortal, fully vulnerable, fully alive. He stands before Goku and doesn't say anything inspirational. He just puts his hand on the kid's shoulder. The kid who showed up at 14 and couldn't take a punch, who learned through 2 years of brutal training to layer mortal fury onto divine control and squeezes. Give him hell, kid. And Beerus comes, the god of destruction of Universe 7. Ancient, powerful, bound by duty to enforce the very order that Goku threatens. He should be on the Grand Priest's side. He should be preparing to carry out the erasure verdict. He should be doing his job. He shows up at Capsule Corp at 3 a.m., 12 hours before the deadline, and eats every piece of food in Bulma's refrigerator before anyone realizes he's there. Lord Beerus, WHIS says, finding him in the kitchen surrounded by empty containers. Your presence here could be interpreted as, I'm hungry. This is where the food is. I'm not making a political statement. Of course not. I'm also not going to help you. This is between the mortal and my father. I'm just observing from inside the building while eating. Naturally. Stop smirking, WHIS. I wouldn't dream of it, Lord Beerus. 60 hours remaining when she arrives. Eris, she doesn't enter through a door or a dimensional gate or any recognizable mode of travel. She simply is. One moment, the rooftop is empty. The next, it contains the most dangerous angel in existence. Silver-skinned, violet-eyed, sharp as geometry, and twice as merciless. Goku is meditating when she appears. Ultra Instinct Void makes his perception absolute. He felt her coming from outside the universe. He opens his eyes. One mortal, one exile. You knew this was coming, Goku says. I've been waiting for it for eons. Eris sits, not on the roof, but 2 feet above it, because she still refuses to touch the ground of a reality she considers a cage. The tribunal, the challenge, the confrontation, it was always going to end here. A mortal against the Grand Priest. You planned this. I seeded it. The plan was yours. The growth was yours. The convergence, the void, all you. I just made sure the right doors were open at the right times. She studies him, those dark eyes, violet black, like holes in a face made of blades, cataloging everything. You've gone further than I expected. Ultra Instinct through void state integration. Thane would have been impressed. Thane is dead. Thane is imprinted. There's a difference. And what's imprinted in you? Void step, his philosophy, his understanding of nothingness, is the tool that might let you survive what comes next. She leans forward. But it's not enough. You know that. Yeah. The Grand Priest is not Oroth. He's not a god of destruction. He's not an angel in the standard sense. He is the source. Every angel's power derives from his. Every divine law is enforced through his will. Fighting him is not combat. It's trying to overwrite the operating system while running on the operating system. So how do I win? Eris is quiet. The most dangerous angel in existence, the Grand Priest's firstborn, the genius who was deemed a failure and exiled for eons. Quiet. Thinking, not calculating, feeling. You don't win by fighting him, she says. You win by answering the question. What question? The one the ceiling is built on, the one my father has never been able to answer, the one that the abstract, The law above the law, the sentience that wrote reality before my father was born to enforce it, has been waiting billions of years for someone to answer. Which is? Eris stands, floats, looks down at Goku with an expression that, for the first time since he's known her, contains something other than bitterness and calculation. Hope. Why should a mortal be allowed to surpass a god? She vanishes. The rooftop smells like ozone and possibility. At the arena, the Grand Priest constructs the arena personally. Not in any universe, between them. In a space carved from the membrane that separates the 12 realities, a pocket of stabilized void large enough to contain the energies about to be released without shattering adjacent universes. It's white, featureless, infinite in every direction. A blank page waiting for something to be written on it. The tribunal reassembles, angels in their positions, gods of destruction in theirs. The cosmic audience for the most significant combat event in the history of existence. Not the most powerful. There have been larger energy releases, wider destructions, more dramatic spectacles, but the most significant. Because this fight will determine whether the ceiling holds or breaks, whether the divine hierarchy persists or evolves, whether one mortal's refusal to accept limits changes the architecture of reality itself. Goku arrives through a dimensional gate that WHIS opens. One final act of angelic assistance, shepherding his student to the stage that will determine both their fates. He steps into the white arena in base form. No transformation, no aura, no visible power. Dark hair, dark eyes, simple clothes, tail wrapped around his waist. He looks exactly like what he is, a 25-year-old man. Mortal, finite, small against the infinite white backdrop and the assembled divine audience. The Grand Priest is already there, standing at the center, hands clasped behind his back. His expression is patient, not hostile, not angry, not vengeful, patient. The patience of a father waiting for a child's tantrum to exhaust itself. The patience of an engineer observing a stress test, knowing the material will eventually fail. Son Goku, the Grand Priest says, you stand before the assembled divine order to exercise the right of challenge. The terms are simple. Survive combat with me for a duration deemed significant by the abstract. If you do, the erasure verdict is suspended. If you do not, he leaves the sentence unfinished. The silence completes it. I understand, Goku says. Do you have any final words before we begin? Goku looks around. At the angels, WHIS among them, standing at the arena's edge, staff in hand, face composed but eyes bright with something that angels aren't supposed to feel. At the gods, Beerus, arms folded, pretending not to care, fooling no one. At the white emptiness that stretches in every direction. Yeah, Goku says. He looks back at the Grand Priest. I'm sorry about the rice balls. Krillin made them, and I ate the last one on the way here. Should have saved one. The absolute bafflement on the Grand Priest's face lasts approximately half a second. It is, by a wide margin, the most confused the supreme authority of the angelic order has been in his entire existence. Begin, the Grand Priest says. Phase 1. The Grand Priest moves and Goku nearly dies. Not nearly as in close call. Nearly as in if he hadn't been in Ultra Instinct Void, if his body hadn't reacted from void state before his conscious mind registered the threat, if a single synapse had fired a single nanosecond slower, he would have ceased to exist in the first hundredth of a second. The Grand Priest's combat style is not a style. It's authority. When he strikes, the energy behind the blow isn't physical force or ki or even divine power in the way Goku understands it. It's law. The fundamental rules of reality, weaponized. His fist carries the weight of universal constants. The speed of light, the gravitational constant, the strong and weak nuclear forces, compressed into a point of impact that doesn't just damage what it hits, it rewrites it. Goku's UI void saves him. The void state means the Grand Priest's first strike passes through a space that is simultaneously occupied and empty. Goku's quantum uncertainty smearing his presence across a probability field that the strike can't fully collapse. The blow doesn't miss. It hits a version of Goku, a probability, a ghost. But even a ghosted hit from the Grand Priest is catastrophic. Goku feels reality bend around him, feels the laws of physics that govern his body's existence flex under the authority of the strike. His cells vibrate at a frequency that threatens to unmake their molecular bonds. His key pathways, mortal and divine and primal and void, scream in unison as the blow's metaphysical weight tests every structural integrity he's built across 25 years. He survives the first hit. He will not survive many more. Fascinating, the Grand Priest says. Your body exists in a superposition of presence and absence, a void state integration. You learn this from Thane's remnants. You know about Thane? I unmade Thane personally. I know every technique he ever developed, including the ones he encoded into his destruction. The Grand Priest moves again, faster this time, adjusting for the void state, attacking not Goku's position, but the probability field that defines his position, targeting not the body, but the framework that allows the body to be nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. It's like watching someone hack a computer by attacking the programming language it's written in. The Grand Priest isn't trying to hit Goku. He's trying to resolve Goku's uncertainty, to collapse the quantum smear, to force the void state into a definite position that can be erased. Goku fights back. UI Void generates strikes from nowhere, attacks that emerge from the void between his probability states, coming from directions that don't exist in three-dimensional space. Each one carries the full weight of his accumulated power, channeled through Thane's philosophy of absence into impacts that should be unblockable because they originate from nothing. The Grand Priest blocks them. With his fingertips, casual, the strikes, attacks powerful enough to crack the ceiling, attacks born from a form that made an angel step backward, arrive at the Grand Priest's hand and are dismissed, not deflected or absorbed or countered. Dismissed, ruled irrelevant by a being who has the authority to decide what matters and what doesn't. You are the strongest mortal I have ever encountered, the Grand Priest says, and there's no flattery in it. It's assessment. Data. Stronger than Thane. Stronger than the one before Thane. Your development is remarkable. Your potential fully realized. Might even. He pauses, considers. No. Potential is irrelevant. The ceiling exists because mortal potential, no matter how vast, must have an upper bound. You will reach yours. All mortals do. You killed 2.3 billion people to send me a message, Goku says. His voice is void calm, the absolute stillness of UI, emotion present but not governing. You erased a planet as leverage. I erased a destabilizing variable. The planet's population was statistically insignificant relative to the universal population. The message was necessary to... They weren't statistics. The void calm flickers. Beneath it, something hot, something mortal. They were people. They had names and families, and they were alive. And you killed them because I trained too hard. I killed them because the alternative was the destabilization of the universal framework. One planet against 12 universes. The mathematics is simple. The mathematics is wrong. Goku pushes. UI Void at maximum output. Every void state technique, every probability manipulation, every strike from nowhere attack, pouring into an offensive that would overwhelm anything less than the supreme authority of reality. The Grand Priest doesn't move. He stands in the center of the white arena and endures, and the enduring is effortless, and the effortlessness is the point. The gap between the strongest mortal who has ever lived and the architect of reality is not a gap. It's a category difference. It's the difference between the painting and the painter. 3 minutes. Goku fights at maximum for 3 minutes and achieves nothing. No damage, no ground gained, no impression on the being who built the system he's trying to break. This is the limit, the Grand Priest says. Gently, almost kindly. This is why the ceiling exists. Not because I fear mortal power, because mortal power, no matter how great, cannot exceed the framework that contains it. You are fighting the rules of reality. The rules will always win. Phase 2. UI Void isn't enough. Goku knew it wouldn't be. But he needed to see the gap, to feel the distance between where he is and where he needs to be, before he could understand what to do next. He shifts. Super Saiyan Apex. The convergence activates within Ultra Instinct Void. Not replacing it, layering onto it. The dual path energy, divine blue-white and primal red-black, alternating in rhythmic pulses, separated by the null space river of void step, erupts through the void state framework. One eye golden, one eye silver, white hair wild, crimson vein lines pulsing, and all of it wrapped in the quantum uncertain translucence of UI Void. It's every form at once, every path, every lesson, every piece of the tower that Goku stripped down and rebuilt outward in 6 months of isolation. Not stacked, integrated, a unified expression of everything a mortal can be, divine and primal and void and present and absent all at once, all in one body. The ceiling screams. The crack from the Piccolo fight, stabilized, partially healed over the last year, rips open, wider. The metaphysical barrier that has contained mortal existence for billions of years fractures along lines that spiderweb outward from Goku's position, each crack a line of impossible possibility, each fracture a declaration that the rules are breaking. Every being in the arena feels it. Angels flinch, gods gasp. The ceiling, their ceiling, the foundation of their authority, the wall that separates the mortal world from whatever lies beyond, is failing. Goku attacks. This time, it's different. Not UI Void's strike from nowhere, not SSB's angelic precision, not SSJ4's primal fury. All of it at once, channeled through a body that is simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, hitting from every direction and no direction, each strike carrying both divine frequency and primal force delivered through void state absence. The Grand Priest blocks. But he moves, not 3 feet, not 6 inches, a shift, a redistribution of weight. The barest possible physical acknowledgement that the incoming force requires active management rather than passive dismissal. It's imperceptible to anyone below God-level perception. Every angel sees it. Oh, Vados breathes. She's standing beside WHIS at the arena's edge, and her face, the composed, elegant face of Universe 6's attendant angel, is doing something it has never done. It's uncertain. He moved. Yes, WHIS says. And his voice, oh, y'all, his voice, carries the weight of 25 years of hoping he wasn't wrong. He did. The Grand Priest reassesses. For the second time, the first was WHIS's speech at the tribunal. Something in his absolute certainty shifts. The mortal just forced him to adjust his stance. The mortal, in a form that combines every path of power ever developed by mortal biology and angelic training, has produced enough force to require the supreme authority of reality to actively defend. Impressive, the Grand Priest says. And for the first time, the word carries emotional weight. Not admiration, not respect. Concern. The distant, intellectual concern of an engineer who notices a stress fracture in a structure he designed to be unbreakable. You've unified the divine and primal paths. I didn't think that was possible. Lots of things aren't possible until someone does them. A charming philosophy, and a naive one. The Grand Priest's hands unclasp from behind his back. His staff materializes, and the energy he releases, carefully, precisely, like a dam opening a single floodgate, is enough to make the arena itself groan. He attacks, not the testing, dismissive probing of Phase 1, not the passive endurance of a being who didn't need to try. A real attack. The Grand Priest of the Divine Order, the architect of reality, the father of angels, the most powerful being in the multiverse below only the abstract itself, attacking a mortal with genuine intent. Goku takes the hit, not because he can block it, not because UI Void's quantum uncertainty can smear the impact, because the Grand Priest's attack is designed to collapse every probability, resolve every uncertainty, strip away every layer of defense, and hit the core. The actual, physical, mortal core of Son Goku. The irreducible person beneath the forms and the paths and the void state. It connects. Goku goes through the arena, not through the floor. There is no floor. Not really, but through the concept of the arena, through the stabilized space, into the void between universes, through the void, out the other side. The impact carries him through three-dimensional space, through interdimensional membrane, through layers of reality that shouldn't be traversable by physical force, and deposits him, broken, bleeding, the convergence shattered, UI void collapsed, every transformation stripped away, in empty space somewhere between Universe 7 and Universe 6. He's dying. Not metaphorically. His body, the body that WHIS spent 12 years building into a divine vessel, the body that has withstood Malachar and Frieza and Orath and the Convergence's internal war, is failing. The Grand Priest's strike damaged him at a level below the physical, below the key, at the level of his existence, the fundamental quantum information that defines Son Goku as a thing that exists in reality. That information is corrupted, degrading. His body knows it is supposed to exist, but the instructions are scrambled, and without intervention, the scrambling will complete and he will simply stop. He floats in the space between universes. Broken. Alone. Is this it? He thinks. Is this the limit? Three things happen simultaneously. On the arena, the Grand Priest turns to the assembled tribunal. The challenge is concluded. The mortal is still alive. The voice comes from WHIS, and WHIS is not where he was standing. He's at the center of the arena, staff blazing with angelic energy. Eyes, usually calm, usually composed, usually the measured gaze of a being who finds everything mildly amusing, burning. The right of challenge specifies survival for a significant duration. The abstract determines significance. Until the abstract renders judgment, the challenge is ongoing. WHIS plants his staff. The arena floor, such as it is, ripples, and I will not allow you to declare it concluded while my student still breathes. WHIS. The Grand Priest's voice carries a warning so heavy it bends light. You are interfering. I've been interfering for 25 years. What's a few more minutes? In the tribunal seating, Beerus stands up. Every eye turns to him, the god of destruction of Universe 7, rising from his seat, his tail rigid, his purple energy visible for the first time, not suppressed, not hidden, but present, a declaration. I'm not making a political statement, Beerus says. His voice is flat, casual, the voice of a being who has decided something and no longer cares about appearances. But that mortal owes me a rematch. I was promised a fight where he goes all out. He hasn't gone all out yet, and I refuse to let anyone rob me of the most interesting thing that's happened in 4 billion years. He steps out of the seating area, onto the arena floor. Beside WHIS, Lord Beerus, the Grand Priest, says, "You are hungry, mostly, also bored, also done pretending that this system isn't broken." Beerus's eyes narrow, the casual facade drops. What's underneath is not the lazy cat god of destruction. What's underneath is a being who has spent 4 billion years serving an order he suspects is wrong and has just decided in this moment to stop pretending otherwise. You killed a planet, you killed 2.3 billion people to send a message. I'm a god of destruction, and even I think that's excessive. And in the void between universes, floating in the space between dying and dead, Goku hears something. Not a voice, not words, a resonance. The same resonance he's felt 3 times in his life. When the angelic kata completed and the universe held its breath, when SSG activated against Frieza and his ki shifted frequency, and when the convergence first merged 2 paths into one. The resonance of something watching, something vast, something formless, something that has been observing this story from the beginning, from before WHIS, before the Grand Priest, before angels and gods and ceilings and hierarchies, the thing that wrote the rules, the thing the rules were written for. The abstract, it doesn't speak, it doesn't communicate in language, it communicates in law, in the fundamental grammar of existence. And what it communicates in that moment to the broken mortal floating in the space between universes is a question. The question, the one Eris told him about, the one the ceiling is built on, the one that has been waiting billions of years for an answer. Why should a mortal be allowed to surpass a god? I need you to understand what this question means, y'all. Because it's not rhetorical. It's not philosophical, it's structural. It's the load-bearing assumption at the center of the divine hierarchy, the axiom upon which the ceiling, the edict, the entire architecture of reality is built. The Grand Priest built the ceiling because he believes the answer is they shouldn't. Mortals are finite, they die, they make mistakes, they act on emotion rather than calculation. They wage wars and destroy their own civilizations and hurt each other in ways that transcend reason. Give them unlimited power and they will destroy everything because mortal nature is inherently chaotic, inherently unpredictable, inherently dangerous at scale. The ceiling is not oppression, it's safety engineering. You don't let a child play with nuclear launch codes. You don't let mortals access divine tier power. This argument isn't wrong. Goku knows it isn't wrong. He's seen what mortals do with power. Frieza, who used wish-granted evolution to build an empire of conquest. King Piccolo, who enslaved half a planet. Malachar, a degraded god figure whose unchecked power ate worlds. The history of mortal power is a history of destruction. But, there's always a but. The question is not, can mortals be trusted with unlimited power? The question is, should mortals be allowed to surpass a god? And these are different questions. The first is about trust, about risk management, about the reasonable caution of limiting access to dangerous things. The second is about identity, about what mortals are, about whether the category mortal carries an inherent ceiling, not imposed from outside, but built into the nature of being finite, being temporary, being alive in a way that gods are not. Goku floats in the void, broken, dying. The Grand Priest's strike degrading his existential information, unraveling his existence thread by thread. And the abstract waits, patient, eternal, formless, for the answer to the question that will determine whether the ceiling stands or falls. Why should a mortal be allowed to surpass a god? He thinks of WHIS, of an angel who broke every law he was bound by because a baby grabbed his finger, who spent 12 years building a bridge between divine and mortal because he believed the gap could be closed, who stood before his own father and said, "You are afraid," with the calm certainty of someone who has replaced obedience with conviction. He thinks of Varos, of a fallen angel who gave up eternity for love and spent his diminishing years teaching a stranger's child to fight with desperate honesty, who said divine power without mortal instinct is hollow, and meant it. He thinks of Krillin, of a scarred human with a fraction of Goku's power, who has never once, not once in 13 years, failed to stand beside his friend when the standing might kill him, who taught Goku that bravery isn't the absence of fear, but the refusal to let fear make decisions. He thinks of Sable, of a ghost, who persists because even erasure couldn't fully silence a mortal, who hit the ceiling and chose to keep pushing, who told Goku, "Your father was afraid of what you'd become. He was wrong to be afraid." He thinks of Piccolo, of a being born from hatred who spent a decade trying to surpass the untouchable, not for power, not for conquest, but for the simple, desperate need to be acknowledged, who yielded with dignity and took Goku's hand and chose to become something other than what he was born to be. He thinks of Bulma, of Yamcha, of Tien, of every mortal who is standing on Earth right now, looking up at a sky they can't see through, waiting for news about a fight they can't participate in, refusing to evacuate because their friend is up there and they're not leaving. He thinks of himself. The baby in the crater, the child in the garden, the boy who completed the impossible kata, the teenager who discovered Super Saiyan through grief instead of rage, the man who merged two paths that physics said couldn't coexist, the mortal who cracked a ceiling that had held for billions of years. And the answer comes, not from his mind, from somewhere deeper, from the core, the irreducible Goku that he found during 6 months of isolation, the thing that remains when everything else is stripped away. The answer is, because we die. He says it out loud, in the void, broken and bleeding and dying, speaking to a formless sentience that perceives everything and judges everything and has been waiting billions of years for exactly these words. That's the answer. That's why a mortal should be allowed to surpass a god, because we die, because we're temporary, because every second of growth, every moment of training, every transformation, it all happens inside a window that closes. Gods have forever, angels have forever. You, whatever you are, have forever. You can afford patience, you can afford stasis, you can afford to build a ceiling and sit under it for billions of years because you have billions of years. We don't. We get, what, a century less? A tiny fraction of the time gods take for granted. And inside that fraction, we have to do everything. Learn, grow, love, fight, fail, get back up, push further, find the limit, break the limit, find the next one. Every mortal who has ever pushed against the ceiling, Thane, Sable, me, we didn't do it because we're arrogant. We did it because we're running out of time, because the clock is ticking and the ceiling is right there and we can feel what's on the other side. And we know that if we just had a little more time, a little more room, a little more permission to grow, gods don't surpass themselves. Have you noticed that? In billions of years, the Grand Priest hasn't gotten stronger, Beerus hasn't evolved, the angels don't change. They are what they were made to be, forever. Static, perfect, complete. Mortals are never complete. We're always in the middle of becoming. Every mortal who ever lived died in the middle of a sentence, in the middle of a project, in the middle of getting better. We don't reach an endpoint and stop. We reach an endpoint and look for the next one. That's why we should be allowed to surpass gods, not because we deserve it, not because we've earned it, because growth is what we are. It's not something we do, it's something we're made of. Take away a mortal's ability to grow and you haven't made them safe. You've made them dead. A mortal who can't exceed their limits isn't a mortal anymore. They're a statue. a monument to potential that was never allowed to be realized. The ceiling doesn't protect mortals. It kills us, slowly, invisibly, by telling us that there's a point past which we are not permitted to go. And every mortal who has ever accepted that, who has looked at the ceiling and said, I guess that's as far as I get, has died smaller than they could have been, has been robbed of something that was theirs by nature. I'm not asking you to trust mortals with unlimited power. I'm asking you to trust us with ourselves, to let us grow as far as we can grow and deal with the consequences the way mortals always deal with consequences, together, imperfectly, messily, with love and fear and stubbornness and all the other things that gods don't have because gods don't need them, because gods already have everything. We don't have everything. We have each other and time that runs out and a hunger to see what's next that never, ever, ever stops. That's the answer. That's why. He coughs blood. His vision dims. The existential degradation is almost complete. Another minute and the information that defines Son Goku will corrupt beyond recovery. But he's smiling. The grin. The Goku grin. Bloody and broken and dying in the void between universes and smiling. Because he said what needed to be said and he means every word and whatever happens next. Whether the abstract accepts his answer or rejects it. Whether the ceiling holds or breaks. Whether he lives or dies. He said it. The abstract considers. The abstract does not speak. It does not communicate in words or images or feelings. It communicates in change, in the alteration of fundamental law, in the rewriting of reality's source code. And what it communicates in the space between one moment and the next is the ceiling dissolves, not cracks, not fractures, not bends, dissolves. The metaphysical barrier that has contained mortal potential across 12 universes for billions of years. The invisible wall built on the assumption that mortals should not be allowed to surpass gods ceases to exist. Not destroyed, removed, as if it was never there. As if the abstract looked at the architecture of reality, heard the answer, and said, "You're right. This wall was wrong. Let me take it out." Every mortal in every universe feels it. Not consciously, not as a thought or a vision or a voice from the sky, as a release, a lifting. The sudden, inexplicable sensation of a weight you didn't know you were carrying disappearing. A breath that goes deeper than any breath has gone before. A reach that extends further than any reach has ever extended. As if the sky just got higher. On Earth, Krillin pauses mid-sentence. He's at Capsule Corp, coordinating with Bulma's defense network, and he stops, touches his chest. Something is different. Something is gone. Something that was always there, a pressure he never noticed because he'd never known its absence. You feel that? He asks Yamcha. Yeah, Yamcha says. His voice is strange. Odd. What was that? I think. Krillin looks up. At the sky, at the infinite possibility that just opened above it. I think something just changed. On Namek, in Universe 6, in every populated world, in every universe, mortals stop what they're doing. Pause. Breathe. Feel the ceiling that was always above them vanish, and for the first time in their species' existence, look up and see no limit. In the arena, the Grand Priest staggers, an angel who has never stumbled, an authority who has never been diminished. The architect of reality's rules, standing in the center of his own arena, staggers as the foundational law he built his entire existence on is revoked by the only authority higher than his own. No, he says, the word is small, quiet, not angry, wounded. The abstract cannot, the abstract can, WHIS says. He's still on the arena floor, staff still blazing, and on his face, on the face of the angel who broke every law for a child, is an expression that transcends the angelic capacity for emotion. The abstract wrote the rules. The abstract can change the rules. And it just did. The Grand Priest looks at WHIS, at Beerus, at the assembled angels and gods, many of whom are staring at the space where the ceiling used to be with expressions ranging from shock to fear to something suspiciously close to relief. And in the void between universes, Son Goku opens his eyes. The ceiling's dissolution doesn't just remove a barrier. It releases energy. Billions of years of accumulated potential. The compressed, contained, restricted growth of every mortal who ever pushed against the limit and was pushed back floods into the universal framework like water through a broken dam. And Goku, floating in the void, broken and dying, and directly adjacent to the point where the ceiling used to be, is hit by all of it. Not deliberately. Not as a reward or a gift or a power-up, As a consequence, he's the mortal who cracked the wall. He's the crack through which the flood is pouring. The energy doesn't choose him. It simply follows the path of least resistance, and the path leads through the body of the mortal who spent 25 years building himself into a bridge between what mortals are and what mortals could be. His body repairs. The existential degradation, the Grand Priest's strike, corrupting his fundamental information, reverses as raw potential floods his systems. Not just repairs. Rewrites. The information that defines Son Goku is not restored to its previous state, it's upgraded, rewritten by the influx of liberated mortal potential into something that has never existed before. A mortal, but not limited. Finite, but not contained. Temporary, but not restricted. He stands up in the void on nothing. He simply decides that standing is what he's doing, and the void accommodates because the rules that said a mortal can't do that no longer apply. He's different. I don't have a name for this, y'all, and I think that's right. I think naming it would diminish it. Every transformation before this has had a name. Super Saiyan, SSG, SSB, SSJ4, Apex, UI Void. Each one a category, a label, a box. This isn't a box. It's what happens when all the boxes are opened at once and the contents are allowed to be themselves without categorization. Visually, he looks like Goku. That's the most striking thing. Not glowing, not transformed, not physically altered. He has dark hair, dark eyes, his tail hangs naturally. He's wearing the same simple clothes he entered the arena in, now torn and bloodied from the fight. But the space around him, the void, the absolute nothingness between universes responds to his presence. Not distorts, not bends, responds, like it recognizes him. Like the fundamental substrate of reality is acknowledging that the being standing in it is no longer subject to the rules that normally govern interactions between beings and the space they occupy. His energy signature is everything, not in the overwhelming all frequencies at once way of the convergence, in the natural, quiet, unforced way of a person who contains everything they've ever been and everything they could become and doesn't need to perform any of it. SSJ is in there, SSJ4, Apex, UI Void, all of it, accessible, present, integrated so deeply that none of it needs to be activated because all of it is always on, not as separate forms, as aspects of a single being. He's just Goku. Goku with no ceiling. And the power, I can't quantify it, I won't try. Numbers and multipliers and X times stronger than Y are tools for measuring things within a system. This is outside the system. This is post-ceiling. The measurement tools don't apply because the framework they were built for no longer exists. What I can say is this. When Goku steps out of the void and back into the arena, the Grand Priest looks at him and sees something that the supreme authority of reality has never seen. A mortal who is not below him, not above him, not stronger, not more powerful, not surpassing in the competitive sense, but no longer below. The hierarchy that placed mortals beneath gods, beneath angels, beneath the Grand Priest was built on the ceiling. The ceiling is gone. The hierarchy is optional. Goku stands in the white arena, the divine audience watches, and for the first time in the history of existence, a mortal and the Grand Priest occupy the same category. They don't fight. I know. The whole story has been building to this confrontation, and the biggest battle of the narrative is they don't fight. Here's why. The Grand Priest could still destroy Goku. Probably. The removal of the ceiling doesn't automatically make Goku the most powerful being in existence. The Grand Priest has billions of years of accumulated power and authority. Goku has 25 years and a body that is still fundamentally mortal, but the fight is no longer the point. The right of challenge specified survival for a significant duration. The abstract determines significance. And by answering the question by providing the reason that convinced the abstract to dissolve the ceiling, Goku has fulfilled the challenge's terms in a way that transcends physical combat. The Grand Priest knows this. He's standing in his arena, watching a mortal Tull who is no longer beneath him, and the certainty that has defined his existence for billions of years is not gone, but qualified, complicated by the reality of what just happened. The law he built his life on enforcing has been revoked by the law that created him. The abstract has spoken, the Grand Priest says. His voice is quiet, not defeated. Defeated implies a battle, and this was never a battle. Recalibrated, the voice of a being processing a fundamental shift in the assumptions that govern his existence. The ceiling is removed. The verdict is. He pauses, an eternity of certainty, cracking, suspended. That's it? Goku asks. What did you expect? An apology? I don't know. Maybe. The Grand Priest looks at him, and in the ancient, omniscient eyes of the Supreme Authority, Goku sees something he didn't expect. Not anger, not resentment, not the wounded pride of a being whose worldview has been disproven. Curiosity. You interest me, the Grand Priest says. I have managed reality for longer than your species has existed. I have maintained the system because I believed it was necessary. The abstract, he pauses, considers his words with the care of someone who has never had to reconsider anything. The abstract apparently disagrees, and the abstract's authority supersedes mine. Are you going to fight it? I am going to observe. The ceiling is gone. Mortal potential is uncapped. What happens next? Whether your species destroys itself with unlimited growth or builds something worthy of it will determine whether my system was wrong or merely premature. He clasps his hands behind his back, the posture of the architect, the engineer. I will be watching, Son Goku. I will be watching very carefully. He turns to the assembled tribunal. The challenge is concluded. The mortal survived. The verdict is suspended indefinitely. The Edict of Still Hands is under review. His gaze finds WHIS. All charges against Angel WHIS are held in abeyance, pending the outcome of the observation period. It's not forgiveness. It's not acceptance. It's the best a being like the Grand Priest can offer, the willingness to be wrong, the patience to watch and see, the admission, implicit, grudging, revolutionary, that a system he built might need to change. Goku returns to Earth, not through a dimensional gate, not through teleportation. He just steps. From the arena, through the space between universes, through the dimensional membrane, through the atmosphere, and down gently, softly, like a leaf falling, to the rooftop of Capsule Corp where his friends are waiting. They're all there, every single one. Krillin, who sees Goku land and immediately does the thing he always does, assesses damage, checks for injuries, reaches for the med kit that Bulma insisted everyone carry. You look like hell, man. Feel like it too. But the good kind. There's a good kind? Yeah, the kind where you look like hell because you just won. Krillin stares at him, processes, and then, because Krillin is Krillin, because he has been Goku's best friend for 13 years, because he has watched this impossible person grow from a sheltered kid into a being that gods take seriously, he grabs Goku in a hug that contains everything words can't say. Yamcha is next. Then Tien, awkwardly, because Tien doesn't do hugs but makes an exception. Then Bulma, who punches Goku's shoulder hard enough to hurt her own hand and says, "Don't you ever scare me like that again," while simultaneously scanning his vital signs with a wrist-mounted device. Piccolo stands apart, arms folded, cape billowing. But his eyes, the composite eyes of 9 warriors, are watching Goku with something that, if you squinted, if you were generous, you might call pride. You broke it, Piccolo says. The ceiling, it's gone. Yeah. I felt it dissolve, every mortal did. He pauses. Do you know what that means, for all of us? It means nobody tells us how far we can go anymore. Piccolo nods, once, and then does something he has never done in the entire story. Something that 12 years of hatred and a decade of dark pilgrimage and the weight of 9 absorbed consciousnesses have never allowed. He smiles. It's small, brief, barely there. But Goku sees it and grins back, and between the two of them, the Saiyan raised by angels and the Namekian born from hatred, something is complete. Varos is there too, leaning against the railing of the rooftop, watching the sunset with the quiet appreciation of a being who chose mortality and has never regretted it. His power is dimmer than it was a year ago. The angelic decay continues, but his eyes are alive. You did it, kid. His voice is rough, rougher than usual. If you didn't know better, you'd think the fallen angel was fighting emotion. You actually did it. Couldn't have done it without you. Damn right, you couldn't. Varos grins. The same grin he wore when he broke 14-year-old Goku's guard for the first time. But you did the hard part, the part I couldn't teach you. What part? The part where you figured out what you're fighting for. He looks at the horizon. I fought for love. Sable fought for freedom. Thane fought to prove a point. You. He chuckles. You fight because you want to see what's next, and somehow that was the right answer. It was the honest answer. Same thing. Beerus lands on the rooftop an hour later, having apparently taken a scenic route back from the tribunal. He claims he stopped for food. Nobody believes him. The god of destruction sits on the railing beside Varos, accepts a cup of tea from WHIS, and pretends very hard that he doesn't care about any of this. The ceiling's gone, Beerus says. Mortal potential is uncapped. Do you have any idea how much paperwork this creates for me? You don't do paperwork, Lord Beerus. Exactly, and now there's going to be more of it that I don't do. He sips tea, looks at Goku. You owe me a fight. Whenever you want. I want it when you're at full strength, when you've figured out what you are now, when you can push me to 100%. Beerus's eyes narrow. I've been at 100% once in 4 billion years. I want to go there again. You owe me that. Deal. Good. Beerus finishes his tea, sets the cup down, stands. I'm going back to sleep. Wake me when you're ready. He leaves. WHIS watches him go with a faint smile. He likes you, WHIS says. He threatened to destroy me at least twice. Yes, that's how he shows affection. The rooftop empties. Krillin goes home. Yamcha and Tien head out. Bulma retreats to her lab. Piccolo disappears into the night, presumably to meditate and process the implications of unlimited mortal potential. Varos wanders off to find food. Goku and WHIS are alone, the way they were at the beginning. An angel and a mortal on a rooftop watching the stars. 25 years, Goku says. 22, technically. You were 3 when I found you. 22 years of breaking rules. 22 years of testing assumptions. WHIS's smile is gentle. Genuine. The third real smile. I've been an angel for longer than your planet has existed. In all that time, I've done my duty, served my God, maintained the system, and in 22 years with you, I've experienced more life than in all the billions that came before. Is that good? I think so. I'm still figuring it out. He looks at Goku. You asked me once if angels can cry. I said we can't. You said you were wrong about that. I was. But I don't think it's a flaw. I think it's a capability that we never needed before. An angel who serves a system that never changes never needs to feel deeply enough to cry. An angel who breaks the system. His eyes bright, ancient, alive. Shimmer. Not tears. Not quite. Something close. The closest an angel has ever come, because until 22 years ago, no angel ever had a reason. An angel who breaks the system discovers feelings he didn't know he had. WHIS. Yes? Thank you. For everything. For the crater. For the garden. For teaching me. For breaking the rules. Goku's voice is quiet. Simple. The voice of a person expressing something that goes beyond the words. For believing I could do it. You made it easy to believe. No, I didn't. I made it terrifying. You risked everything, your existence, the universe, your father's judgment, on a baby who grabbed your finger. And I'd do it again. WHIS extends his hand, palm up, fingers open, the same hand that a 3-year-old Saiyan grabbed in a crater on a backwater planet 22 years ago and wouldn't let go. Goku takes it. They stand there, an angel and a mortal, a teacher and a student, a father in every way that matters, and a son in every way that counts. Holding hands on a rooftop while the stars burn above them, stars that, as of today, no longer represent the upper limit of what a mortal can reach. So what now? Goku asks. WHIS laughs. The real laugh. The fourth one. The one that says, after everything, after all of it, you're still asking what's next. Now, WHIS says, we find out. Frieza is in deep space, in a regeneration chamber. His sovereign form has been pushed through the final evolution. Golden, the form he's been chasing for 20 years. He felt the ceiling dissolve. He doesn't understand what it means, but he understands what it means for him. The limit that was always, subconsciously, holding him back. The invisible ceiling on mortal power that even wish-granted evolution couldn't fully overcome is gone. His potential is now truly unlimited. And he's coming back to Earth. Not for Dragon Balls this time, for Goku. Piccolo is meditating on a mountain. 9 minds unified, processing the implications of a universe without limits. He felt the growth unlock when the ceiling dissolved. The composite consciousness now has access to evolutionary pathways that were previously sealed, and the rate of growth is accelerating. He's becoming something new, something that even the composite model can't predict. And for the first time in his existence, he's not growing to surpass someone. He's growing to see how far he can go. Eris is in the void between universes, alone. She got what she wanted. The system broken, the ceiling dissolved, the divine order forced to reckon with its own assumptions. But she's not celebrating. She's staring at the space where the ceiling used to be, at the open sky that mortals can now reach toward, and she's thinking about Universe 19, the universe that was erased. The universe she was assigned to and lost. The universe she's been angry about for eons. With the ceiling gone, she thinks maybe it's time to stop being angry. Maybe it's time to build something instead. Orath returns to Universe 11, files his final report. The anomaly has resolved, not through neutralization, but through systemic change. He categorizes the outcome as unprecedented and closes the file. But in the margins of his report, in a space reserved for personal notes that Orath has never, in his entire existence, used, he writes a single sentence. The mortal's answer was valid. The Grand Priest stands in his realm above all realms. His ledger is open. The page that recorded Son Goku's designation, Class 1 Existential Deviation, now has a new entry beside it. Status resolved. Method, systemic reform. Outcome pending. He closes the ledger, looks out at the 12 universes, at the mortals within them who are, for the first time, growing without a ceiling above them. Some of them will grow well. Some of them will grow badly. Some of them will threaten the stability he spent billions of years maintaining. He will watch. He will assess. He will intervene if necessary. But carefully now, constrained by the abstract's judgment, aware that the rules he enforced were not as absolute as he believed. For the first time in his existence, the Grand Priest is uncertain, and uncertainty he is discovering is not the catastrophe he always assumed it would be. It's interesting. He might eventually come to understand why mortals find it so compelling. Sable fades. In the Pale Garden, in the pocket dimension where a ghost has persisted for eons because the space between reality and unreality couldn't quite let her go, the translucent woman with golden eyes feels the ceiling dissolve and knows with the certainty of a being who died trying to break it, that her story is complete. She doesn't disappear dramatically. She doesn't give a speech. She finds Goku one last time in the garden he visited the day after the fight, sitting on the porch of the house where he grew up, and she stands in front of him with those golden eyes and that sad, warm, ancient smile. "You did it," she says. "I did. Because of you. Because of your stories. Because you showed me what a Saiyan could be. I showed you what a Saiyan was. You showed the universe what a Saiyan can be." She's growing dimmer, more translucent. The energy that kept her ghost intact, the rage against erasure, the refusal to fully die is releasing. With the ceiling gone, with her purpose fulfilled, with the proof she died for finally delivered, she can let go. "I'm scared," she says. Softly, simply, the honesty of a ghost facing the second death. "I don't know what comes after this." "Neither do I," Goku says, "but I hear it's worth seeing." Sable laughs. The sound is like light through gold dust. "Your curiosity, it really is the most powerful thing in the universe." She reaches out, her translucent hand touches his face, and for a moment, for one final moment, she's solid, warm, real. A Saiyan warrior who hit the ceiling and broke against it and persisted as a ghost for eons, and raised a child through stories, and now, at last, is free. "Thank you," she whispers, "for finishing what I started." She fades, gently, like a candle flame in a room where someone has opened a window. The garden is dimmer without her, smaller, quieter. Goku sits on the porch, alone, in the house where he grew up, in the dimension that was built by love and maintained by hope and populated by a family of misfits. An angel who broke the law, a ghost who wouldn't die, a Saiyan who wanted to see what's next. He cries, not the golden tears of SSG, not the grief-driven transformation of a divine-tinted Super Saiyan, just tears, mortal tears, human tears. The tears of a man who has just lost someone precious and will carry the weight of that loss for the rest of his finite, temporary, and beautiful life. He cries for Sable, for the 2.3 billion on Verita 6, for Thane, for every mortal who ever pushed against a ceiling and was told no further. Then he wipes his face, stands up, walks out of the house across the pale grass, through the dimensional membrane and back to Earth, back to his friends, back to the world that is waiting, wide open, uncapped, infinite with possibility, for whatever comes next. Earth, Capsule Corp rooftop, sunset. Goku Krillin. Two men on a roof, the way the story started, the way everything important in this story has happened, not in cosmic arenas or divine tribunals, but in small moments between people who care about each other. Krillin has brought rice balls. He always brings rice balls. So, Krillin says, chewing. The ceiling's gone. Mortals can grow forever. The Grand Priest is watching. Frieza's coming back. Piccolo's evolving. And you. He looks at Goku. What are you now? Hungry. Mostly. No, I know what you mean. Goku takes a rice ball, looks at it, looks at the sunset, looks at his best friend. I'm the same thing I've always been. Just more of it. That's terrifying. Yeah. The grin. The Son Goku grin. Unbowed, undimmed, unbroken by gods and angels and sin ceilings and the weight of 2.3 billion ghosts. Isn't it great? Krillin looks at him. At this impossible person. This Saiyan raised by angels, trained in the void, forged through combat, tempered by love. This man who broke the fundamental law of existence because he wanted to see what was on the other side and gave the most powerful being in the multiverse a reason to hesitate. Yeah, Krillin says. And means it. It really is. They eat rice balls, they watch the sunset, above them the sky stretches upward forever, and for the first time in the history of mortal existence there is nothing, absolutely nothing between the ground and the stars. This is the end of What If Goku was trained by WHIS from a very young age for now, because there's always something next.